couple of weeks before Nico is getting used to that, and he has to alter his playstyle once more. But I reckon once we get Nico up to par with Monacy, then you have a G2 who can beat not only FaZe, but any team in the world.
And just the way, like, we saw this yesterday against Eternal Fire, where it was, you know, Monacy just keeping his team in contention, right? But he was also having fun. We saw the kill he got with the Zeus as well. It's not like he's super stressed. He's like, I'm still having fun. I'm still having a good game. But I do 100% agree with you, right? Like, with Nico, if he can go back to what we know he can be, and also the fact that Hunter is starting to rise up to the occasion as well, that is a G2 that we all want to see. The question is, when is it going to click? He said it as well. It's just a matter of time. But Nico, my friend, time is running out. It needs to click right here, right now.
Let's turn our attention to FaZe. What are the keys to victory for this line?
Salam.
Kerrigan always jumps at the opportunity to play against G2.
No, I think Kerrigan is enjoying that a lot, you know, and I think there's also key elements within the FaZe clan lineup that always delivers. You have guys like Robs and Frozen, for that matter, as well. True riflers who are always there. They're always going to deliver. They're always going to put up numbers. You can almost count on them every single time. And we spoke about it in regards to G2, where Hunter and Nico are a little bit inconsistent. Well, Frozen and Robs, they will always deliver, especially on the T side.
Look at that opening kill.
I just want to touch upon this, right? Talking about Robs, when you go back years ago, when you're like, he's a lurker, he's not doing much on the T side. I know the sample size is kind of small. I know it was against Falcons and 9 Pandas, but on the T side, he went for 53% opening attempts with 75% success. That's kind of BS.
Would you like to see him play more like that against the bigger teams like G2? Would you like to see more activated Rob starting rounds off?
I mean, I would love to see a 2.3 opening kill rating on the T side, sure, but you can't do that when you're up against G2, right?
Yes.
You can't do that when you're up against...
It's not possible to be consistent with it.
No, that's the point, right? But it's good to see, and it's a direct sign of confidence. If he's doing that against 9 Pandas and he's doing that against Falcon, that means that Robs are coming into this tournament full of confidence.
And the thing is, unlike what we saw from Monacy, where he's like this monster for this team and is, you know, struggling. In, you know, for Twist, a legend in his own right. Hitting the ground running. He's looking super comfortable right now for the team. Brokey might have usually quieter group stages, but we know how he's going to pop off when it comes to the playoffs. He's a big stage player, so to speak, and also the X factor. And then Rain, again, just a veteran delivering consistently. So, the difference in these two teams is just a kill spread. The amount of weight that one player has to shoulder and face, it's much lesser than what is on the case for G2, where Monacy just has to shoulder the entire bloody team. He's only 17, Paula. He's back.
He's only 17. Considering how Monacy played yesterday,
to
try to counteract if it does happen again.
It's a good question. Brokey is a very interesting prospect, especially going up against a guy like Monacy. For me, Brokey is who he is, right? He's not going to change. It's not a player that you're trying to coach. It's not a player that Kerrigan is trying to mold. You gotta allow Brokey to be Brokey. He's a little bit extraordinary. He's a wild card. He's a wild child. Call him what you want. He's a player that is not playing by the books, and it has its charm to it as well. I think he thrives more in close games. He thrives more when he's left in a clutch. He thrives more when he's not reliant on team play, etc., etc. And I think sometimes, with all due respect to Brokey and FaZe for that matter, they're never going to be the most clean working team. They're never going to be 5 men working in a unit, working in tandem, because Brokey will always be a bit of a wild card, but it also adds a layer that is very hard to control for the opponents. So if you're G2 or if you're anyone else out there, you know when you're going up against Brokey, you never really know what you get, and that's annoying to play against.
It's interesting, like how we've had these discussions on the internet, on Reddit, Twitter, whatever, where you're like, you know, Brokey's not the best opera, you know, if Kerrigan can find for FaZe. Why is it still here? But I'll tell you why. If you watch FaZe play in a playoffs game, in an arena where they are at their best, Brokey fits that style so very differently. If you pay attention to how Kerrigan calls on the T side or the CT side, again, a player like Brokey, who doesn't seem to give a damn, it just fits in perfectly with that styling.
Kerrigan is not going to be it from an individual standpoint. Rain is too modest in that regard. He's too stable. Yeah, he's great, you know, and then you have Frozen, who's not the most aggressive rifler, together with Rob. So I think it's all about balance. I think Kerrigan realizes the fact that, sure, maybe there's better AWP players out there, and I'm sure if Monacy came knocking on the door, they would say, yes, you know, come in, play with us. But for now, I think Brokey's a great fit for FaZe, and there's a reason why they've been one of the best teams in history of Counter-Strike, let's be honest.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. Guys, let's just say, right, in a situation where Monacy does not play to level he did yesterday, what else can G2 do to counteract this phase
line. I am going to 40-40
to the very top of his ceiling or close to it. It's going to be tough for this G2 lineup.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's not a question we want to pose for a team like G2, right? We small teams where they have like a potential star player like Simple when he's playing for with Blade, for example. Oh, if Simple doesn't perform, this team's going to struggle. You don't say that about G2. You're not supposed to say that about
This is the thing. I don't want to say it about G2, but we have to recognize that can be an issue for G2, that sometimes as a team, if one of, let's say, Monacy, Nico, or Hunter goes missing, then the team sort of just crumble apart. I don't want to see that, but we have to address it. What if Monacy isn't reaching the levels of yesterday? What else can they do to bring this team together and potentially take a W off FaZe?
I mean, historically speaking, we can and should be able to count on Nico. We can and should be able to count on Honda. We can and should be able to count on pretty much all members within G2. I also think Hooks' calling is a bit underrated in that regard. Of course, you can criticize his individual output, and some may say that it's too bad to be on a team like G2. I think he offers value in different areas of the game. Now, the problem for me is the whole next to JKS. That's when you lose firepower, right? That's when you make that switch and then you lose that extra firepower. So it's a bit of an issue for G2 if Monacy is not showing up, because you don't have the extra firepower in JKS you used to have.
I'm also curious about the maps, right? Because the last time these two teams played, it was Ancient, the pick coming in from FaZe, which I think they're going to stick with here, if I'm not mistaken. And Inferno from G2. Pretty damn good on Anubis yesterday against ITB, albeit it was against ITB, but again, it's a map that FaZe are comfortable playing on. Ancient demolished G2 in the quarterfinals 13-6. Nuke was a decider. I think Nuke banned by okay. All right. They're gonna let you Inferno.
Well, this has the makings of a good best of 3 if we end up on that third map.
And no matter what, when you have the best team in the world, at least according to the rankings, going up against number 5 is going to be great. But if you're G2 right here and you know Inferno is potentially the third deciding map, you're happy. This is pretty much the best possible veto for G2.
I have a exactly, which is why I'm like, why are FaZe banning out Nuke? I think FaZe and Nuke are just a better. I feel they're better on Nuke than G2 are. And last time they played, sure, they had G2's
კაცი გვაკლია დავაი არქით გამოიწერეთ
I don't know what characters are cooking here, but at least on paper and with the data we have, this is a map pool that G2 should be very happy.
It's also a sign of confidence coming in from FaZe Clan. We saw that Katowice, G2 picked Inferno into FaZe Clan and they still ended up losing. Again, as I said, it felt like FaZe were in control from start to finish. So, in all honesty, yes, I think for G2, you're happy about this veto. On the other hand, though, if you're FaZe, you're not really scared of G2 in the current form. You're not scared of G2 in the current shape. So for them, it doesn't really matter what map you're going into. Third deciding map for FaZe Clan, Inferno.
I mean, FaZe probably thinking it doesn't even go to map 3.
We have literally about half a minute left, so can I push you for some official and final predictions for G2 versus FaZe?
Ooh, yeah, FaZe. I think it's going to be 2-0, honestly.
2-0.
That's about our JKs.
Back it up, but I have a feeling G2 is coming in and
playing. Აკეთ ნეო იქით ტაზა იმენა ყოფილი გუნდელები. წავიდა 20 წამი. დაწერეთ პრედიქშენები დროზე. პრედიქშენები დაწერეთ ჩატში. მალე. ვის უფრო G2 თუ FaZe რომელი იგებს მარტო ეგ დაწერეთ G2 ან FaZe. რომელი იგებს დავაი და ვნახოთ. მე ვის უფრო დაждდება რა ვისი prediction.
Oh, Parla, excited just even come close to describing the sheer level of anticipation both of us have for this best of 3. This is like an entire buffet in one, Vince.
You know, we woke up this morning, we were hyped for our games. This is the game we were both looking at, man. I mean, this has the makings of a grand final at pretty much any tournament, so I'm super excited to get into this one.
Yeah, there's going to be nothing like it, right? Especially with that veto. It's such a kind of curveball with the ban that came in. No nuke, we get an Inferno kind of finish in a day and age where you're starved out for Inferno. For it to be the classic bookend between these two teams. Oh, if this goes third maps, it's going to be a hell of a day, Vince.
ძმებო არ დაგავიწყოთ ინსტაგრამზე იმას გენით რა ქვია გამოიწერეთ ჩემი ინსტაგრამის აკაუნტი იმიტომ რომ მან ყოველ კვირა თუ არა ორ კვირაში ერთხელ მაინც სკინს გავათამაშებ რო იცოდეთ იმიტომ რომ YouTube-ზე არ გავათამაშებ იმიტომ რომ არ მინდა რომ პროსტო იმ ტიპმა იმიტომ გამოიწეროს ჩემი არხი რომ subscriber-ები მომიმატოს იმიტომ რომ ვიღაცა გათამაშებაში უნდა მონაწილეობს მიღება ვიღაცას რა Instagram-ი მყიდია და Instagram-ზე გამოიწერეთ იქ გავათამაშებ ხოლმე
Nico with the USP in his hands, is he going to be
რუსას არ გაქვს დაფოლოვებული
Opens it up with a nice connection onto Rain at least, and sends him packing. But they begin to make their move towards camera with the backup of Rops on the late lurk towards A main.
Nexa firing off some shots, but not really connecting. And although Nico gets one, it's a one and done. And now Nexa is stuck between two players. Brokey doesn't require backup, though. He's going to do it all alone and force the plant down.
Brokey, the backbreaker of this round, has already caused issues. But it's Frozen that gets first contact. P250 punishment.
Frozen არ მომწონსო და
ვაიმე.
უხსაბრო დაქალაქოს.
Brains of the operation,
but
has he got the brawn for this one?
Asmus კაიტო.
It's a great shot.
So ერთი კილი აქვს უკვე ძმებო.
And that is the pistol round that goes the way of FaZe, and it was Brokey that kicked it off. It's Brokey full circle for the final frag, and in doing so, a brisk lead on the side. I think it's fair to say the favorites. You know, Pimp said that he has nothing to back it up, but he thinks G2 might win. I'm not necessarily against the idea. You look at G2 as a roster, it's a star-studded lineup with tons of potential, and Munisi is already playing like out of his mind. So it's not out of question, but are you a believer in G2, or do you think FaZe is going to get this one done?
I think we need to see the whole roster elevated. That's kind of the win condition, right? Is it's just, there's a timeline where they could Vince, but everyone's got to be popping off. You have to see Nexa come into his own and be able to live up to the shoes. See Nico doing what he does best, improving his name. But for Munisi, just continuing on with the absolutely egregious form that he has every game, right? He is just the behemoth of the G2 roster. And for FaZe, it's just a question of can they absolutely ruin them, Vince? Or will there be gaps? Will there be opportunities for G2 to slip in over the course of this series and cause some problems?
Tennis Nicolinho.
Try and do just that.
Nicolinho
has the solution. And it's the decal. How many times we've seen Nico has sent out the sacrificial lamb of Frozen, and has to afford the luxury of a post plant on the site, which they will oblige in kind. And now G2 into an interesting position. Do they want to go for this? They want to rinse and repeat for the next round. They do lack a kit, which is a problem, Jackie. They've picked up the Galil from the corpse of Frozen. A Hunter may not be long for this world if Karrigan has his way, and the MAC-10 sprays down. There's the jumping shot. They do go in for it, and they're being sent packing from the MAC-10s and AKs. So G2 will have no success in terms of this round going their way.
FaZe Clan mop and bucket action as they clean up the round. G2 wiped away like a spilt drink. Have to go up the ghost on this one and just hold on to the pistols they have in their possession. First two under the belt for FaZe on their T-side debut in this qualification best of 3.
In thought as to where they want to come down into this purchase. It's going to be the Eagles. I did kind of anticipate that when they got the Galil, they may actually pull the plug and try and go for some, you know, exit frags into letting the bomb detonate the players. I was a bit surprised at the amount of impact they were looking for there and how much they invested into going for the retake. You're seeing the effects of that now, Jackie, a distinct lack of really Kevlar and much to go alongside it.
The best case scenario is stack and gamble. Hope that you're pushed at the B-bomb site. Nico, though, the one-man army, the very heroic Deagle, lays waste to Karrigan as he slays the in-game leader, and they are going towards the stack site. Vince, Munisi's Deagle sings for one, but that's all it is, a flash in the pan.
A flash in the pan, they'll want to try and turn up the heat. If possible, Hunter, but just with a USP around the corner. In the alcove, has the flash to try and deny this plant, but Rain leaping up and down as the Estonian of Rops alongside him to dig him out of that ditch, and Nico not in position to strike again anytime soon. Has already had a lot of impact though with these two Deagle frags we've seen him pick up. Looking for the weapon, but it's only a MAC-10. Not ideal, and especially considering into that next round, they want a full healthy investment. Maybe looking for exit frags, but we're seeing glimpses. We're seeing little moments here. Some passages of play that haven't been as clean as FaZe would have liked, but it doesn't really matter.
That's the real commodity. That's what they want. For Nico, he knows there's a buy coming into the next round, so just finding some damage with the MAC-10 would have been the move to make. Problem is, Frozen was ready. Cool in that situation. All 3 of the rounds secured then. G2's buy will finally
Monis აქვს AWP, აი Monis AWP უნდა გაათამაშოს რამე ახლა რა.
Right here, right now though, Vince. Start to put the foot down and contest on their CT side. That's the question. No AWP brought into circulation for the 4th round. Monesi on the rifle.
Which, although he is a very capable rifle player, you desperately need him on the AWP. That's where he shines his brightest. In the meanwhile, though, it's Brokey that's tossed in as well. And there was a good flashbang placement. They go for this one, he flicks down, but he misses. And now desperately requires that second play to come in. But it's another perfectly timed flashbang. Frozen done.
Brokey going for the crazy montage plays as he was spinning around, but no success with a chrome cannon. Monesi up close behind the punishes with 2 frags on the and now G2 are knocking a first round in this map unless Frozen can deny it. In the 1-on-3 clutch, being flanked towards spawn, a barrage of bullets comes his way and Nico slays him.
They'd have heard the AWP shot as well. Monesi is desperately trying to grab on top of that AWP. I think he just got it in time. Throws the AK away to trade up for the AWP. And now G2, hot off the back of their first victory, are going to have a very solid purchase and assortment of weaponry. Meanwhile, Brokey dropped down to a Deagle. And although he was the main man in the first 3 rounds in terms of those pistols and MAC-10s, when it came to the AWP, couldn't get it done. It's not necessarily even his fault. He did miss a flick. It wasn't an easy shot, but the flashes that G2 put outside on main were so on point.
And that's the bigger picture, right? It's the fact that their utility is what ruined his life, and it was them having headhunts his way through. Gets that opening pick. Carrigan looking to respond like ships in the night. They pass each other, Vince, but Carrigan doesn't realize. He gets his way tucked into the rear, strikes towards the site, 4x3. He doesn't know Hooksy.
And Hooksy, the iceberg. Gaping hole in the hull. Frozen. Also down and out with Carrigan. He has been one of the heavy hitters at Counter-Strike. He had a really solid performance Frozen throughout. Even in the finals where they did get bested by Spirit pretty comfortably, he was one of the standout performers. That's 2 huge scalps to take early doors. G2, 45 seconds left on the clock. Gonna try and repel this push, but it's gonna be Rain going in first. Nico has his back to he's watching. He's anticipating. He's captivating this round and putting it in the pocket of G2. 2 players stacked on the site, and that's gonna be good enough for Monesi. And there is the second element of Nexa. Much better from G2. A clean hold in the end.
A ridiculous way to open spamming their way through the smoke and getting the opening frag onto Frozen, and then just being able to find the follow-up frags when it matters most. I'll even Hooksy on the connector peak, Vince, going in contact, great decision making with the pre-fire, forcing Rain off of the angle, seeing a bit of skin on the peak. And then, like you say, the duo towards the bomb site, denying the last 2 of causing any kind of mischief. So money broken for FaZe. Almost taken out of the round before he gets a chance to start playing. One HP to his name.
The difference here, though, is it's just pistols. And Carrigan decides to turn up the pace, turn up the heat, as he'll be taking first point of call. Putting himself in the firing range so that his young, plucky stars can get the kills in return. And although Rops gets 1, it's Nico on the other side with the AK that puts an end to the push. This round will be falling underway if G2, and it should just be the one casualty. Maybe Rain can find the gap that G2 to exploit. Can't quite expunge Hooksy in time, and Hunter goes in. There's Rain. Nearly a cost. They do maintain 3 players.
Hoping to be the spark of the round with the Deagle Blaze.
To
round 6. Instead, the game goes 3 apiece. We move into the 7th with a full buy. Both teams entirely armed, and Monesi still having the AWP to work with Vince. He's kept it in circulation after it was stolen from Brokey's corpse a few rounds ago. And This is where the game's going to get a whole lot more intense. Round 7 is going to be the first time
we've seen both of them in a good position in terms of their full buys and a much win round for either team to assert some dominance into this first half. Contact play going down towards the canals, but Rop strikes on the A main contact. Hooksy removed.
He may not anticipate this push, but that smoke at the bottom of the stairway kind of gives it away to a degree. It telegraphs this aggression. Rain has to sit behind a second smoke, but this is more of a retreat tactic. Allows them the sanctuary of pulling the plug and getting into connector. But they do so battered, bruised.
Because
Hooksy is down.
With time ticking away, a smoke plumes towards middle, blocking off vision for Nico. And the FaZe Clan trio down towards canals begin to make their move up on connector. Exchange of Molotovs blocking off access for both team. Time going to be tight as well. 50 seconds on the clock. Flash out, frozen. But he strikes and slays Hunter.
It's a huge entry. Puts way but he showed he's more than capable of the Brokey turned into a category 5 and blitzes through the side. There's Rops once again. Nexa can do that means that FaZe, who started off with a 3-0, then conceded 3 on the bounce, have got back into winning ways.
Crisp shots.
Spirit, popularული გახდება Spirit, მაგას იძახი
Donkas კონჩი. The AKs out on display, Vince.
Donkas სტიკერები იქნება კაი.
For Nexa, survival of the fittest is what he wants.
აღადროს კენიესია. მოკვდა კაცი. ნახევარ ფეხი იმაში აქვს საფლავში.
Mr. Cool takes another pick and G2 use their first tactical time.
Ხოლნიკოს დაბადების დღეა მიულოცავს ახლა FaZe დღეს.
Solid first pick.
Always reaction
to the Crosshair, but at that point G2 were always reeling, desperate to try and regain a little bit of power.
No, stream და-like და-slice ავიდეთ, არ დაგეზავოთ, ხოლმე იქნება და არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ისე არ გამოწერილი, რაც ეგ არ არის დაანრთული. და პლუს Instagram-ზე ვაპირებ გათამაშებას სკინების, რო იცოდეთ. ვისაც არ გაქვს ჩემი Instagram-ი გამოწერილი. აუცილებლად გამოიწერეთ, ზმებო, არ ინანებ, კაი სკინები გათამაშეთ და კვირაში ერთხელ. რა, მეტი რა გითხრათ და გათამაშებას მანდ მაგიტო ვაკეთებ, რომ არ მინდა YouTube-ზე ტყუილა fake subscriber-ები მომემატოს. ჯობია იქ მოიმატოს, რა ქვია იმ. Просто იქაც გადავამოწმეთ, რო იცოდეთ, რა არ მინდა Instagram-ზე ეს fake account-ები ტყუილა არ დააფოლოვოთ, მაინც გავიგებ. და ვინც მოიგებს, იმას არ მივჩნევს სკინს. გავათამაშებ ხოლმე $20 სკინებს, რაღაც $25 სკინებს, რა ვიცი, თქვენი რა მიდის.
It seems like he's hedging his bets round towards A.
Guys,
setting himself up to potentially give them a bit of an entry tool later into the round. Nowhere near as much aggression from G2 on the B site. Rain holds close down on connector. Honesty's waiting for this push. If it comes in late towards the A pillar, he's in a prime position to get an opening frag and then try and play for survival to fall back.
One of the good little bits of information, though, for G2 is that Nico started very strong on this map. A player that's had his troubles with CS2 and been pretty vocal about it as well. Alongside the rest of G2, the likes of Hunter have talked openly about this. So the fact that Nico is finding kills, I think the stat looking into the graph that was posted before was like he's on 150 ADR, which is kind of outrageous. He was doing a lot of work with that Deagle early on, so some good signs.
Try and
repel this push.
Oof, 50 წამი.
The B side bombardment.
ვაიმე, სად შევიდნენ? ვიჟი ნიკოლინიო, სად იყურება ჰანთერა? თავისიანი ხო უყურებს მეინს? უქსა ნახე რა გიჟია. ერთი მიიღო, მეორეს მიიღებს? ვაიმე. აი კაცი გამახსენდა ეგრე. Hunter-ს წააგო ეს რაუნდი, აი რას უყურებს, გეხვეწები, მეინს რატო უყურებს, ხო მოკლა კაცი.
The other player that's dedicated so much time into the game. More skin in the game than only Pixel in a round like this. Can he pop off? Misses the shot. Time ticking. Walking into the back where Rops is waiting. And the round secured by FaZe.
The round secured and they break the backs of G2. Talked about the importance of the economic situation coming into that previous round. No survivors, no saved weapons, and no success equates to a pretty dismal, grim situation accruing. Maybe some invested pistols as round loss is starting to build back up again, but 5 rounds already on FaZe.
მე ბარნი და რევაზე.
Went the way of Rops, as it so often does. 10 kills to the Estonian so far. Double peek out from main, but it's just USPs.
ჯოგუში მაგარ ხოძე იყო და რა ვიცი, წავიდეს
თამაში. G2 can hope for. Brokey says not today, Huxi. Shuts him down.
Huxas ვერ გააჩერებენ? 7-7-ია. აუ ისა კაც. კარში ჰანთერა კონექტორში დაიჭირეს და დააბეს.
Rain's nade set clears him out. He can't run back towards the site. Molotov denied it. Tries to keep his head down and play anti-flash, but the smoke's blown away. He goes down with it. So map control being established. And for G2, really, Vince, with just the pistols they've got remaining, even if they go for a bit of a stack on this one, best bet you can do itself is in the palm of their hands. Really forces out the two players in heaven. To scamper off allows Carrigan to make up the space.
აუ არა ბროკის ძალიან მოკლებული აქვს ძმებო. აი ამას რა ვიცი CS:GO-ში ბროკი არა აცლენ. კი, ეხლა ვინც იგებს სტიკერები, ანუ ეხლა ვინც იგებს უკვე სტიკერები იქნება ამათი ძმებო. ამიტომ გადამწყვეტი თამაშია, ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი თამაშია. ამას ვინც იგებს მეიჯორზია, პირდაპირ Legend Stage-ზე.
Was one of the main men in those previous two games, and he's had a very slow start. 2-8 so far to his name. That may need to change if G2 want to turn their fortunes around.
კი, 13-0 გამოდის ორივე გუნდის, ვინც მოიგებს და დღეს არის კიდე NAVI Virtus Pro. ამათ შემდეგ დაიწყება ის. მე მგონია რომ ერთ-ერთ mapში overtime-ები გვექნება. შეიძლება აქაც.
G2
არა, ჭირდება რადიოს რაუნდები, თორე სამი რაუნდიდან ვერ იბრატავენ, პისტოლიო წააგონ მე არ შეგვიძლია. NAVI დღეს თამაშობს. აი ამ თამაშის მერე დაიწყება best of 3 Virtus Pro წინააღმდეგ.
Middle of the pack at the minute in terms of the overall frags. It's Nico that's been the show.
Ay, bichi Nicolinio. მე მგონი ჩაიწერა დონკას კონფიგი.
Jesus. If you're facing like you shrug your shoulders like what just happened? Nico did.
ან შეიძლება ფეიზთან მუშაობს smoke-ში გაცხრილა ძმებო. მივხვდი ფეიზი წინააღმდეგი ისხრილებიან მარტო.
If he does, he fancies G2 might take this one. 11-7 for Nico, putting this round in the palm of the hands of G2, who need to snatch it away, but they still have Rops and Brokey to deal with. Nextra and Munisi, will they be called upon on the side to try and repel these two players? If they did, effectively it would come down to a 2-on-2, and with a minute left on the clock, still plenty of time for FaZe to make their decision.
Round on camera to try and force back the CTs, the utility flying over the top of the missed shot from Brokey as Munisi lays claim to another pickup, and the round goes the way of G2. 6-4 now. And like we said, man, Nico there, Vince, looking damn sick right now. He's been abusing them towards middle, but he's been playing quite dynamically as well. You've seen him play passive, no weapons to work with, just a deagle in his hands. That time didn't even need to see him. Spams through the smoke, sniffing him out.
Carrigan deep in thought, deep in conversation with his teammates, with his troops, trying to rally them up after a disappointing previous round. And the other thing about Nico as well is he's been very versatile so far on the CT side. We've seen him play mid multiple times.
Let's go!
Also on the B side of the map as well, getting some kills around
the con side. დავაი, ხოდია დღეს მე ხოც არ ვაგდებ იმენა. ძალიან მაგარი best of 3 არის და მე ვაფშე მაგარი best of 3 გველის Ukraina versus Ruseti. Virtus Pro NAVI. ძალიან კაი თამაში წავა ისიც. ძალიან მნიშვნელოვანი თამაშია ორივე გუნდისთვის. ამიტომ ხოდი არ დავაგდო დღეს. ჩაი მოიმარაგეთ სასუსნავი წვენი რამე და ჩაუჯექი წამოწექით გინა ტელევიზორში გინა რა. აი, დაილოცოს PGL-ი ძმაო, მოგვცა რა კაცურად ყურების უფლება რა. CSL-ი და ბლასტები, პროჭები, ბიჭო. ამათი Hey, when it's all ruminelებს, wow, მე ამათ იმას აღარ დაუძახ, რასაც ვეძახდი ხოლმე. მასკების გამყიდველებს.
This time around there's no one passively holding. You don't have Brokey's AWP stationed
to defend for you.
Frozen isn't waiting. So they get that control early. Can smoke off deep towards the top. So the T's have to give up a bit of timing, a bit of space outside of the B bomb site. The CTs do rotate back in though. If they want to go back for this, needs to be flashed out and should be ready, Vince, as they're in position. Just sees a bit of shoulder and now knows that Frozen's once again in position.
Yeah, and with that shoulder peek, instantly they throw the smoke into connector. They make sure they're not getting wrapped around on the site, on B. So a nice little shoulder peek into the intel, into the smoke, and the house of cards begins to fall down. However, FaZe still have 50 seconds in which to stabilize it, to rebuild if necessary. Through mid they go, undeterred by Nico's ridiculous double in the previous round. They're going to try and staple themselves in there again. And now going through in con. Molotov preceding that just to clear it out. Time is beginning to get scarce though. So FaZe, they've got a lot of little pieces all around the board, but they've got to try and make a move together. And Monesi, oh, he has such a good read of this game. Constantly finds those
Bravo!
And now Hooksy goes from strength to strength, but he gets shut down.
Monesi, ერთი მინს ორი. მესამეც, ილია. შენია. შენია, არ შეშინდე ძმაკაც. ვაიმე.
And gets the third as well. 4K in the round for
ძალიან კაი თამაში წავავატყობ. 6-5 უკვე. აი გასროლა, აი.
As he lives his movie.
5 რაუნდი ძალიან მაგარია, ნუბიში.
Big plays to be made. Like you said, the linchpin, right? That's a rotation where if Carrigan is able to bleed his way in through the back line, Vince, you've got
ეს მოკლა და კალაშა მერე აიღო, გარდამიმუყამებია.
Instead, he's instantly removed, and then Monesi switches to the rifle and mows them down. A 5th round now secured, 1 away, 1 remains in the half, and the cache of FaZe is broken.
And they decide they want to try and just get super aggressive.
რა დემეიჯი ლეითის?
A ton of damage to Carrigan and Razer.
სად მოდიხარ? დაკეტილია ძმა, ექსამ გადაკეტა. Bam! Hey, Navy ariko, hey. Navy ariko, როგორ არ აიწია.
An extra Molotov onto the site. Denies the bomb plant for a bit, allows Nico and Monesi to do their work. And our Rops at range may tap in for a frag, but it's a great cost.
Nefto შენდიდებას ვენაცვალე. ამ ადამიანს რამე საშველი გაუგზავნე გეხვეწები რა.
He has plenty of time. M4 picks
Bye
up
bye.
this grenade touches from Hunter. And we are going to have a tied up 6-6, 3 rounds back and forth throughout. They couldn't get any closer.
ჯიორის პიკია. ეხლა რაღაც სასწაული რო შესთავაზოს იმან რა ქვია. სახეზე ეტყობათ რომ იციან რომ 6 რაუნდი ძალიან ბევრია სიტი და რო აუღეს მაგრამ ნახ. 7 ლაიქი ძმებო 100 ავიდეთ. არ დაგავიწყდეთ და ბარემ სანამ შესვენება არის გეტყვით რომ Instagram-ი არის აპინული. ვისაც არ გაქვს დაფოლოვებული ჩემი Instagram-ი დააფოლოვეთ. ყოველ ორ კვირაში ერთხელ იქნება სკინების გათამაშება ჩემი Instagram-ზე.
It couldn't have been any better than a close half like this. Neck and neck, straight down the middle.
I mean, who's to say that both these teams don't make it through to the major and we don't see this very game in the semis, the quarters, or even the grand finals itself? It is a possibility.
რა მეიჯორი ძმა, აი ჯერეს მოიგეთ. Თავის მაპი არის და
Anubis a map, of course, there can be a lot of success on the T half.
Hooksas დააჯოვენ
ეხანა. All even affair, and G2 getting aggressive towards the A side of the map already.
Strappi rotația eknebat.
You've got the early utility
დაინახა მე მგონი დაინახა.
Dainakha from camera, early flashbang towards A main. Monesi leads the
shot. Კაი ფლეში. Bravo Robs. Bravo.
It's a bit of a back and forth, Vince, but most of the damage now comes from
Rasheba Nicolinio.
Keeps on going with the backup of his brother in arms and makes it.
Oh, this is Nico on a different level. We haven't seen this in CS2 yet. This is what we've been waiting for, with bated breath. 16 kills, 7 deaths. And the Reaper of FaZe once again. This man cannot be denied. Instant timeout called.
Unstoppable, guys. Unstoppable.
FaZe trying to just scamper together some ideas of where to go next. And it's going to put them in such a rough position.
The body language from both of these two teams is so interesting to watch as well. You can see the passion, Vince, and how they communicate amongst each other, how much these rounds mean, and also setting the pace like that as well. That's something that has reverberations throughout the rest of the half. It's not just that pistol where going for a fast play like that starts to get you back up a little bit. It makes you think about the timing more.
ანუ რევანში აქვს ასაღები G2-ს და რევანში რო ნახე.
To play so confidently, even just look at the flicks man on the replay.
ის სად მოუკლა ჰანთერამ, თორე იმასაც თავში გაარტყა მან.
And yet you change the camera towards him. You'd never think it. Ice cold, calm and collected, because he's been here before and he knows the job is not done yet. Only our first map and potentially 3. The choice of FaZe, they find themselves behind going into
აი მე ცოტა დაგაკლდა ძმა შენ თავს ვიზა.
Had a bit of a slow start to this game. Typically one of those big game players.
არ მჯერა ეგეთ რაღაცეებს. შუშის მაუსპადი და გლაიდები შუშის და რაღაცა.
Leaving Rops by himself. But G2 taking their sweet time here, not over-investing anything, and overzealous in their push.
Oh, interesting molotov es ბოლომდე წავს ესე იგი. ადგილს არ ტოვებს იქ, კაი.
Set ablaze. Attempting to zone out any CTs lurking around the corner.
Jevida Huxa.
Uxi.
Steps
through the smoke. Enters the domain of Rops, waiting with the MP9. Damage established, Vince, but a mere tag, no frag on entry. Camera's been contained, and they're into the site.
I doubt there's going to be any kind of re-engage here on the side of FaZe. They just want to rinse and repeat into the next one. Go again with this investment with the Eagles and 5-7s. So G2 will be able to... And only one casualty into this round. Unless he goes down with a bomb blast, which is possible on 19 HP. Has to be careful.
ეს ჯგუფი არ ვიცი, მაგრამ შემდეგი ჯგუფი სასწაული თამაშები წავა იქ უფრო.
Rops is by far and away leading the charge for FaZe. And we
have
any real secondary components. Frozen's not quite having that performance. Brokey's missed quite a few AWP shots so far. So once they do have that next investment, once they do have that next rifle round, they're gonna have to start to make it work.
As soon as we see that purchase, that's where they have to come out swinging. Opportunities in terms of opening frags on his T side. But what have they got in store for us on their CT half? Obviously, at the minute, in the lower echelons, your funds aren't great. There's no cheddar in the wallet. They haven't got the thriller for it.
Cloud9, Mausy,
roll on by with just pistols again as well. Basically, a deco to work with a few bits of utility. Smokes brought to the table where possible. Peek down towards the canal, but no one's sleeping with the fishes off the first peak.
Streams რა თუ არ უკეთიათ და იმიტომ რომ ეგ არის ხმის ჩამხშობი, ერთმანეთის ხმარო ვერ გაიგონ მოწინააღმდეგე გუნდებმა. და სტრიმზე არ ეკეთება შესაბამისად. სტრიმზე თავისი ყურსასმენები ეკეთება. მე 170 კაცი ვარ, 150 ლაიქის კი ხوار დავიწყე რა თქმა
on middle. You can hear a ton of Molotovs being tossed out. Nico now charging through, and Rops electing to back away back onto the site again. Plenty of time left on the clock. Moves in. Oh dear, Rops, you're in for a world of pain, and it's Hunter that takes him down with the MP9.
Headstrong, he takes them on. Carrigan in the back, stabs onto Monesi. And at the very least has an opportunity to steal away the Galil or post himself up and see if they exit together back towards A main. Keeping them towards the bomb, keeping them towards the bomb site, and making this a bit more costly for G2's T side, meaning there might be a couple more rebuys than first expected. But Nexa with the support, Monesi strikes back. Reigns Deagle washes away two.
That's a bit of investment that they're going to have to replenish into the next round. Especially considering they've kind of been pincered in here to go through on the CT spawn, where Rain is still waiting with this Deagle, so the bomb may soften them up. But they decide not to get too aggressive overall. Brokey trying to retrieve one of these fallen pistols or weapons.
But counters
and the pressure on this rifle round is so
palpable, you can feel it, right? It's a big turning point in the game now.
Amაში ესმით counter-ის ხმა და იმის რა ქვია, team speak-ის. ამით ლაპარაკობენ.
For G2 to have 9 under the belt, they're inching closer and closer to potentially taking the first map in this series, and what a first map it would be for them. A tantalizing best of 3 with the 3 maps we have ahead of us. If we make it all the way to the bookend of Inferno. A classic lineup for Rops, launches the HE towards the stairwell, and Monesi loses 40 HP for his troubles.
Yeah, but a slap to the face for Monesi there. Unconfirmed damage, of course, but not bad for $300 spent. Come the end of this round, though, that could be the difference maker. We'll have to wait and find out. Hunter, in the meanwhile, tossing in his flashes, trying to draw some utility back from FaZe onto main side, and they have already disposed of 2 smokes. But Brokey could be called upon here. Rob's playing.
Rocky პირველი კონტაქტი უნდა აიღო.
Broky needs to connect the shot.
ვაჰ, ერთი წავიდა ილია გავეგასვება.
At least the weakened player that goes down.
აი კი საღოლ რობს უნდა იცოცხლო. მაგრამ ბროკი დააგდეს თო. ბომბი გოგ შეჩემა, სად მიდიხარ? ой, მე რა ფლეში იყო რა და. არა შეჩემა საკუთრები. აი მე უქსასთან რა დუელს აგებენ თუ მჯეროდეს. მეტი შეჩემა, nice. ვიჟი კარგია. რეინ. არ დებს ბომს, არ დებს ბომს. რა ხდება, ჩამოეძინა?
And although Nico is outgunned. We know he has the aim. However, Rain will deny him this time.
So, ხო, Instagram-ი არის აპინული და ჯორჯამაც დაწერა. გამოიწერეთ და ორ კვირაში ერთხელ გავათამაშებ ხოლმე რაღაც სკინებს, რა თქვენი არაფერი არ მიდის და შეიძლება სკინიც მოიგოთ. მინდა რომ დავიწყო ეგეთ რაღაცები. Hellcase ვეთყვი რომ სკინები მომცეს ხოლმე რა, გასათამაშებლად. $20-იანი, $25 სკინები რომ გავათამაშებ ყოველ კვირა, ორ კვირაში ერთხელ გაიქნება ძალიან. მოხოდით ცოტა community.
So the rounds conceded, FaZe do get themselves.
150 ლაიქზე დავიძრათ რა. ვისაც არ გაქვთ ლაიქებული სტრიმი მიარტყ. ეს შესვენებებს და რეკლამებს ჩავთავ ხოლმე რა. მე მაპატიეთ მე ვკინით წავიღე, მაგრამ საჭიროა. დავქნა.
You slog your way through, you survive, you weather the storm, you don't thrive.
Okay, გარეთ ყურსასმენთან ლაპარაკობს
100%. It's a kind of win that you're happy to get the round, you're happy to break the curse of this half.
დავай, ამთან ის უნდა დავდოთ რა ქვია.
Something doesn't feel quite right.
გუშინ იყო რეკორდი 222 კაცი, დღეს უფრო მეტი გვინდა, დავай.
Has been deployed. Both teams deep in thought, deep in concentration. So much on the line here in this best of 3. The winner of this will move to the Copenhagen Major. It is that simple. FaZe in the meanwhile, though, getting some aggression through on mid-side, or has been tempered a little bit from Frozen as a Molotov and smoke was tossed down.
The difference of setups from G2's early contact plays towards B, from how FaZe are playing.
NAVI პიცკაი თამაში.
Carrigan,
რებს აკეთებს შეჩემა. და სატკლავს უქსაკ რეინას, კაი. ესეთი რაუნდი აღარ უნდა გატროლოთ ეხლა და. უქსამ სად მოკლა.
3 retake. All players
pretty healthy. მინდა რომ დაძაბული იყოს უფრო თამაში.
It's a HE collectively, 2 HEs now on G2. An incendiary, but a weakened Broky in a deadlock.
იმენა რა, ყველას თავში გაარდა და ყველა დაჭრეს.
But they're still going to press forward.
უქსარა ნაგლია ბიჭო. არ მჯერა.
Frozen has to just moonwalk away. Needs to keep his eye on the prize though, because this M4 is worth so much.
Referee არის რა, უყურებს თამაშს და ვინმე რამე არ გააფუჭოს ან არ ჩართოს.
Talked about this. You get the round win. It's at great cost. Your economy not able to flourish. They instantly get pushed back from G2, who take their 10th round, and FaZe have such little money to play with.
It hurts. It really hurts. You've got to figure out what you can do with 3K on average amongst these players, Vince. You're not going to be big balling. It doesn't get any easier. It's also the fact that now G2 have got a ladder to climb. They've got 3 rounds ahead of them. They know that there's a pathway to securing this first map.
Короче, სანამ ერთ 15 წუთში, короче, 150 ლაიქს თუოლ წაღოთ.
One more of the remaining 2 maps in this qualification series.
ჯوار ვიცი, მეც ვერ მომღავთ ეგრე ახლა როგორ ყუმარობ. მაგრამ რო იცოდეთ, რაც უფრო ახლოს გაქვს მონიტორი, უფრო სწრაფი გაქვს რეაქცია.
The problem is that ladder's been left out for too long. It's got mold on the rungs. Every time you put your foot there, it feels like it's creaking, it's going to snap. Phobia creeping in for FaZe. They've dealt with these kind of situations many a time, but Rob's getting aggressive there, gets neutralized. 2 players were just waiting for him.
Ansudi raunდი წააგოზე.
ეხლა
ბროკიმ თუ გაისროლა.
They've got muddy shoes and
აფეიკებენ ესენ და ბიზე შედიან. ხუთიანი ვინ არის?
and take the control off of them. The only one that could deny.
ვაჰ, საღოლ ჩემ. ეხლა უნდა მიიღოს, რეინამ უნდა მიიღოს ერთი კაცი. არა.
Rain with the deagle needs to surprise and slay.
ვაჰ, ნახუ ერთი.
Punishes with a follow-up frag.
He's still alive, he's still in the fight as well.
იცოცხლე, ჩემო იცოცხლე.
for G2.
მოვიდა ჰელფა მოვიდა გაუჭირდება ძალიან ამ რაუნდის წამოღება მაგრამ შესაძლებელია 3-2 არიან არა სადისრის ილია ოპა 2-1 რა რაუნდი იქისრა და 3 კილი იქისრა არის კაფასი რამდენი ახლა ნახდა და არ ვიცი მაგრამ +30 ექნება
Frozen with a display that keeps them in the game, keeps them fighting. Magnificent round from him, Vince, and keeping his cool when it matters.
მაინც გაუჭირდება face.
And you need ice in the veins for the entire team of FaZe right now. Another pause used, the timeout for G2. The last one, Vince.
It is one of their greatest attributes, though, I'd have to say, for FaZe. Like, off the server, mentality, personality speaking here, they are one of the most calm and collected rosters out there. They go through trials, they go through I mean, Rain in particular, he could have like an MVP performance and he'd just be like, what's up, bros? Just chilling. As to how the entire FaZe dynamic comes down, they're such calm players. And so, yes, they're behind. Yes, they're feeling it. But they've always got that extra gear to shift into. And now it's G2 that have to feel the pinch a little bit. They've been very close to just running away with this map. But now there's some real resistance up against them. How do they deal with that?
Hey, განავიწროვებენ იმენა.
Well, the minute they try and take
შუა იმენა გაგდებული ყავს, დაბულინებული ყავს შუა.
With a 3-player setup towards B and 2 of them gravitating towards A main.
Nice. Nice. ეგეც უნდა მოკლა ბროკი უნდა იცოცხლოს ახლა. უნდა იცოცხლო ბროკი. უნდა იცოცხლო ბროკი. გაიგო ხა? დაიხმარეთ მალე თქვენ ჩემისებო. რა შვებით? რა შვებით?
Monesi murders 2. Next that chimes in on Brokey and it's down to Frozen to again turn up.
Yes, asking a lot for Frozen to consistently pump out these 2-3Ks and clutch rounds. And I asked the question, I posed it, what are G2 going to do about this? They're running into a blockade for the first time on their T side. Well, there's your answer. They'll take out the sledgehammer and they'll just knock it straight down. Zero chill, zero regard. And zero prisoners taken. All 6 timeouts have been called. And FaZe with dicey money, to put it kindly. They're going to scrape together a buy, but it's an MP9. Another M4 has just been tossed down there on the deck, so I think they're going to have a little bit of a better buy, but it's more the nature and how they're losing these rounds, Jackie, that's a cause for concern. And we haven't seen any kind of consistency on the CT side.
It's been hard for them. G2 have had their number in terms of the setup with the way that they've been playing. FaZe have been very aggressive in terms of their pushings towards A main. And their stacks on the B side. G2 knew about this. They realized that the weakness was middle. Getting towards the A side from both camera and main and make it awkward for FaZe to hold any of those positions. They're trying to change it up somewhat here, looking like they want to fight down towards connector early with an off-angle setup for Robs where he'll play anti-flash, supported by Brokey's AWP, Vince. They've even got an idea about this, clearing it out with a HE. G2 looking really smart right now.
Timing for Robs there, though, was on point. He just backed off, took 2 damage from that grenade. It was looking like
monitor computers,
and now it gives him the chance to go back in.
Take the
fight to G2. They've been very reactive rather than proactive thus
far.
Brokey takes the shot, tosses in the smoke. Denying entry once again.
კაი ენტრი აიღო ხა ეხლა რა ეს რაუნდი არ უნდა წააგონა ცოტა დაიძაბება არა კონექტორში მოკლდება ის უეჭველი ესეც ყდარია რა საკეთებ კარიგან შეჩემა დაჩაგრა ჰუქსამ ბიჭო დღეს კარიგანატო 16
is having a stellar performance here and G2 on the brink of taking FaZe's choice.
კაი ეგარა უშოს იმათ ჯიორის მაპია მაგრამ ენშენს რა უნდა ქნაც მებო მალე არ მორჩეს tot ეხავს
Big frags with a mat 10 on entry, Vince. The drive buys make a whole load of difference, and the B site crumbles. And the dying moments of this round have to be a Brokey highlight reel. He's got to keep himself alive and fight in the middle of a cell. Can't do it. Goes toe-to-toe against Monesi and loses the orb.
ვინ იყო ის საიჩი რომ მოკლა ჰუქსამ? ერთი საათი რო ესროდა.
even when it looks like they're starting to fall a bit short, starting to show gaps, Vince, they're able to reset. They've always got a plan B. FaZe, a couple of small mistakes there in terms of the timing makes a world of difference.
Nico, 19, Huxi, 16, Munacy on 15. Meanwhile, Rob's top fragging on FaZe with 15 of his own. But these last few rounds have looked pretty grim on the side of FaZe. This entire CT side has been, to be honest. And now G2 have 4 chances to secure the 1-0. This is, of course, a best of 3. As it is a qualification game for the major. And Huxi catches himself some more, runs in and takes Rox's head. Gets traded out, but there's Nexa for the repeat. Beautiful shot from Brokey, though. Is keeping FaZe alive.
Brokey's bullet battles back. Starves off the push for a few seconds, Vince. G2 look to reshuffle their assets and set their focus on a different part of the map. Rain. Dropping the smoke on connector, removing the line of sight and keeping the AWPer thinking, making Munacy debate the play. Stay scoped, wraps off towards middle, not giving away the audio cue and grouping up with the wolf pack. This is going to be a late, straight up play towards the B site with 3 of them running in. And that's Rain, just a deagle.
G2 looking to maraud to neutralize the CTs, and Munacy is the man for the job. Dispatching of Rain post haste, and now through connector. We'll have to wind in some pretty ridiculous 1-digs, and Hunter rejects that idea. That entire premise disgusts him. He wants an end to this first map. Anubis is going to come to a draw. It's going to come to a close in just a few moments' time. Unless we clutch this out with a deal.
It becomes ancient history for FaZe.
მე ვარ 193 კაცი ხართ სტრიმის დაალაიქეთ და პლუს ინსტაგრამი არის აპინული ინსტაგრამზე იქნება სკინების გათამაშებები ხოლმე და დააფოლოვეთ ინსტაგრამ აკაუნტი რაც არის აპინული ძმებო არ დაგაგვიყვეთ
The first qualification best of 3 that we've got here at the PGL RMRs leading one of these two teams
მარტივი იქნება ძალიან ყოველ კვირა იქნება თითქმის კვირაში ერთ სკინს გავათამაშებ რა ვა საინტერესო კაი ეს მორჩა ბაზარი არა გაინტერესებს ეს. ანუ ეს რომ მალე მორჩეს, კაროჩე, თუ ეს მალე მორჩება, შესაბამისად NAVI Virtus.pro-ს მალე დაიწყება. მაგრამ ეხლა FaZe უნდა მოიხოდოს ამ მაპში და Inferno იქნება ძალიან კაი სანახავი რა. Ancient-ი ძალიან მევასება და კარგად თამაშობს. Вообще სტატისტიკას ხო არ გადავხედოთ, რამდენი აქვს მოგება? მატჩის არ გვინდა, მატჩის კი სტატისტიკები სად არის ამათი? სტატს. Ancient-ი აქვს 97% მოგება. Viewers რამდენი მოგება აქვს? That's 50 2 მოგება აქვს, 2 წაგება. არა მგონი აქ FaZe-მა დათმოს. თან ახე, აუ ეს რა ანგარიშით მოუგია. ისე Anubis-ი აქ რა მოხდა? Picked Inferno-ო? და Anubis-ი რატო არ გაპიკა კატოვიცეზე? გატროლეს? What ხდებიდო? ტროლერები არიან ტიპები. Inferno რამ გააპიკინა? მინუს ბროკი. არა, ხო არა, აშკარად ძალიან დაკლებული აქვს ბროკის ძალიან. არა, ახლოს არის მართალი ხარ თურქებმა კინაღამ. ნიპისავი თამაშობს დავაი. მე ბიჭო, აქაც აგებენ ეს უბედურები. მოდი სანამ ის დაიწყება მათ უყურთ.
To be thrown into Razer's hat right there.
ხამათანაც აგებენ ჩემ. ყველასთან აგებს ნიპი იმენა.
About the CZ75 in cave. Going cave against the pistols. You've got a question. Is it the most advised decision? He hits the deck with a double up. And as soon as the smoke into cave, what are you meant to do? I guess he could have rerouted back around towards the ramp with the MAC-10, trying to spam through the boards with the MAC-10 as well. Ooh. Saw battered but not broken. With the plant, can buy again. Mid pressure as the CTs will grab full control. You can just see how many mollies. Still at any fast maneuvers as they will sit back. Door smoke lands.
ძალიან ძველებმა ეხა 2014 წლისები აიწევდა მაგრამ
Make sure no one can come down the ramp, flash over, and they're going to get the B lane control late.
We've seen FaZe add that to their repertoire as well, these kind of late B door lane takes.
აქედან წაგებული ვარდება ტურნირიდან, ხო?
Now that it's all been opened up with the skyboxes, just over towards that water side outside B, good flashes, good smokes. Towards cave. Spot one long side. Not committed though, he can get out of that position. Defensive utility limped, cave, fortified again, Rez. Same position.
Brolon. Mausπορში, ხო? Oof!
That sounded like a banger.
Too deep.
Just taking over the smoke with the boost. Now Rez's fought his head tricks turn for the double in cave.
8 დამიჯდა, bro.
Advantage into the site. Oh, but config.
მაგრამ მე
Config's got a really
ძალიან კაი ხნის წინ
story and he has done
so. შენ 8-ში ახლა აწყობ ამ კომპიუტერს თავის.
That frag, it's a 2-on-2.
What?
Oh, and he's nailed it. They don't even get the bomb down. Not a retake at all. It's an Arostos, say clear. He's not going to get this. Oh, he does. Finds the headshot. Now that he knows where config is, the wallbang confirms his suspicions. A 1 versus 1 clutch for so much at stake. This secures the double digits for your squad. What have you got?
Მაინც რო გაჩეკა რა ნაგლია.
Doesn't seem that way.
Not at all, not with the spam.
Somaro მეჯური.
Config, the kit is right.
ისე მიდის საქმეებით მე არაფერი არ გამორიდა.
Arostos is going to wait for the sound cue. It's a hard clear. Config's still thinking about cave. He's so worried about cave. He's on it. It's planned for you. And a clean headshot provided. Arostos secures it. And the ninjas in pajamas fumble.
Yeah, it looked like Config had a bit of disbelief about that one. How has he gotten off towards CT spawn?
Picked by ninjas in pajamas, guys.
This is the opening incision, that ramp smoke too deep. Head trick with the double up, but Ujek just keeps on shooting. Config, that was a beauty, and the spam was magnificent, denying the plan. The pressure applied, but Ujek's coming in huge. Sorry, Arostos coming in huge, and Roman gets out of his chair. The old boy firing him up. 10 rounds now secure. And the third tactical timeout of NIP. Now they will get another one if they can make it to
Patrick's დამუღამებული გაქვთ კილების სურუ აქვს ე. ერთი ლაიქი 150-მდე ძმებოდა. Lius Instagram-ი არის აპინული, ეგეც დაfollow.
Rounds to secure that at a bare minimum, and we can see right here on our heads-up display that Headtrick's already invested with a FAMAS. So is DJL taking this into the response of what the call was, or is he taking this to help out with the call? Remember, Nuke up next, elimination on the line. One of these two teams will be the first eliminated. The PGL RMRs for Europe, or for the RMRs in general. So we are out mid. 8 damage being done. They're across. Muterus.
Come on, toy.
Config opening found, and that one came way too easy.
Oh, didn't see that one coming, to be honest.
Nor did Config.
Wow. Yeah, I mean, that will just compound the frustrations he was feeling in the last. This is very nice. If they can just call cave clear, surely they just execute in. You've already got one moving away. Alex is abandoning the B site, puts it all onto Rez. Now he's feeling a little hot and bothered. Missed chance onto Roman, and he won't get many more of those.
Might just have to be the save.
Yeah, I mean, don't you want to keep that FAMAS and Kev?
Oh, I see.
That's 11.
That's 11 already, NIP.
Well, if you save, right, you get the double dip on this investment, so you get another crack, but at that point, it's still not a full buy. Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Well, they have to. They just have to buy.
With what?
Exactly. Because you force sport now, you take the eco, right, 1900.
Yeah.
Then you get the 2400. So you will get a rifle round out.
Yeah, at 12.5.
Yeah. So, or you with the 1900 now, hopefully they don't give you, well, if you're NIP, you hope they give you some gifts.
Okay, well, that config death is the only death for the ninjas this time around. But it's becoming increasingly alarming.
Look at that smile from Aris, they'll say. Happy with how things are proceeding.
Haven't
heard from Flush Up. Maybe he didn't tune into the game after all.
Yeah.
Looking for the downfall is Flush Up.
It's because, I've worked it all out.
Fnatic versus NIP.
Well, yeah, I was thinking more that, maybe NIP wants to go back Swedish. They pick up the eyeballers.
Oh, okay.
Flush Up, JW, on off.
The old boys.
Guardian
Leviosa. NIP, you've gotten lucky once. Can you do it again? Space for our easy.
არა ძმებო დანებდით ეს მაპი და სხვა მაპზე იფიქრეთ უკვე აზრი არ არის. ტიპებმა იმათთან წააგეს რა რუსებთან. არა რუსები არ არიან ესენი არიან პორტუგალიელები და ესპანელები. მიქსი არის რა პუტამადრეების.
They are just in a default spread waiting for aggressions from the CT expecting a move.
Razer's already kind of giving up on that cave fight. It would have been difficult, Deagle versus a jumping Mac 10, but not impossible. And it's actually Mutiris off a late red smoke, going to start taking some space.
Oh, it's nice.
No info on the cross. Oh, now head trick. He'll smoke them. Someone has to attend to the potential for red room. He's actually going to nade that as well, so head trick. Bit cautious. Mutiris brings the fight through. Good patience from head trick. Ujux finding the gap on B. Just Rez's Deagle here. What can he do? Oh, beautiful. He only gets the one, kept humble by Ujux. Bomb should be planted. The rotations are on their way. Smoked off short side. S-Attack present with a smoke and a kit. So defuse and retake feels necessary from NIP, but they're still so disconnected. One of them's red room, one of them's elbow. This feels like 12, but Hedrick's coming in. S-Attack with a smoke grenade. Cocked.
What's going on here? What's S-Attack doing?
Is he broke?
He must have crashed. Something's happened here, yeah. Oh, he's playing off his teammate's screen. Yeah, something's happened with S-Attack right there.
That didn't make sense.
Well, the game hasn't been going well.
No, but this is just going to sour the mood.
Oh, it was already feeling quite miserable for NIP. That's going to feel even worse. I'm assuming we'll have a technical timeout just after this, but as we can see, S-Attack was playing off of his teammate's monitor there for a moment. That's something he's done before, I think. So that is going to be 12 secure. Considering the type of round, it still would have been a very tough one for them to get back into. It doesn't excuse. I don't understand this push from Mutiris either.
Nor right, because the nade had cleared the smoke.
It didn't clear all of it.
No. DJL's face says it all, doesn't it? Just this kind of helpless feeling. I mean, the coach feels helpless at the best of times.
Oh, yeah.
But, yeah. Just kind of watching, it's like kind of car crash, slow motion.
Well, this is essentially the last
it's
couple of years for NIP that has led to this. It's not like we didn't see this coming. I think from a pundit perspective, we've been discussing this for the lengthier period of time. One result that's like bucking that trend is like, everything's good. We made all the right decisions. But NIP looking likely to be one map down in this best of 3 elimination series. And for household names, the likes of Config, Rez, S-Attack, they've been kicking around for a long time. Last place at the RMR could be their most recent achievement or lack thereof. Young head trick from the academy got an opportunity on NIP. Never been able really to flourish within this roster.
Would you put Wonderful and Hedrick in the same kind of capacity?
Wonderful's much better than Hedrick.
Much better?
I think people overrated Hedrick.
I'm
not even sure.
Rated that?
Because he was friends with Monacy.
Right.
So, and he was also in the academy. It's like, oh, this is another Monacy. I think people got fooled. I don't think he's bad.
No.
I don't think he's as good as a Wonderful or a Monacy.
Okay.
Gaga მე ის მაქვს რა ქვია access-ი მაქვს და არ ვიცი შენ რო გასტრიმო არ ვიცი strike არ დაგადონ მე YouTube link-ი გავუგზავნე
the angle passive AWP stuff. He still has his little flicky fast moments, but he's not a game changer.
და მომცეს უნებართვა და არ
He's not
ვიცი
changing a game single-handedly. Is there an extra rifle at spawn?
Twitch-ზე რო გასტრიმო და მანდ უყურო მაინც შეიძლება დაგიბლოკონ Twitch.
Hold on, they're going through their cool motion.
თუ მაგას მეუნები მანდაც შეიძლება დაგიბლოკონ Twitch.
He's actually going to be running straight past them, Rez. Rez, oh my
God.
He's taken them both down just like that. They both went for an aggressive maneuver and they've lost him.
They're
lost in the sauce.
There was an extra rifle at spawn because Config just picked it up. He had something else, had a different gun. So that tells you the buy after the timeout. Yeah, NIP had done like a dog's dinner. Yeah, there was the M4 on the ground. Ah, dear, NIP.
რა ლამაზია. მივხვდი ახლა რაღაც დავაფიქსირე.
Not interested in taking any unnecessary nade damage.
Well, it's a stack from NIP towards B. They have all three members here.
But watch this, Ujerks is going to never mind. Thought he was going to investigate Donut with
well,
the
he
squad.
Probably should, Alex. You're actually correct. They don't have to go all in anywhere. Oh, boost. Are they boosting or just pushing?
Bye.
And bang. Config gone. NIP's that pick. Whoa, soon to follow. Esotek goes for the jump and just gets absolutely wrecked.
Oh, this is a dominant performance. You lose the pistol, you probably should have won. There was also some ill-advised decisions on gun rounds, and it is just head trick. The final man standing in a 1-on-5 situation is in the right place. Here's the bomb going down. Takes the first. Head trick. How many more have you got for us? Well, that's going to be it. Muterus, in-game leader from Saw, takes him down, and that is...
ეგა 40 წამში წავედით. ვიწყებთ. დონკაზე ვფიქრობ, რომ counter-ის მესია. Counter-ის მესია. ანუ counter-ის მესიცაა და მესიაც. ძალიან მაგარია, ძალიან. აი ხა მე ეუნებით 2014 წელიდან თამაშობ, მე ეგეთი რაიფლერი არ მყავს ნახის მო. სასწაულად ისვრის. ზედმეტ ტყვიას არ ხარჯავს ტიპი. რამდენ ტყვიასაც ისვრის, იცის რომ მოკლავს თუსო. არ ვიცი, მაგათმა რომ მეიჯორი არ მოიგონ მეწყინება. იმენა ძალიან კარგები არის. Counter-ის რონალდო რომელია? აუ. მაჩ მე რატო დააიდე რა გინდა ბიჭო? ოს ამას მოდერი უნდა ჩავხსნა, თორე შემთხვევით ადებს ხალხს ბანს. შოპეკეგა. არა ჩეთერი კაც, მაგას ჩეთერს ვინ გაახარებდა. ბიჭო, ვიტალიტი შეიძლება დაბრუნდეს კარგ ფორმაში მართლა ოღონდ. ძმებო სტრიმი დაალაიქეთ 200 ლაიქს ავიდეთ და პლუს ინსტაგრამი არის აპინული სკინების გათამაშებები იქნება ხოლმე ხშირად მანდ. რო იცოდეთ, ვისაც გინდათ, წააფოლოვეთ. არ დაგეზაროთ, თხოვნა იქნება. გავაჭრათ ვაფშე მანდაც 1k დავდოთ მე რა. წლის ბოლომდე 1k დავდოთ ინსტაგრამზე და 10k YouTube-ზე. ეგ იყოს გეგმა. არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ეგ სულ დამოუწდა. ალელუია. დავიძრათ უკვე 5700-ისკენ დავიძრათ ნელ-ნელა.
Big Kovacs, he was back, spamming his way through smoke, shenanigans with the deagle. It's sick to watch because it's one of those where it doesn't only mean good things for G2. It means good things for them. Following on from this, the bigger picture, if they make it to the major, and we're back.
დავай, ფეიზი და მესამე მაპი გვინდა რა უეჭველი, მალე არ მორჩეს თო. მე ნავის თამაშის best of 3 გაიწელოს თუ გინდა. ძალიან საინტერესო წავა.
Looking to fight towards Donut.
ეს სიმპლა მევასება ძალიან, მაგრამ სიმპლა ავეპია დონკა რაიფლერი. არ უნდა შეადარო ეგ ორი ერთმანეთს.
One smoke deployed from the right side of Donut may bait them into a false sense of security, but they're not going to push through. Instead, they're changing up the pace through catwalk into cave. Rain could be seeing multiple players in just a few moments, and it's Hooksy with those Julies that puts him down. Frozen's there to return fire.
What?
Nico with the USP.
G2 in the lead. Snapshots.
უქსანახე კილებს რო იღებს უკვე რა. ეგეთი რაღაცა უკვე. ეგ სრული აჭრა არის ჩათვალე კარიგანას. ეგეთ კილს რო ვერ აკეთებ თან ლანზე. აუ, ბროკი რასაკეთებს მა დაწნარდი ბროკი არ გაინძრე. მაგრამ ისინი სიტის უყურებენ აზრი აღარ აქვს.
and make his move up from CT. Timing's going to be everything on this. There's a very slim chance they can make this round work.
ეს კილი თუ აიღო შეიძლება რომ მოიგოს ეს რაუნდი.
And it's pretty much signed, sealed and delivered.
არა, всё, წაშალა ნიკო.
He falls prey to Nico.
Bombi მაინც უნდა დადოუეჭელ.
Multiple times in this series. Brokey at least gets the plant down. It gives him something to play. Beautiful headshot there, delivered onto Monasi, but there won't be a double up. There will be no way forward for Brokey. Force them options into the second round at least. But again, we're seeing those crispy aims come to the
forefront. They're really drilled today. In some big shots. The paranoia creeping in already for FaZe. Visually displayed on their faces there.
ალეკო ჯობდა ხუთი, მაგრამ არ ვიცი, რა თავის ამათი ის არის.
Have some extra money to work with. You guarantee yourself a bomb plant and can lift some of the pressure off.
როგორ მიყვარს ეს?
Slightly better buy going into the next.
კაჩი, ყველაფერი ხომ მითამაშია, მაგრამ USP-ით რო არ ყავანტაპს, მაგაზე სიამოვნება და სილამაზე არ არსებობს რა. ბიგლის ვანტაპიც კაია, კალაშის ვანტაპიც კაია. AWP-ის headshot-ით kills კაია. მაგრამ USP-ის ვანტაპი სიამოვნება. ესე რო ისპიჭი.
So Nexa has to go in for the shoulder peaks. Rain on the wide swing. Gets
spotted,
smoked
out.
Pretty much is going to be a red light in the face of FaZe. They cannot push through here. Carrigan's going to try and get aggressive elsewhere. Gets the gets punished. But at least he's keeping some initiative on the other side of the map, and that's going to keep some of those rotations from coming in just yet.
გაასუფთავე ჯერ, კარგად, ტორატონები ულობენ ესე ამ ხელა ლეველზე არიან.
When we hit the minute mark on this one, FaZe will be revving their engines for the play towards the A site. This is where you would need your anchor in Nexa to defend. Problem is, a little bit.
Oh wow, მაინც მოკლაში.
Through donut, it's the spam from to get the opening pick, and Frozen's been shattered.
Wow, რა კაი ტრეიდები, თო, საღო. ერთზე იციან ინფორმაცია. აი ეს ამას აიკითხავენ თუ არა ეგ ასე.
Meanwhile, Nico pulls up.
აი ეს აიკითხავენ თუ არა.
It's all on Robs, Vince.
არა. აი
A player of extreme levels.
Wow, რა კარგად დაიმალა, ხო არ გადაო. ვა, ეგ ადგილი კაია. დაიმახსოვრეთ, ესე იგი, მან კუთხეში გდგები. ბოლომდე თუ არ შემოვიდა ტიპი, ვერ დაგინახავს.
And G2 off to a cracking start here. Breaking back the economy.
საღო ჰანტერ კაი რაღაც მასწავლე ძმა. 30 ლაიქიც მებო დაავიდეთ არასებარ.
What this team is capable of when they're firing on a few of those cylinders. I'm not going to say all cylinders just yet. They have obviously 2 or 3 more gears to go through, but we're seeing very early signs of a G2.
არა ლექსა ხოჯი. ჰუქს არის მთავარი მამოძრავებელი ძალა. ჰუქს არის მატორი იმენა, აი როგორც მანქანას ჭირდება მატორი რო იაროს. ისი არის ჰუქსა ჯიოში.
The firepower, the legacy.
უქსას მაგიროთ მამა ჩემი რო დააყენო in game leader-ად მაინც რაღაცას იზავენ ესე.
Into this round though with limited utility, they eat the nades. Lane control is firmly passed over to G2 as they control it with the opening Molotov, the smokes to block off the angles, and a HE that strips away noise from Carrigan and leaves him trapped. First frag found. Mollies go over to block off the common positions here for the CT side. Nico trapped inside of the cave with the backup of Hooksy. They pepper through the wall bang, but no connection.
ნახე, საჩემოვიდა ცხოველი.
Tries to bleed out on the side.
ბალონკის რატო არ დებდნენ ვერ მიხდიდო. ისე
A lot of damage to Brokey as well, though. Down to 4 HP. And considering that you have
ნახე.
incendiary,
გადაცხრილა ყველაფერი ტიპი.
Just a couple of gusts of wind from death. It's looking for FaZe's endeavors to clutch out. It would have to come down to Frozen realistically. They've tickled the bomb. The smoke's not great. It does afford a small gap in there, but the molly behind it could be a problem. Frozen now with the spray gets one, but that won't be good enough. And Brokey is already pieced out. Enough time for the defuse. It just goes to show, though, that if Frozen could string together 2 or 3 kills there, that was a winnable round for FaZe. G2, though, 3-0 start.
Third round hanging on by a few small threads. But a round nonetheless. FaZe, slow start into the second map. The bomb plant guaranteeing the extra cash. They can once again get strapped. They pull out the AKs, Vince. Few players yet to find impact into this one. Rob's
quite. Eki არ დავსევიავე, უფრო ზედმეტი ფული აღარ მისცა G2-ს.
They get activated in this fourth round. Lane control continues.
Oi, charge. Oh, კარიგანამ გატაპა ჰუქსაჩი.
Ahead of Hooksy and shuts down the cave control.
Hunter needs help now. He needs his teammate of Nico to come down and allow him safe passage to get the evac out of
Wayne!
with two though.
Achille, ma. Wayne,
beauty Carrigan though is going to keep the dream alive, continues to get entries and smoke onto CT, but the bomb's nowhere near. Still, Rain has to go by and pick up this bomb, which is going to allow rotations to come in if G2 realize what's coming up. Two players stuck in CT, with Nico still watching B side.
Teetering on the edge of the smoke, wanted to see if he had an opportunity to push in. They re-smoke, but he's already got ahead of it. Trying to play Carrigan swing slices his head off. Meanwhile, Hunter strikes with one.
Oh, it's Mowi.
He's been having a huge series so far in a 1v2 with a back turn. He tries to strike. Punishes onto Carrigan, losing all of his HP. Both of them doubling up to play against him. He gets the defense, but no frag and no round. First.
Oh,
you could see so desperately to tap when there was 4 or 5 bullets left in the magazine, trying the precision, whips the USP out, takes the first, and knocks Robs to about 20 HP. So close. And yet so far. But with that being said, Jackie, although G2 did lose the round, they took 4 players down. So the T's FaZe still feeling the pinch, and here is that moment. Nico devastated, but he's so both teams' economy hangs by a thread. In just the 5th round, and we've reached a critical mass point in this game.
Oh, Hunter's been caught. რა кай ქოლი იყო პროსტო შევიდნენ სმოუკში საღო. აი ეგ რაღაცებს წაკითხვა ხო უნდა და. კარიგანას გაიხსნა თუ რა ხდება ძმებო.
Also assaulting on
და ჩვენი ჰუქსა ძმა კაცი ყავს მოკლედ 3 კილო ვერაფერს იტყვა ნახე აქაც მოუქში შედის შეხედენი ხა მოკლავს მონესი
Hooksy loses his face in a matter of seconds as well, and this round is coming up FaZe Clan.
Monesi with the freebie. Carrigan caught napping. Waiting for that rotational play to come in. Little did he know that Monesi is still in with a chance, and while Monesi is alive, there is a way forward.
ვაიმე ხა ეს რაუნდი რო წააგონი მის გამო რო კარიგანა მალა კალაშნიკოვი მისამ.
In the meanwhile, long flank from Nexa.
აი ესეც უნდა რეინეს თუ დააგდო. ვაიმე რა რაუნდ ტროლავენ ტიპები.
And Brokey stand between Monesi and a back-breaking
moment. Საიდან მოდის მაგზა აგერია შეჩემ GPS მიეს.
As Monesi nearly gets caught in transition. Nexa now though has an opportunity with this MP9 at range. He tries to spray, but he can't get any kills. And with Monesi on low hit points and no kit, it's such a value.
23 ლაიქი ძმებო 200-მდე არ დაგეძავთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ ლაიქებული და ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი, ბარემ მიარტყით ორივეს.
3-2.
Razer Instagram-ი არის აპინული. თუ გინდათ მანდაც დააფოლოვოთ Instagram-იც. სკინების გათამაშებები წამოვა ხოლმე მანდ.
And the players that were yet to find their footing in the first few rounds have come alive now, Vince. Frustration for G2 as well, shown on the face of Monesi. The concentration of FaZe on full display. The frags they found will have no impact overall. Forcing out a couple rebuys, sure, and slightly denting the economic bank. But they can buffer it and get themselves back in. Carrigan down on just the Mac-10. What's the change here? What's the difference for G2 in terms of the way they play it? Because they don't have utility.
They're
coming unstuck towards the early mid contact as well. They keep up a free frag. Past 2 rounds now, the opening pick has gone the way of FaZe because of that. The hero rifle on the hands of Monesi pushes down ramp for early contact, and they've got a bit of a read at least in terms of the opening positions from FaZe.
Yeah, look, I jumped to Surveillance Astralis
with such a distinct lack of weaponry and health on a couple of players. hoping maybe for a
Ertitolsi
phase
gets Gio,
overlook, a bit of a
Georgerovic.
mistake coming in
Vara,
from these
kai
plays.
Colli, bravo.
Drop an AK across.
Bravo, მშვენიერი ქოლი. უნდა ავიდნენ ახლა ბიზე უჯერ.
The difference between some of these players, the best in the world and the rest, is that they're able to carve a path out of nothing, to create opportunities where there doesn't seem like there's any really available. And that's where you're looking at Nico's Deagle. You're looking at that AK on the side of Monisi. But Rain has found himself tons of information.
Brightness-ი ასე, Black Equalizer-ი 12-ზე, Color Vibrance 12-ზე.
And that will be a third round to face. Very likely coming in. The question really is if G2 want to throw this AK away, and I really doubt it. I'd imagine that Monisi saves and the rest of the team try and bodyguard him. Maybe throw a couple of these pistols in for exit frags, but yeah, this is a done deal.
Huxi, Rashuashia, Huxi, bicho. Kariganam Darko.
And this will be a shooting gallery. You're all going to be peeking into Brokey with the backup of Frozen one by one. The frags all fall in favor of FaZe. And they get nothing. Zilch, nada from the round.
Pralike, me borasam. Давай. Sagol, bravo, ყველას.
Success on the mid push, but not to be found here. The gamble stacked towards the A site as well. It's a 50-50 chance in a round like that. You've only got the one weapon, so you're hoping to stack your players together and increase your odds of winning the round. Of course, FaZe went for the slow B play. Do take that one all the way to the bank. A timeout being used here, the first into the second map for G2.
You're in conversation with the rest of FaZe, and meanwhile G2
ეგეთი ორგანიზაცია არის
rattling off a couple of thoughts at the end there, but we are tied up so evenly spread. It was a super close start to once that second half came in, it was one-way traffic, and it was pretty much Nico and Monisi behind the steering wheel. We were both really looking forward to Ancient, though. I think it's
ანუ CS2-ში დაამუღამეთ რა მალ-მალე შეიცვალა ყველაფერი.
კავკასიასია მე დავიყო და ვიქნები მალე. As you're seeing firsthand, mollies and smokes tossed out, Hunter taking mid control. We've seen him do this a couple of times. One completely backfired, so he's not going to overextend.
FaZe იყო დომინანტი. მერე უცებ ის გაიჩიტა რა ქვია კომპლექსიტი. მერე ვიტალიტი. მერე ვინიგებდა. და ხო ვიტალიტი და მერე ის რა ქვია. პირიტი ახლა. ანუ რამდენი შეიცვალა უცებ CS2-ში. სად იყო იმაში რა ქვია ესე. გოუში. ერთი გუნდი რო დაიწყებდა დომინირებას, მე ვეღარ აჩერებდნენ. ის უნდა გაცხრილოს, მე ბას მოუყის უკან. აი, ნექსა ძმა CS:GO კი არ არის, ეს რა შვება, კარიგა რეებში წმობს.
So beautifully carved aside like Moses at the Red Sea.
ეს კარიგანას გადაეკეტა. საღოლ კარიგანას იმენა ტრაკი აქ იმენა მამაკაცია ჩემ. იმის ყვერები აქ.
He is now last man standing.
There
is no way forward for Monisi apart from through FaZe. And he's the kind of player that can make that happen, but Frozen will deny him the luxury and opportunity. Yeah, that hate shield into the smoke was delicious timing for FaZe, and the rest was just a formality at that point.
And Carrigan with confidence
to
have to deal with Vince. Continue to fight. He just runs in and abuses Hunter towards CT, makes the round look easy. Like you say as well, perfect play with the utility. And FaZe adapting. Looking quite dynamic on their T side. G2 coming unstuck as well because they haven't had the funds to support the utility. Scope in his hands. Stolen. Now being used against the very player himself. Peeks out, but Monisi still punishes. Hits the head on Brokey. To him to defend the site. The Deagle keeps on singing Vince. Frag after frag. He's holding back the wave. Not just holding it back, he's repelled it as well, Jackie. He's forced them away from the site. They're going to have to go back in. Now onto A instead, where Nexa is laid in wait with his 5-7. But Huxley's got a good read of the situation. They hear the flurry of volleys and smokes preceding the push.
მოგებულს ანუ ვინც მოიგებს შათვალეს სტიკერები ექნებათ. არა ბიჭო. აჰ, კიდევ კაი. ვაიმე, სად გადაარჩინა? იმათმა რა ქნეს თო?
Oh my goodness, that was incredibly close.
Oh, mate.
ერთი ლაიქი ძმება 200-მდე არ დაგეზაროთ. დავაი, ხოძე და არხიც გამოიწერეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი. დავაი. დავიძრათ 650-ისკენ. ორი კაცი გვაკლია 640-მდე. დავაი, ვინ იქნება ის ორი ბედნიერი 63 სანტიმეტრით იზრდება. კარგად, შერავ.
Fighting against one another. The 5th round is still phases. Round 9 goes live. Weapons to play with on either team. Full buys across the board. You've got the nade set you need to hold back the early play towards the B site as well. You can see G2, because of the way FaZe have been playing this, Vince, they're so much more paranoid about the possibilities of the fight towards middle.
How many times have FaZe relied on Rain to dig them out of a deep ditch? Very well played by him, but shouldn't have been required in the first place. That being said, though, does take the early damage. Through the cave wooden panels. Nico and Hooksy there. Oh, Carrigan takes a straight block again. Not necessarily, but 2 players already on the brink of death, and they haven't even seen a CT thus far.
Nade ricocheting round the corner into front cave,
It's
giving
not
away
the
audio cue and cutting noise for both Nico and Hooksy. The T's begin to set the precedent. The fact that they want to go for the execute on the B site. Timing of the Molotov is delicious though, Vince. It's going to burn them down into the final 25 seconds before they can commit to this play.
Prosto იქნება. Flash უნდა მოხდეს მონესის.
Too hot to handle, has to fall back.
დააწიეს,
He finishes him off. They would have heard the singeing sound of burning flesh and administered the mercy kill in the end.
Wow.
It's still alive. Had a very good performance in the first map.
Bro, კარგა, რასაკეთ PvP-ში მიქილასანტა ძმა.
He's going to have to go above and beyond. Oh, the barrel of that AWP is going to give Carrigan's position away all day, every day.
Spray control. Რა გინდა შეჩემა AWP გადადი რაიფზე.
Consecutive rounds with tons of impact and FaZe extend their lead to 6-3.
გადადი AWP-ზე კი არა და რაიფზე რა გინდა AWP.
Bode well for FaZe. Stepping up when it matters most.
Monesi now delivering.
Down to the wire again, Vince. Utility as well, giving them a big boon into that round. The Molotov usage towards cave on the site as well, forcing G2 into unfavorable angles and leaving them in this position. Just pistols to work with, other than the one. We've seen this previously. He gets a bit antsy towards the A play. He tries to jiggle it for contact and does get tagged. Brokey through the wall, strips some HP off him, but Nexa dashes the smoke and falls back.
It's a nice shot from Brokey. That's a fast reaction shot. Unfortunately, as you said, it wings him. It blows the elbow off of Nexa.
Alexas 13 kills.
Have the MP9. Can wield that with the one hand for now. No problems. What is the problem for G2 is that they're hemorrhaging rounds. And that momentum behind the wings of FaZe on Anubis is certainly here in full swing. Get aggressive out on catwalk.
Ninja, ყურებას არ ვიცი რომელ საათზე არის, 7 საათზე თუ არ დილით გავიგუძებ და ვუყურებ კი.
But it's typically
ცეტანტა მაინც საყიდელი მაქვს უკვე.
Late on in the round.
ეს იწყება ფორმულა 1 იწყება და დავითრევდი ბარემ ცეტანტას.
Any inches to work with, any fine margins. Timing on this is going to be crazy, Vince. They adjust their crosshairs. There was another man pulling up towards middle.
Carrigan off-roaded და snap-ი და ვაიმე, oi. Oh, Brokey, rush it,
unable to deliver the MP9. Good for one, but the 5-7 of Hunter claps back for another. Rain is continuing to be the beast for FaZe as he's making the difference round after round. Nico still alive, still activated, still healthy. If Hunter could allow to come in and clean up the rest, he's got one better than Nico could have hoped for. And Nico's position is still unknown. He's made no noise. But this is the 3rd round in a row that Rain is going to be required, and Nico's going for the full on defuse. Are you serious, Nico? The ice in this man's face, and he snatches it. Breaks the heart of Rain, breaks his back. Full 10.
The
Აცამიანი გაუსტიკა ბებერმა.
The stature we've
და
seen
კარ
in
რაც
this
უგათი დო
series,
ბომბი
the
არა.
play that he makes back on Anubis, being the backbreaker, this time strips away another rain round from FaZe. That's unbelievable, Vince. That's going to do so much for them and keeps them in a good position on their CT side now. 6-4, G2.
ჩაღო სათნახევაში 220 ლაიქი ძმებო. ბრავო. მადლობა ყველას.
The troops, I don't know what does, Jackie. That's got them right back into this half. In many ways, economically,
რა ხდება?
confidence-wise, raw rounds, and Nico decides he's done playing proactively around the mid portion of the map. He wants to get down this time. He's joined by Hooksy. Tons of teas behind the smoke, which is about to fade and gets replenished again by Nico. And that's going to waste a lot of time for FaZe here. And they also have pretty much no control over the map. Hunter's down on mid. You got Nexa looking into A main. They have a very good read of the situation.
Or Marta Sari formula.
They've been playing with the T's, making small audio cues, the dropped nades, the slight movement, trying to keep them trapped here for as long as possible. They know they have to clear towards the right side. They made that obvious by dropping the smoke across to Nico, so they'll force his peak first. There's two players playing together for the run-out. Meanwhile, they start to sell the idea that this is an A play. Nexa takes a ton of damage and loses his audio as they start to slip his way on the front of the site that he's slain, and you've still got that deep control. They're not going to bite and rotate off it, so they're able to hold it.
They're going to try and hold him here, but it's Hunter and Nexa that remain. Just seeing from Carrigan's perspective, trying to call from the grave, frozen with Brokey now coming through. Being tossed in this post plant. The spray on point from Frozen and snatches the life away from G2. The flank on point.
The 7th round.
დავაი, გუშინ 222 კაცი იყო რეკორდი სტრიმზე. დავაი, ხა 250 გავწუროთ მაგის დედას. მიდით. მოყარეთ ცხოველები, შემოიყვანეთ ყველა.
Ungodly in some of these rounds.
და სტრიმით არქი გამოიწერეთ ძმებო. 650-ზე ავიდეთ.
7-5.
გეტყვით ხა რამდენი კაცი გვაკლია 650-მდე. ჩვენ გვაკლია 12 კაცი 650-მდე. აბა ვინ იქნება ის 12 ბედნიერი ადამიანი?
Yeah, Nexus done a really good job as well. Although he's on 3 and 10, I know it looks pretty grim, but he's effectively been playing A alone most of these rounds. And his timing on these smokes, drawing out utility, cannot go unnoticed. It cannot go unchecked. It may go checked this round though, and Nexa still posts up 2 kills with an MP9 and keeps them
გარმევასება ხოლმე რა, 2 kills რო გაუკეთებ და ზადნავენ.
From Nexa that could have just secured them so much going into this round. Nexa now gets another couple, doing it all alone with a 4K. And although Brokey has been a man possessed, there are limitations to even his reach.
That's huge, man. The A anchor that sinks. Shutting it down with a masterclass towards the site and gives them going into the second half, Vince. If you get a pistol, it's a lot easier to bridge that gap.
Nexa is the reason that they have been really adverse to the idea of hitting A, because they eventually go there and he just single-handedly slaps them upside the head and forces them back. 7-5 the score though, as you highlighted, still incredibly close. But now it's FaZe's turn to get on that CT side. We know they love to play aggressive.
Instagram-ი არის აპინული. გადადით დამაფოლოვეთ Instagram-ზე. მან საინტერესო რაღაცებს დავდებ ხოლმე და თან კიდე გათამაშებები იქნება სკინების რო იცოდეთ. ამიტომ არ გამოგტოვოთ. მარტივად იქნება ძალიან რა. სურათ დავდებ რაღაცას და კომენტარებთ თქვენ. ასო რანდომ კომენტარს მითავარჩევ მე რა. სტრიმზე იმას ვიზახო, ნახავთ.
Sides are flipped though. And the second half pistol goes live. No
downtime here.
So momentum is going to be a big part.
Այս ռաունդի უნდა რა face რა։
Fighting for lane. Carrigan hits the head of Munisi.
Այխմարը Frozen
to the grave as he goes down with
Frozen
Nexer
არ
as
մոկուտե
well.
Frozen არ მოկუდე Frozen ვაი მე კაი ბიჭი იცოცხლე აი ესეთ მომენტებიდან უკან რატო არ იხევენ აი ადი რა თავის დროზე ძმა რო გეუნები თუ აი რატო ვერ ხვდებიან
in that pistol round and he's got 3 a hat trick again. And still tons of time left on the clock here, Jackie. They don't have to force either way in. They can try and wait to see if the CTs blink first.
Robs requests the rotation and Brokey begins to make his move back round through CT. 50 seconds on the clock. Nico curious about what positions are in play.
Opa, Robs
peeks into it.
აზრი არ
It's obliterating Nico with one though. Now it's all down to the fine margins. A 1v1, time to work with. He can cut noise and slow down the round. Rotates offense. Guaranteeing himself an opportunity to arrive on the A site and plant the bomb, forcing him to a 1v1 retake from Brokey.
Love the call. He's on 28 HP. His position is known. He knows if he wide swings the angle, one bullet in his neck, this now allows him to control how this 1v1 comes down. This is exquisite play from Nico. And it gives him a real chance to not just clutch this round, but to land the ace on top of it, and a round that G2 so desperately require. He's seen the script before with his full 10-second defuse. Brokey, he's not falling for it. He hears the sound cues. Brokey is Nico at his best.
Continues to deliver for G2. Nico has had everything in this series so far, Vince. He's had highlight smoke shots. He's had 10-second defuses. And now, to take the pistol, he gets himself an ace. He could do no wrong in this series. And G2 edge one step closer to potentially being able to qualify to the major in the space of 2 maps. A timeline that could very well become a reality if this continues. They spend their money, they buy their way back into the game. MP9's a scout and a deagle in the hands of Carrigan.
Oh, double stack up on the platform. Don't see that too often. I mean, MP9's tailor-made for these positions. You can understand fully why they've gone for it. They've seen the shadow of Munisi. The wide swing was not going to work, but you're not going to anticipate too. Unfortunately, Rain has fluffed his lines and hasn't really done much damage in the process. I mean, barely scratching the surface.
It's all going a little bit west. Brokey back round towards CT, fires off the scout shot, and they begin to pull the plug. They're backing off. You've also seen Nico move up towards Cave and finding the head of Carrigan. Might as well have just saved the round for them. The rest are now going to be baited to push into the awaiting arms of Munisi, still lurking towards A main, and Frozen falls. Brokey's scout vastly outnumbered, and the B bomb site given to G2.
Jasniato.
Will G2 also take the life of Brokey?
მაღალ ადგილებში რა დიხარ ხო კარგად უნდა ისუნთქო და ნესტორებით შესაბამისად ცოტა დიდი უნდა გქონდეს პატარა ის რა ქვია პროჭული რუსული ცხვირებით ვერ სუნთქავ კარგად რა ბიჭო
Additionally, Munisi is on the hunt. This round is going the way of G2 regardless. It is going to be a 7-7 score.
მილიონი რომ ქონდეს ოპერაციას მაინც არ გავიკეთებდი. მენა.
Just finalizing the situation on the side of FaZe. But this will be the alarm bells beginning to ring, I think, Jackie, in this situation. As you're getting a G2, there isn't just the Munisi show. Nico is shining bright on both maps. Nexa has done a lot of work as well. And Hunter may not have had his best game, but he's still on the server. And Brokey getting one could have just saved his own life. Oh, so close, but he is going to fall prey to Nexa in the end.
Frustrating stuff. Dejected faces. As the reality of the situation, the gravity of it all does start to kick in.
მილიონი რომ მომცენ გავიკეთებ. მაგრამ რანაირად შემომიბრუნა კითხვაზე ხარ? რო გავიკეთო და უკან დავიბრუნო შემიძლება თუ არა? Bye bye. Adriale, bro,
to get their lifeline going and get them straight back into the game. That's what you need, but they've got to build upon that. They're still well and truly up against it, Jackie. Yes, it's a feels-good moment. Yes, it's a tilter if you're Hooksy, but they still have tons of weaponry, loads of grenades. Do not allow yourself to get thrown off.
This one the ჩატარდეს კავკასიელებში. Ყველაზე კეხიანი ცხვირის ლიგა. უაჭარი სომხები მოიგებენ. არა, სომხები ძალიან რაღაცი ძალიან დიდი ცხვირები აქვს. ჩვენ არ გვაქვს, ეგეთი არ გვაქვს.
Molotovs tossed in, but considering 5.7s, Deagles, P250s are in play right
now. ეს რაუნდი რო გატროლონ ახლა და
წააგო. Smoke's going to begin to fade. Nico as ever in this best of 3 on point. Not missing a chance. Spray is good from Nico, and now the AK
რა გინდა ქნა? თავზე მოძალა არა.
Yes, you got the cheekies use kill, but that's all you're going to get out of this round. To the molly of Hunter and G2 extend their lead.
მაგარი სკინია. საუკეთესო სკინია ჩემთვის red line. მე არხი გამოიტესტრიმი დაალაგე 250 ლაიქს ავიდეთ. ნახოთ აბა რამდენი გვაკლია 650-მდე. აბა გავჩეკოთ.
7
უპა 640-ზე ვართ 10 კაცი გვაკლია. ვინ არის ეს 10 ბედნიერი? დღეს ვინც 650-ზე ამიყვანს 10 კაცი ვინც იქნება? რა ვიცი მავა. 500 ლარიანი კამაჯის ვაუჩერი. ყველას 500 ლარიანი კამაჯის ვაუჩერი VIP-ებთან მარტო. ტროლავენ უკვე რა, მაგარი აჭრილები არიან და დაერხა.
Rain, he was caught in the smoke for what would have felt like an eternity. Although Brokey does come back with one, the site has been pillaged. Brokey going to try and plant that flag back down again with the phase colors.
შემოbrunda უსებ ტროლი.
Two of them have done it
აი მე frozen.
The Hunters brought us back
არა ბომბი საიტში აქვს ხო?
15 on the clock, but they've lost possession of the bomb. They could maybe fake out an over rotation.
აი ბიჭი ბროკი რა რაუნდს აძრობს, გეუნები რა იფრით სამაშებეთ კი შეჭემა არ გჯერო.
The heads up play from Brokey. It makes a world of difference.
კარგად შერავახ რა ხო ხოძე. მაგრად ძალიან კარგად.
He's got to get the bomb. He's got to find a pathway into the bomb site and they can
არა ბიჭო, აღარ წააგოთ, ჰუქსისთან არ წააგოთ, არ გამაგიჟოთ. საჭირო რაუნდია, ძალიან მშვიდები. რო შენც გაქნეიდი, რო რამე შეუგდე, შენც მოსვიცავ.
Time is ticking, pressure's mounting. They've got a crossfire set up on this one with Rops on the off angle as well, and there is no good opportunity for G2 to make an easy move back into this round. Time is ticking. It seems like
არა ეს რაუნდი მაინც ცუდი არის ფეიზისთვის, იმიტომ რომ ძალიან ცუდ ფულზე რჩებიან და.
And Hooksy knows the economy.
აუ ჰუქსიმ თუ გაკლაჩა დავიძმო, ამათი ყოფილა ეს თამაში და ამათი დედა წვატირე რა. ეს ბროკი უნდა დაინახოს.
It would have been huge for G2, but FaZe can breathe a collective sigh of relief. As they've tied us up even again. And of course, G2 with a 13-8 victory on Anubis are just a few steps away from booking their
ტურნირი ეს მეიჯორი როცა არის ხოლმე მე სულ ისე ვარ ხოლმე პასიურობ ხოლმე თამაშის მხრივ რა იმიტომ რომ სულ უყურებ ხოლმე ძალიან მაინტერესებს იმიტომ რომ ერთადერთი ტურნირია სადაც იმენა ყველა მაქსიმალურს დებს რა 18 ლაიქიც მე 250-მდე არ დაგეზარდ
There doesn't see much airtime in CS2's current form. But for it to be the third and final map of this particular series, the storylines would be there in droves.
Oh, ეს კარიგანა ძმა ტროლავს, რა შვები, შეჩემის გადანგრეულო, რა არის. ორი რაუნდია ზეთიზე დენტრის აძლევ. თუ ბლეად რა როგორ მეზიზღება რა ხან და ხა გებილი რა.
How many times has Nico just run up ramp and got the first pick? It's outrageous. Some protocols need to be changed, maybe a couple of extra HEs early on to stop this from happening. But the rot continues to spread as Nico
კარიგანას გააჯამებინეთ რა მართლა რა.
Of the FaZe clan players. And just in a couple of moments, FaZe have been destroyed again. And their A site has to be the sanctuary for the save. But Nico just chilling. 18 kills, the guy just can't miss right now.
And like you say, they can get away with murder for absolutely free. No one's backstabbing.
Რას ნიშნავს ტროლავს და ძალით როცა აგებენ თამაშს რა. სერიოზულად რო არ ეკიდებიან.
They're giving them an entry point.
Yeah, it's coming.
G2
ეწყინება.
not missing a beat in terms of hitting their shots are going to take that every damn day.
ეს სამი მაპის ყურება მინდოდა და.
One round, Vince, that's all it is. One round. But for the way this game is going right now, something has to change for fans.
რეკორდი მეტი არის, მაგრამ 2024 წლის რეკორდი არის 2023 კაც.
Ruthless aggression from Nico though. I mean, it's great to see, you know, over the duration of the last few months, we've seen Nico maybe lose some confidence, lose that extra pep in his step, lose that extra initiative to go for the peak where the old Nico would have. We're seeing him again, man. And the results speak for themselves. He's cracked open his sight multiple times by himself.
Oh, მაგით იმარჩება. ფეის ხო ბალეში ყოფენ და ისინი ეუნებიან ყვირიან რა. მიზას მიიტანენ. ესენიც ეტყვიან და ის მერე იქ ისვრის და საკლავს გამ.
A huge legacy behind him, but the future that could be ahead of him, Vince. Turning up, showing us that it's still there. It's still possible. He is leaving FaZe in a waking nightmare. And it's the fact that the rest of the team is able to support him as well. Game finally goes live once again, but you can see FaZe. Sure, they had time to talk about it and figure out what needs to change, Vince, but you're working with a broken buy. Few hero weapons, limited utility, and then just pistols for the rest.
The other problem as well, of course, is if you end up stacking into your next rifle round, a lot of investment with HEs and Molotovs onto ramp, and this time Nico decides to go mid or A, you've expended so much. It's almost like he's conditioning FaZe at this point to fear the Reaper. But the Reaper, of course, is omnipresent, as is Karrigan, it would seem. IGL on IGL action, although Munacy will make sure that there will be no brains behind the operation, continuing in terms of brute force.
I mean,
meanwhile, though, walks his up ramp and he's going to get the same results, but he does get traded back. 3-on-3.
Drops on the box, plays the off angle. Flashbang out through cave, it'll blind Hunter, but too little, too late. He breaks the back of Brokey. You outnumber them. It's a tag, Vince, but he's still standing and can deny this push onto the side. Slow down the retake with the utility frozen. Wielding the AWP, misses the initial headshot. Rob's good for one. And it's all now. He's got to get the reload off. 35 seconds on the clock, flashes over the top.
Oh, Nico, rotating
and going for a different maneuver. He's cut sound and he's running through middle. The timing on it is the important part. Frozen misses the opportunity, Vince.
But he's at least seen Nico. He knows what's coming up now. There's no doubts in his mind. Nico's going to go for the full plan. Zero respect for the potential wide swing. And there's the headshot from Nico. Once again rotating and so calm. Kind of rolls his eyes in relief. But the man has got it done once more.
He keeps winning these rounds. He keeps making such a difference for G2. And the tiniest of adjustments, Vince. You look at the timing when both of them sprint towards middle. It's one of those where it happens so many times. You see the AWP hit that shot, deny the round. Instead, Nico surgically removes the head and puts them only 3 rounds away from being the first team to make it the Copenhagen Major.
HooXi so aggressive through the myriad of mollies and smokes. Being planted down on catwalk. This time Munacy's vision has been skewed by the smoke. But HooXi showing no signs of slowing down. And that is going to take a little bit of the defense over on BOA. You can see the adjustment they've made. Tons of smokes and mollies tossed down onto ramp, but it doesn't leave them much in return now. 1 minute and 15, 2 smokes and a HE remain.
They're being battered by the nades.
They've not
really got anything to battle back. What is being done to FaZe? And HooXi creeps in through the cave, slays Karrigan. Munacy already scoped, finds the adjustment as Brokey's gone. Back to it's only going to get worse as the time ticks.
And they seem to have a good read of the situation. They anticipate a 3-player stack. They know there's more than enough time, ample opportunity for rotation to already nestle itself onto the site. So Nico taking no prisoners and taking no chances. Takes the head of rain and shoves it away from the side.
Oh, imena, სახესაძრობენ ძმო. დუელი ვერ მოუგეს ტიპებს თო.
His only mission is to save his orc. Any prospects of the round were long gone, thrown into the wind and briskly forced away. So G2 will have an 11-8 lead, Jackie. I don't think many people would have given a chance to win this best of 3.
9 ლაიქი გვინდა 250-მდე არხიც გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოტერილი და პლუს ინსტაგრამი არის აპინული ძმებო. მაგ ინსტაგრამზე გადადი დააფოლოვეთ, სკინებს გავათამაშებ ხოლმე მაგ აკაუნტზე.
Looking like a team, Vince, a collective effort. And another step closer to finishing this story, closing the book, completing their run here at the PGL RMR.
Man, Taz must be
ძალიან მინდა რა, მესამე მაპიტო რა მექნა, სეიზმა, კარიგან რამე შეჩემა, ჰა?
Just observing his team.
ქოლი გაადრე რამე.
A well-oiled machine of murder at this point. I mean, FaZe are getting butchered on this off. It's been pretty straightforward.
შური იცია რა. ჯიორმა იცია შური იმენა, ორი დროლი წააგო კატოვიცეზე, ხა ორი დროლი უძებს. ჯერ არ მაქვს იმედი დაკარგული მე. ჯერ მაქვს მაინც იმედი.
FaZe have that opportunity. We know they have that potential. They've shown us countless times. This is going to have to be another one though.
მოდის თამაშობ დონკას 19-ში იქნება წესი დონკას.
3-0 winner to the Copenhagen major. Let's see what they have up their sleeve.
You need that resilience. But more than that, you need a change of pace. You need some nades as well, Vince. They've gone for the SMGs, but they don't have the utility to hold back G2. And with the way they're set up deep inside of A main, this could go wrong quite quickly. Next up, spam down, but Monasi up close, wields the AWP like a shotgun and blows away Rops. A missed Molotov. And one by one, they fall. FaZe. Their hopes and dreams lie on Brokey with just a deagle in his hands.
He's about to peek into Nico.
4 რაუნდი ხა არც ისეთი შეუძლებელი არაა რა.
2 and 12 for Monasi. It is no longer a solo effort on the side of G2 and they have 4 chances, 4 opportunities to book their spot in the major.
They can do it in 2 maps. They can do it right here, right now, and finish the job. FaZe, no room for error. The buys brought to the table. They have utility this time. And look at the posturing, Vince. G2 will go for all-out aggression on the A side. Rops must deny it with the AUG.
To play one in this position right now would be him.
მადლობა კაცი რომ მაინც მოკალი. კაი ნეიდი რა. ახლა თუ პიკავ.
Returns the favor. Up trained to perfection. And now next needs to wide swing in. Carrigan stands his ground, drops the ball and gets a second. Giving a life.
გაეხსნა 30 ტიტულის მოხუც.
A missed shot from Monasi. And the problems
are
creeping in. Not giving up control of this game for free.
აი ეგრე ბიჭო. მუხტი მინდა დავაი. რა ხდება გიო და რავი, ოფლიანობა მიდის აგერ.
They're hoping it's one of many, Jackie. And if they can continue to connect the dots like that, they have every chance of making it a reality. G2 are brought back to reality. It's not done just yet. They can't overlook this FaZe squad. Nice initial frag from Rops, but it was that double from Carrigan and Donut spilling the bomb down that was the difference maker.
And those are the rounds.
Oh, man, why me?
The tenure, the experience.
Sačeda, pauza. Backup, guys.
And now.
Manam komerciuli ჭრა არის ძმებო. ტრემი დავალაიქოთ 60 ლაიქს გავიდეთ. არ დაგეზარო, ტარხი გამოიწერეთ. აბა ვნახოთ რამდენი გვაკლია 650-მდე. ბავშვობაში აი, თქვენ თავს ფიცავალი ხა 218 კაცი ხო ხართ იმენა. ბავშვობაში აი, პატარა რო ვიყავი, ბაღში რო შემიყვანეს. აი რომ კითხავდნენ რომ აი რამდენი subscriber-ი გინდაო რა YouTube-ზე, აი რამდენი სინატრეფო რა, ვეუნებოდი 5650 მეტი და. ამისრულეთ ოცნებათო. 10 კაცი რა არის, რა ვერ გამოგიწერია თო.
There may be another couple twists and turns in this story yet.
არა ძმა. არა, ხუცას როგორ არ დაუჯერებდი კაცო.
On all fronts. One to remember for fans of Counter-Strike across the globe. But a game that means so much for the 10 players that are in front of you. Their legacy, their hard work, the blood, sweat and tears, the hours dedicated for that opportunity, that chance to snatch the crown of the first CS2 major, to be there in appearance. Comes down to these games, these rounds. Round 22 goes live.
Oh, these players have made so many sacrifices to be in this position in the first place. Means the world to each and every one. And of course the coaches as well behind them. Interestingly, Neo against Taz, all teammates. But in the here and now, Huxi has pushed up on the catwalk side and frozen. Spills his blood down there and retrieves the kill. And it's a clean kill at that, you know. A flashbang out, Frozen goes for the replay, but he is stuck between players. Nico is going to punish him for
დებილია რა ეს Frozen-ა რა ამაზე კაი მოთამაშე თუ არ ვიყო დებილი ვიყო ამასაც გაუფლეშე და დავიდა.
But Brokey has been the only one that can slow down the AWPing superstar of Monassi in this round. He's removed, blown away by the AWP of G2, and it all falls onto the last two members.
Patrolis მაგივრად ბიჭო მიზანი მოხსნა ტიპმა ესეთი დებილი რა ვიცი მაო.
Tarragon typically comes alive in these moments, but he's been put to his death by Hunter, and that leaves Rops now with so much pressure, so much to do. Yes, he's got the first pick, but it's one of the hardest areas in Counter-Strike to burst out from. He at least has the smoke and flash to dart back into. Time is low, and Hunter shuts him down. G2 2-0 against FaZe and secure their spot at the major. The first team in CS2 history to qualify for the major.
პირველები გახდნენ. ეგ დამავიწყდა. პირველი გუნდი გახდა ისტორიაში CS2-ის, ვინც მეიჯორზე გავიდა. CS2-ის ისტორიაში.
To finally get his hands on the one trophy that's evaded him. We couldn't have asked for a better series, but a 2-0 with G2 writing the history books.
Thank you, Jackie and Vince. You are absolutely right.
G2
first team qualified through to the first ever Counter-Strike 2 major. Blair and Pimp, that was a fantastic series.
დავაი, მოიმარაგეთ. მოიმარაგეთ რაღაცეები და ჩაუჯექით ამ თამაშს. დავაი, 15 წუთში იწყება. მოიმარაგეთ სასმელი, საწმელი, რა კი არ ვიცი, ეს უნდა მორჩეს best of 3 არის. მაქსიმუმ 3 საათი გაიწერეს. კარგი, 10-ამდე უნდა მორჩეთ.
I think almost all of us were pretty much sure that we're going to be going to map number 3. And if you look at the first half, you know, G2 they won the first 3 rounds, the pistols and the conversions, and then FaZe went on a bit of a tear. 7-5, you're thinking if you face 7 rounds on a T side, you're feeling comfortable. It's your mapping. Around, and then boy.
Ansi როგორ არა აქვს. Quality თამაშებენ best of 3-ს კიდე. ამათ ფატახეს წააგე, ეს ვისთან წააგეს Fnatic-თან. შეიძლება აი ამათ ეთამაშონ ხო? არა, ამათ არა. აი, კარჩი, ამ Fnatic-ს ეთამაშებიან, ან Kois, ან Eternal Fires, ან Bad Booms, ან ამათში წაგებულს. Კარჩი, ამას, ან ამათში წაგებულს ეთამაშებიან ხვალ FaZe. მეთ მაგის ნახო ხო შეგვიძლია. ბოლო თამაშია ხო? ეს FaZe. ეს ვერ მორჩა? საწყლები ბიჭო ესენი გაჭირვებულები, ჩემი ნიპი გავარდა ტურნირიდან. რა ცუდი გუნდია თო. რა ცუდი გუნდია ჩემ.
Last place of the EU RMR, the Ninjas in pajamas with 8 rounds over 2 maps. Completely disheartened.
ბოლოზე გავიდნენ ბიჭო ტიპე. შეხედე, ბოლოზე გავიდნენ, ყველაფერი წააგეს. გამონოქერტი კიდე, გამონოქერტი. გავარდა ჭუჭუტრიკა ხეკ. გასპამოთ ბადრიჯნები ძმებო. 1.15-20 ბადრიჯანი გაუსპამოთ ჭუჭუტრიკას რომ მოიხოდო შემდეგი მეიჯორისთვის. Eternal Fire უწევს face. არ გახსოვს. CS2 ხო, პირველი გუნდი, რომელიც 0-3-ზე გავარდა CS2-ის ისტორიაში. ვაიმე. აი 10 წუთი რამეს უყურე. აგერც მოვა. ეს voice comment-ით არის. voice comment. არა, დრაკენ 1-6 არასდროს არ მითამაშია, მარტო ზომბებს თამაშობდი ხომ. წავედით, 7 კაცი გვაკლია 650-მდე. ოკეი. ავკლაჩებ. აიმე, მადლობა 263 ლაიქს. კაი თამაში გველის წინ 20% და ისიც კაი თამაში წავა. ნავი. რა ბიჭო, 25 წუთით რატო გადაწიეთ? ხო შოფელს აღლებო თქვენ. 25 წუთი რა ვაკეთო? აი თქვენი დედავადირე, კაი აგერ უყურებ იმას. სლენდერას ხო ბექა ქვია. ნახოთ აბა მაქარა როგორ მოხდა.
მოგესალმებით, დავბრუნდით მომდევნო ვიდეოთი სლენდერბიემ დრაივზე და ლანსელოტას კოლოსალურ მოხდვაზე. ყველას კიდევ ერთხელ უღრმესი მადლობა ასეთი მხარდაჭერისთვის და ასეთი გამოხმაურებებისთვის ვიდეოებზე. მადლობა ჩვენს გენერალურ სპონსორ Elite Mobis, რათა არსებობს ეს ვიდეოები. Elite Mobis-ში შეგიძლიათ შეიძინოთ ორიგინალი ამერიკული და უმაღლესი ხარისხის ტელეფონები. ლინკი აღწერაში იქნება. უნდა გადახვიდეთ და ნახოთ მათი პროდუქცია, რადგან არ ინანებთ. ლანსელოტაზე ყველა ვიდეო გადაღებული არის Elite Mobis ტელეფონით. მე ვიყენებ Galaxy S21 Ultra-ს. ლინკი აღწერაშია და აბა თქვენ იცით. დღეს ახალას ვაკეთებ. დღეს ბევრს ვერაფერს ვერ მოვასწრებ.
დონკას ვიდეო ვნახო. მე დონკას ვიდეო ვნახოთ Switch. დონკ. მოდი FPL-ი რო ითამაშა, ეგ ვნახოთ. რომელი ვნახოთ? ეს გუშინ ეს ვნახოთ, გუში რო კლაჩი. ეს რა ამას უყურებდით გუში რა კლაჩი მოიგო ტიპმა ბიჭო? ამას შეხედეთ. შეხედეთ პროსტო როგორ ისვრის. საიტის კაც ნახე რას უზავს ახლა. საიტის კაც რას უზავს შეხედე. საიტის კაც რას უშვება.
Где наш здоровяк? Ждем. Стай, отбился, ебать. Это что?
Акари ты пьяч.
Как же ты срезал эти углы, блядь, без шансов? Как раз от подвала. Нет, лопик монстр. 3 монстра.
Гауглиджес башка.
Ебаш их.
ეს ის არის, რა ქვია? просто ისა. ლობას ვიდეოა?
No. Okay, don't last game you ace pistol. Now you okay.
I did ace on T side, bro. It's CT side.
You want Thomas?
No, I suck. You wanna force? No, I'm trolling. Can you boost me?
Yes. I'm your slave this game.
Багарста адепс.
Unlucky. Блять, куда он встал? Ебаный. Всё, ладно.
რა ტიპია ჩემი, როგორ უნდა გეზღებოდეს ეგ, რა საყვარელი ტიპია. ეს მაუზების ტიპი არის, მე რომ ეთამაშებოდა გემ.
Baba, can you say for rope?
I wanted to drop the kid on M4.
Oh, Magna Jazout, Magna Jazout.
No, trust me, bro, trust me. You need practice, come on. Just buy armor and you go. Come on, I believe, bro, let's go.
Блять, что за хуйня у нас? У меня тип просто через бедность играет.
Подержи в миду. Давай. Флэш?
Кто это избьет? Игрок убьет.
Тауში როგორ
Playground, one dinked.
ავაკრეებს უშვება მე
Да,
ტიპებს.
где мне здесь Сэмка фраги найти, блять? Красный, Кирилл, красный. One more mid, low HP. One more mid, low HP. Вот этот красный, по идее.
Nice.
Всё, хорошо.
Last middle, guys. Can be
Okay,
banana.
left long. No, I have banana. Boom.
Yeah.
He's not pushing, not pushing.
Каждый раз, когда мне оба дропают...
არა, აქ ძალიან მაგრად უთამაშა მე, მოიცადე. უყურე გუშინ და აი დასწავლად ისევად.
Nice one, Woba, nice one, Woba.
კონსოლში ჩემნაირად რო წერს clears.
Good job. What the fuck, bro? Типаж над бананом есть. Ну, ебать.
Тут NHP, guys.
Я иду хуярец.
Can be toilet switch out.
ნუ აქ მაგრად გაწიხავ.
Two banana.
Banana.
Ебать.
რა სიგინება ჯიკარ.
Ладно, эта карта просто худшая вообще в мапуле.
I'll pick long. Dead AK long. Nice. One more long.
ვიცი, ნახეთ გუში ქართველი რო.
I'm gonna push banana through the smoke.
Do it. I leave you, Loba.
One toilet, dead. I'm 1 HP, I think long.
They was waiting.
რა ვიდეო ბეკას.
Bob.
Ой-ой-ой.
Planting.
I pushed one of you.
He's behind the Xbox.
Nice.
He was planting behind the Xbox.
Woba, I think I should drop you, not you me.
Not you me.
Play with you then simple. Come on. I believe in you.
Nice attitude, nice.
უყურებ მაგას მაპები რომ მორჩება ნავის.
Last night with simple.
ან შუაში სადღაც.
With you, I'm already at 5 right.
Nice, bro.
He was pressuring you, I think now you're pressuring long.
True. I need to stop.
Nice, thank you.
But you know how he pressures me like this?
Stupid idiot. Why you laughing? You're playing dumb.
ნახე რა დაპალია სიმპლ რეებს ვაზი.
What are you doing, bro? Why?
რა ჩათლახი არსება ბიჭო.
Эти гранаты. Монстр выпускает.
არა, ვაზე არა.
Зиг вышел.
25 წუთში.
Мне флеш дали.
რა ვაზე ბიჭო კიდე გადაწიეს არ გამაგიჟოთ თო. არა, კაც 20 წუთში იწყება. რა ვაზე.
Водя может давить. Мост. Я пантал молик. Слева от хуя пикать.
Оба, ари.
По воде пушит. По воде. Вместе, ребят. Отлично, хорош. Yeah. I need to farm some eco, you know?
На бцеке ты, по-моему.
I need eco.
ნახე.
Running
ის
short.
დაამუღა მე რომ ნახე.
Picking short dead.
სუ დადის ტიპი შეხედე, სუ დადის.
Nice, one under. I'm blind.
Yeah, one inside under. What are they doing? One monster and one under. Yeah. Don't see monster. I'm gonna kill him.
ნახე.
Con dead.
სუ დადის, ანუ არ ჩერდება ერთ ადგილზე დაამუღა.
I'm pushing mid for info. Playground. Ебать, он потный. No, con. Close con, in front of con.
5 HP, they smoke CT.
Could be a monster contact. Yeah, con.
ნახე იმასაც თავში რო გაარ.
Dinked 1 HP. Bля.
Pushing short a lot.
Ой-ой.
აი.
Okay, I will try. They can only go CT.
მე გამოკაუნტერებულია ტიპი.
One more 10 HP. Они все к тебе остальные ушли, по идее. Monster, one more, I think, you heard. Yeah, monster. Last 10 HP.
Nice, Woba.
I got 3 kills.
11 HP lost.
Good damage.
Nice, Woba. Nice.
You know, my new video is going to be on top fragging with Donkin.
Oh, nice. You saved
Nice.
it for Donk. It's very
They hate it.
No. You're top frag in this
I
game.
don't know how to play it.
No, you know.
M4 is my main, please.
Можно это раскидать?
Врач,
Я
чел.
пойду заберу ПГ.
You need to listen to older people. I'm 40 years
Если
old.
сможешь,
Окей. Sorry.
Да,
One
трак.
track.
Bank. Inside bank. Bank dead.
Nice, one more track.
I'm all as well.
აი ამას ლექსო ვერაფერს ვერ უზავს.
Shrink tag.
Can be smoke.
Bank dead.
All block. Забрал.
Monster.
ნახე რა შეობა ტიპი.
Monster Zig.
ეხა ნახე რა კლაჩს იგებს პროსტა ტიპი.
Малик, я сидим, Малик. Один зик, один без инфа. Налево вышел.
Bro, we are witnessing the new simple.
The new simple.
Fuck. You can't lose with this kid. He's winning with the Neon team. That's impossible to win with the Neon team, guys. What? Bro, we can't, bro. What?
One going up.
We need to charge. Monster dead.
Nice, one more player.
Ебать, анвак, я в ахуе.
Short. Еще сивихи.
One HP life.
10 HP.
I'm Alexo.
Инти, бро, инти.
Alex counter стаба, чтоб tu просто წერმა კომენტარებში.
Chill, bro.
Нет, монстр.
Детского убил, я убегаю. One more AC should be.
Second molly. 3 towards middle, guys.
Не, это фейк. Он один тип кинул, два молика. Dead mid. It's not A player, one more A player, Сиюхи.
They were a lot of towards A.
Жди банан.
Water last.
Yeah, I will clear. Yeah, sharp, dead.
Nice, good job, good half. Go first, I have nades.
One toilet dead. One dead. And one more A side, he was flashing, I guess. I hope. Knock over. Dead.
Flash on first, второй даю.
За иксам, ребят. Я забегаю. За иксам убил, тачка. Ебать, Абдул строго.
Abdullah magari katsi. Abdullah ქვია იმას Dexter-ას, ხო?
Flash and molly. Connector is clear, guys.
Не, я дам, Кирилл, я дам уже.
Wait, I smoke bank. I smoke.
I'm molly.
Throw him.
I'm with you, Lobby, let's go.
One more low banana, low.
Banana dead.
Maybe one more.
Nice.
Kalash.
Senzo.
Mid last.
Go.
No gun.
Middle. Can you take bump? I'm holding. Ой.
Ой.
Time to shine.
Take AK, bro.
No. Chill. Какой легкий клатч для него. Nice, bro. Perfect clutch. Outplayed. Too smart.
I smoke heaven. I'm flashing out monster.
Bridge dead. I don't see close anyone.
They're playing heavy.
2A.
Ukurt აქვს ბიჭოს მიზანი ესე.
Here I am. 1 HP, guys. 1 HP. Ебаш его сдаем. У него 1 хп. Хорош.
Короче, ეს დაიკიდეთ ეს donk. Ace pistol. აი, ამას უყურეთ.
Big middle after molly.
ანუ ამას უყურებ Lexo შენ და მე ვუნები რომ Fame-ა უკეთესად ისურის. აი, მოდი უყურეთ აბა.
I'm jumping out.
შეხედე.
I smoke temple, it's gonna be a bit late.
Cave 1 HP.
Temple smoke a bit late.
1 HP right side. Back side. Dead. Back side 1 HP. Behind that. Default back side. Dead.
Behind mid pushed.
Cave. Go kill cave.
Cave and below.
Cave dead.
Last below.
It's my ace, guys.
Oh yeah. Don't play game. У тебя было 5, блять, просто. Guys, let's go. 3 below.
Minashi nagravia.
Rotation is pretty decent. Problem is, look where Zershin is. He's already in CT and catches Magic's off. It's now Donk 1v4 it would be. Big swing. There goes Frozen, but now only 18 HP to spare. Torgy has the line, but that's what you do when you hold angles. You get pre-fired. That's the biggest advantage, and that's going to force Torgy into the open.
No.
It's Donk versus Zershin. Surely not. Creeping forward, now 3 HP to spare as more shrapnel comes firing through. Zershin knows he must be 1 bullet from death at this point. But of course, Donk has this defuse kit. Can he play the mind games? Can he play the fake? It's planted pretty open, which makes it very hard. But now he's put Zerge down to 4 HP. It's 3 versus 4. Donk, he's managed to do it. He's got enough time, has he? It's going to be so close. He's done it. And Team Spirit reached 15 in a
Marta Shermishode.
Def убил. Единиц. Пох. Def убил. Единицу. Какой я строгий. Я играю просто.
როგორ თამაშობს ესე იცით? დარწმუნებული ვარ, იმენა არანაირი შიშის გრძნობა არ აქვს ახლა ტიპს კაუნტერში. ხონერად ბიჭო ესე როგორ უნდა ითამაშოთ, ვერ ხვდები. იმენა როგორი თავდაჯერებული უნდა იყო, რომ აი ესე პიკავთ. იმენა თავში ესრე ტიპებს.
Я играю просто. Убил, я играю дальше. Он убил.
Направо шаг сделай, пожалуйста.
Вижу нихуя на миде.
Убил.
Еще раз, давай еще раз.
Который убил.
Дай буст.
Навик плохо уйдет, парни.
А вот так. А вот так. КТ у вас, КТ. КТ уже пробил.
მებო, რა სიმპლა დამანებით თავი. ნუ ადარებთ სიმპლა არის AWP-შნიკი. AWP. აი ესე რო ზიან და 24 საათი რო ზუმავენ, ეგ სხვა იარაღია. დამანებით თავი, ტო. ნუ იცახით, ნუ წერთ AWP იმაზე სიმპლაზე ნურებს. ნუ ადარებთ ამას სიმპლას. ეს არის entry frag, სხვადასხვა როლი არის. კაუნტერში ყველა ერთი ტიპი ნუ გონიათ. ყველას თავისი როლი აქვს.
Лавку убил. Под ковром, скорее всего.
Не знаю, Джангл вроде.
Кон еще один аек.
Выбежал мид.
Воду убил.
У тебя шары есть.
Я пикать иду.
Давай.
Шары. Убил.
Еще один мид.
Я мид смотрю. Убил мид. Я за ганом пробую. Еще мид.
Еще шары. Я без
взял ган.
Ту мид.
Ваш шары.
Ебать, батя.
Он ган должен брать ямку слева.
Хорош, подхилил.
Ебанулся.
Дал. Храм за иксом. Храм убил. Ебать, отец.
არ შეგეწინააღმდეგებით მებო, სიმპლა უკეთესი ის არის, რა ქვია, აიმერია.
Undercon. Что это такое?
ამნაირი მე არაფერი არ მინახავს, მაო. არაფერი არ მინახავს ამნაირი. ესე ზუსტად, ესე სუფთად. ვინმე ჰეჩოც არ ყავდეს, ესე სუფთად კლავდეს კაც.
Танца на пас.
Полими палас.
Головой пикает. Стерс. Фаер. Это пиздец, ты что, ебанулся, что ли? Совсем я тебе сейчас запреток накидаю на стрим.
Maybe they out. А, пас, не? Ох, ебать набрел.
Не вижу улицу. Улица Авик.
Подушил смачок. Убил авик. Не вижу улицу. Не наблюдаю, наблюдаю улицу. Убил улицу.
Один на будке. Я троллить пошел, парни. Теперь мой черед.
Давай, Лень, ради закрыть.
Не надо, Леня, пожалуйста. Могу флеш дать?
Не надо. Дань, слева
Всё,
можешь меня
хорошо.
убить.
Могу тебя убить.
Не
Что
отпускаю.
перестал?
Я отпустил, сайт убил. Еще убил.
Поубивай их хотя бы.
Ты чё такое?
ეს რო ყავს ბიჭო გუნჩი როგორ უნდა წააგო? მაპიკი არა, რაუნდი როგორ უნდა წააგო?
Oh my god.
ესეთი რამე მე არ მინახავს მე ბო არასდროს.
На флеш.
Я на Б смещаюсь.
НС, go играть. Я прохожу бенч, не вижу окна. Хорош. Лази. Найс. It's time.
Да, стоп.
If they run out for smoke.
Oh my, oh no.
Please.
Найс, один.
I love dunk.
Я готов.
Кидай.
Блять.
Я могу.
Дал.
Дико бил.
Бэчелор приходит. Полковник один. Ой, грязь.
Simple универсалия, окей. Он то სხვა რამე.
Опа, бэшка упала.
Ебать, мне снесли.
Заебли. Я иду ебать их. За мной. А. Хорош, донка. Ковры должен быть.
Дай.
არა, ამისნაირად თუ ერავინ ვერ ისვის, რამდენიც გინაიტირეთ და იწუწუნეთ კომენტარებში, ანუ აზრი არ აქვს, ნუ ადარებთ ნუ ავის.
Куда ти пропал?
ესეთი ენტრი ფრაგერი.
Забей фейк, походу. Не, я видел. Хорош, last kitchen.
აი, ამ კიდია რუსია თუ რა არის, კაცო, კაუნტერს თამაშობს, იმას ხო არ აქვს.
Ой, как регает жестко с этим пингом. Подзик пачку.
Я с тобой. Я пикую.
ბიჭო, თან დაანწყნა. ნახე აქ რამხელა პინგი თამაშობს, შეხედე 90 პინგი თამაშობს თავის სახლიდან. მაინც სახესადრობდა ტიპებს.
Я с тобой. Я пикую.
Убил. Это моя. Убил.
Найс. Давай, ебаш. На. Бенч. Слева.
ბევრად კაი სასროლია CS2, ბევრად კაი სასროლია. ბევრად კარგად ისვის CS2-ში ეს. და ბევრად დაიხვეწა იმენ.
Сколько у него хп?
და რა კაი იყო, რას გავს შეხედე ბიჭო.
Джангл стран.
რევაზა არა, ის მოუგებს რა თქმა უნდა.
Вот что он делает, боже. Хорош.
აი ეს 5 წუთში იწყება გავთიშდეს. უურთ. ის ხომ აქ? ო, ის გამომიტანი. მადლობა და ვერ მოუგე, მაგრამ რეივენ დუელი არ წამიგია რა. მე უფრო პლუსში დავში დუელების. გავდეთ მაგ ვიდეოს, ეგ ნახ.
Welcome back everybody to the PGL
სანამ ეს დაიწყება, მანამდე მე შევჭამ ძმებო.
RMR, I should say.
თან ვილაპარაკო ცოტა.
Group A too, yes. All right, everybody, welcome back. We've got our first team going to Copenhagen. It's G2, and now it's time to find out who will be joining them. Virtus Pro or NAVI. My name is Parla. I'm still your desk host. I'm still joined on the desk this time. Pimp for the Romaniac. He's back.
Hey, how's it going? The Romanian. I gotta say, I love the way you point at the camera. I was like, "Dah!"
Let's try and give it a little bit of spice, you know?
Yeah, I should implement some of that, some bit more movement in the desk.
Oh, okay.
Hey, how's it going?
That is something.
You guys had a good time. You appreciate the game?
Yeah,
that was a
great game. Really nice. That was a fun game. Really nice. I was going to say best of 3, and it technically was, but it was a 2.
შენიერ გუნდშია ძმა, არ უნდა სხვა გუნდი.
I know, but it just sounds wrong to say it when it happens.
გინდა გითხრა რატო არის მაგარ გუნდში? იმიტომ რომ ტიპებს ერთმანეთი ევასებათ, ხვდები? ყველა ჯიგრულად არის ერთმანეთში. არავინ არ წუწუნებს. აი გამთავარი გუნდში. მაგიტომაც მოიგებს ეს მის კატოვიცი.
Winner will be guaranteeing a spot at the Copenhagen major. The loser won't be out, but they'll go 2-1. Virtus Pro NAVI, guys, can I get your initial
153 კაცი ხარ, თქვენი ისინი დაწერეთ რა ქვია.
Respect to the opponents that both these teams have played so far. This seems to be the first.
თქვენი ვარაუდები გამოუშვით. ნავი თუ VP რომელი იგებს?
Two oppositions. Prior to that, some heartbreaks for VP a little bit harder than for NAVI. I'm looking for this confrontation finally. The VP that played against Fnatic was the most aggressive VP I'd seen in like 6 months. Like they literally just destroyed them. Fame had 2.5 rating pretty much in their faces. Can you play this same kind of Counter-Strike now versus Navi? I would be ready for it. I'd be up for it.
I'd be very surprised if that's the case. But I agree with you. The fact that the scorelines are 13-6 and 13-3, if memory serves me right, for the side of VP. Well, I'm like,
that was it.
Okay, all right. You guys aren't wasting time here. Just like steamrolling through opposition, which is a great sign to see. Everyone popping off. It's not the Jame and Flit show. You know, Fame had his moments, Norbert as well. Mir too. Any Mir fantasy pickers would be very happy. Not me, of course. Though, a few question marks here and there about them, right, coming into this. But at least the first 2 wins they had yesterday looked very, very convincing.
Yeah, guys, why don't we focus in specifically on VP?
The
specific players that we should be looking out for. Who do you think, starting with you, Maniac?
Okay, so there are some players who are already known entities, I would like to say, and you mentioned Mir, and as far as I'm concerned, he is the floor of this VP lineup.
Yeah.
And he's the only one player that sometimes feels a little disconnected from whatever plan they have. If someone that's peaking when they shouldn't be, or someone that's a little bit behind on the trade, it would be Mir. So I'm not exactly sure whether he's in danger in that jersey. I wouldn't go as far as saying that. But if you are a VP, and if you are getting frustrated with your results, the man that we have on our camera here would probably be the first that you go to. Norbert, we know his numbers might be a little bit below, but he's very serviceable in his positions. Flit and Fame, incredible machines. Jame is who he is. Of course, you don't touch the king. So Mir, I think Mir has a whole lot going on his shoulders, and this would be a very good proving ground rather for him.
Blair, what about you?
No, I agree with Maniac right there. Like, if I'm forced to really pick a player as to being like, maybe he hasn't really slotted in that well in this VP team, it has to be Mir. And you can see the struggles they had in IEM, right? This team, once CS2 came in, we saw them play a lot of online events here and there. They were looking very, very good. They were looking very solid with this lineup. And then the beginning of the year, it started to trail off a little bit. And heading into the major cycle, I had my doubts. I'm like, is this going to be what happened last year in Paris, as opposed to what we saw in Rio for them, right? They would be looking to recreate what happened down in Brazil. And at least from the eye test from yesterday, it looked good.
Yeah, but they were never put in an uncomfortable position yesterday. And I think this is the story that we got out of Katowice. And I don't know if it's idiosyncratic from their playstyle or not, but whenever they have a bad start, because of how slow and methodical they play, it's a little bit harder to manufacture the momentum, like manufacture hype and getting confident in your duels. When you see VP having a really bad start, sometimes they take a long time to warm up to the game. Well, obviously, that was never a question here in Bucharest, as they destroyed everybody.
And that's a problem. MR12 as opposed to MR15 back in CSGO. You don't have those many opportunities.
Technical timeout.
Anyway, but heading to Navi though, I just want to touch upon one thing.
All the rounds, they're with Uncommon and NAVI yesterday, guys.
That is correct.
That is correct.
Yeah, guys, we've only got a couple minutes left. Can we just switch focus to NAVI a bit? Keys to victory for them. Any players that you're looking out for, Blair?
I'm actually looking at Imma. Imma's the one guy you look at his team. You look at JL, consistent, wonderful, has been fantastic for them, even though their run ended in Katowice in a slightly disappointing fashion. Bit has been okay, not okay, serviceable so far. Imma's been a question mark, a little hot and cold. Yesterday, he was just lights out. He was absolutely untouchable. I don't think that is something which can be sustained throughout an event. I don't expect that from Imma as well. And if he doesn't deliver that, what's going to be the answer for Navi? That's my question.
Well, I was going to focus my attention on the maps just a little bit, because there are some interesting questions to be raised. First of all, the picks of either side. If you're VP, last time they played, they went for Overpass. I thought Inferno is up for the taking. They throw an absolute curveball. They actually go for that Ancient. How much of that is actually based on that victory versus Fnatic, we'll have to see. For Navi, Mirage is open. It's a very high map, and they go for Anubis. So personally, I thought we would be looking at very different picks. I'm going to be real here. Of course, Anubis, a lot of reps for Navi very recently. Not a map that VP affectionate too much. And then we're going to end up on that handshake of Inferno as the last map. So a little bit of surprise in terms of picks.
I feel Inferno, a little bit surprised. I agree with you as well. But I felt like if Inferno was going to be floated, that maybe Navi wouldn't
be Anubis Inferno. Oh, shit.
It's crazy to me that Navi removed Mirage in the last rotation and allow Inferno to go through.
I thought they picked Mirage. Actually, I had an idea. I had a feeling they'd go for Mirage. They ban it out, go for Inferno, which is a map that VP, one of the few teams right now in international Counter-Strike, top tier Counter-Strike, who are pretty comfortable picking it, who want to play that map. I worry a bit for Navi with this map, Vito.
Okay, well, with that being said, guys, we are pretty much ready to get into this one. Could I get your official predictions, please? Blair, starting with you.
You go first.
I will have to side with VP. I think I know it's been a very just the spread overall for this team right now looks very, very solid. I think they're going to take this one.
You fell into the honeypot of that victory.
It's sweet. It's sweet. I like it. I'm licking it.
Well, listen, Alexi B Masterclass. That's how they say it.
მადლობა. აქ დროს გაჭირე. გავი, გაიტან ძმა თუ Gagino.
That's cool. I'm gonna go with the XB. Alrighty.
Thank you very much, Paulo. It was great to see you up there. And yeah, this is going to be a fantastic game. VP versus NAVI for a spot at the first CS2 major, Jason.
Yeah, thing of beauty. I mean, VP on this recovery mission now and have a chance to just get through with it right out of the gates, which would be awesome. And obviously, we mentioned this yesterday too when we were watching them play. Go deep in tournaments. Just an interesting. I'm really surprised Maniac go with NAVI. Maybe he's got something that we don't know.
I don't know. I think that performance yesterday and how VP had been playing. I've got to go with Virtus Pro coming into this one, but we're about to find out. NAVI on the CT side of Ancient, VP get a T-sided start, and look at James. He's got a full bucket of utility.
A whole bucket. A really deep 5-gallon bucket. Smoke, Molotov, 2 flashbangs. And he's waiting for his teammates to take control of Jaguar to start creeping in towards Cave. Now, during this timing, there's going to be a little bit of a push. So actually, a lot of pressure is on Fame here. They're going to see this utility to come in, and NAVI's going to stay aggressive with it.
Yeah, wonderful. Joel Borelis at the bottom of the ramp. Fame jumping around, trying to bait out that shot of Wonderful. He'll drop further back into the bomb site. Lexi B still caught by the flash, but frags out on Norbert. So far, NAVI up looking a little stronger, but Virtus Pro stay committed to this B bomb site. Locked out by smokes, but those will fade away shortly.
Yeah, but VP, I mean, as we know in these situations, they're so comfortable being patient like this. Like, if you're NAVI right now, you're like, this hit actually never came in. Utility's about to fade away. You're moving into a different setup because now you have a little bit of time. All information that VP's been able to get from the footsteps and the smokes have faded, but VP's still here ready and waiting.
And they don't mind pumping the brakes.
And you might feel if you're NAVI at this moment, like VP has fallen back. Like they're going back towards T-spawn, they're going back through the water, and now you can start to see the defense moving because they want information. They feel so uncomfortable.
And this is the trap VP can set up, and here comes that push. It's going to work out for NAVI. Wonderful gets that kill down ramp. Fame is taken out of play. Now 3 players stand for Virtus Pro. It's not looking too good for them in the final 25 seconds. NAVI have held their ground. They know what kind of team they're up against. They know about the patience that's required to win these rounds, and this is just for the pistol. Alexi B with a perfect tap. Second is clean from the and they are finished off. Flit is left alone. Finally exits the cave, but Bit is ready for him. Virtus Pro escape.
It's a cool trap. You can see the way it comes to fruition. It's just with VPs, the way they like to play, sometimes you get this result, which is they just look kind of silly, like they're sitting around doing absolutely nothing. Well done from NAVI. I think the information play coming down B ramp instead of pushing in towards cave was very smart, very heads up, very focused. And Alexi B handling business. Nice headshots with the USP. Even Bit getting in at the end of the day. It's 1-0 in the favor of NAVI.
And no bomb plant. No force buy in the second round. Full Glocks. I mean, this tournament is
Virtus Pro with
the RMRs. Last time around was a little bit mental, shall we say. I think it's the best way to describe it with the early last year, then going into the RMR, so the path to Paris. And they lost Chiron mid-tournament. They brought in Norbert to fill him out, and it was a whole thing. And they didn't make it to the major, Jason.
They didn't lose him. They sent him off. It's not like he just wandered
out.
Never came back.
He was abducted by aliens.
They told him to get out. Yeah, that was a very weird situation. Soon, I would imagine. Wonderful should have a field day here. Good kill on the first player. Fame turned the corner. Fame was an absolute monster. What did he end up with? It was something like 26 and like 8 within like 16 rounds of play. It was mental.
Yeah, Fame was unplayable yesterday, and it's not like he was playing the safest style either, right? He was throwing himself in every
matchman half-ში გვინდა 3-ვე mapში თუ 1 mapში. აი ამ mapში კონკრეტულში.
13-3 on the very map of Ancient, and Fame finished 26-6 with a 2.51 rating, Jason.
That's not bad at all. Let's see if he's got a little bit more of it today. This time starting on the T side, the offensive side, and starting out in a 0-2 hole. As NAVI come into this clean and handle their business.
Handling their business. Yeah, that's what the top teams are looking to do early on here.
Both these teams kind of in like a little bit of like image repair after Katowice, right? Both of them with like early exits. NAVI was starting to convert people that this project had some legs to it, had a future, had a path to it. VP, a team that was supposed to be contenders, went out a little bit earlier. Now the RMR, they're trying to show what we wanted to see just last week. Ima's going to get the opening kill, proactive running through a Molotov and around the edge of the smoke, and that helps get control of the lane. He doesn't want to stick
Cave-ში დგას ყველაზე ცუდი პოზიცია აქილები. ალეკო.
Alexi B clearing out B lane. Hasn't fully cleared out the cubby, so has to communicate that to the players. Fame and Flit find themselves in there. And he will be exactly right. But Alexi B, how long is he going to stick around? How long is he willing to fight down B lane? Utility will come in, signaling a lot of pressure now applied to this B bomb site. And Flit is already up, already through into the B site, and smokes follow. So NAVI have to concede this and play it retake.
And VP or NAVI are fine playing retake because of the man advantage.
No
way he can
This
is perfect.
Yeah, sick work from JL, and obviously the grenade coming in too.
Save time.
Left on James though. Out towards the double doors. If you had a molly, maybe you can get a lit round lineup, but for now it is just a little bit of James time.
Bro, I can't believe JL just came running out of cave. I was setting up. I was like, they're happy to play this because they have the man advantage. Happy to play retake. 2 players controlling cave for the post plan, not letting VP have access to that. Yeah. But the fact that JL gets so aggressive is pretty crazy.
Yeah, J Legend goes a little bit loco.
Yeah, he's loving it.
12 ლაიქი გვაკლია 300-მდე და პლუს ინსტაგრამი არის აპინული, რო იცოდეთ. ვისაც გინდა დამაფოლოვეთ, მან სკინების გათამაშება იქნება ხოლმე ხშირად.
These are players that are playing in likes of Gamer Legion and Apex, 2 teams that, many people would have just seen as sort of a challenger stage team previously, but they went all the way into the playoffs. Imma had one incredible performance the whole way through and got to the grand final of a major, and that's why they kind of shopped themselves out to a team like NAVI.
Yeah, it's a good point when you want to talk about how much pressure is on the players competing. Made these guys' career. That's exactly why they're in this roster, all because of their performance at the major. So it can be a life-changing experience for good or for bad. Mirror Jane gonna open things up very quickly. Mirror through the smoke. Jane with a nice op shot. That's Alexi doing his challenges out of Jaguar, and this time he's punished.
Good start for Virtus Pro in a round finally. Haven't been able to find too many of these advantages to get themselves into a comfortable spot. There's so much time left on the clock. So if you give Jamie a 2-man advantage and over a minute to play with, this is perfect. This is exactly what he wants to do on the side.
Generally speaking, VP doesn't lose these rounds, not like this. And you can see they even have the kind of the traps laid. They're not even going all the way around to the A bomb site, heading towards middle as well, where it's just Ima tucked into the cubby. Flashbangs out, calling for information. But if they don't push towards red room, he doesn't get action.
For one fight, always going to favor VP in this kind of position. 40 seconds left.
And then they leave the low HP lurker and move around.
So it's a double stack. So the only chance NAVI have of winning this round is if VP finish on the B bomb side. And that's exactly where VP are going. And even at that point, they've got to immediately kill Mir. Stop him from seeing that second player. And that's exactly what will happen. JL takes out Mir. Now they have a shot at winning this round. 19 seconds left. Bomb plant coming through. Fame trying to get it through without getting spammed down through the wood. And he's found Sanctuary around the side of the pillars. So bomb is down. VP now have a huge advantage because they know where the last 2 remaining players are.
And it's interesting to see if they're actually going to go for this or if they're going to try and find an escape route. I think they'll just end up smoking off lane and trying to exit through middle. Not wanting to mess with it, wanted to preserve these weapons as well. Timing shots through the smoke, that's JL to fall, but they never saw Wonderful. They never saw the second player.
Wonderful. Upgrades from the FAMAS to the AK-47. It's a nice little steal away. But Virtus Pro will win the first round. They've won getting too many kills on the board. We're looking at VP have really struggled to get a foothold in the fragging department. 4 kills across the entire team. And we're heading into round 5.
Yeah, pretty clean start for NAVI, all things considered. They're going to take a timeout to talk things over and make sure multiple times. Certainly not twice in a row as they buy up. Good cash built up on JL and Bit as well. So NAVI's sitting okay with the full investment to decide whatever they want to do. Very B-focused to start for Virtus Pro in these first 4 rounds. Haven't seen any challenges for middle, although to be fair, what we saw yesterday on Ancient against Fnatic was Virtus Pro, as we all know, happy to be patient, happy to wait out utility when it's thrown deep into these choke points, not really wanting to challenge in the first 20 seconds or so.
And James today is looking to make his 7th major appearance. Major champion in Rio, missed out on the last CSGO major in Paris. Grand finalist in Berlin, so James has quite the history inside of the major circuit. Would love to bring this squad to the first CS2 major. Mid control established for Ima and Bit. And Ima's going to climb up onto the ledge, so Smoke will protect him for the time being. He's got Bit to focus down on elbow. VP very controlled T-side so far.
Countering that deep smoke with a Molotov to slow down the push into that smoke timer. Wonderful with an op angle deep into A main, allows them to keep 4 rifles pretty mobile across the map, and just now Navi's clearing out this B lane, but behind the smoke still lurks 2.
VP are going to be aware of the map control that they've given up by playing this slow start to the default, so they're going to be pretty effective in clearing out close door positions. They have to be aware of that now at 50-second mark. It looks like they're going to start getting itchy feet moving towards Alexi.
JL still has 1 more smoke. I imagine when contact happens, he'll possibly help out, but likely saving it for B ramp a little bit later on if Alexi encounters some contact.
So the mid take starting to come in here for Virtus Pro. Alexi position now spotted on the slightest jiggle peek on the door. So there's that smoke you're talking about. JL deploys that out towards the double doors. They force Alexi further back.
That's perfect. This defense is perfect. There's 22 seconds left. I don't even know what VP can do. NAVI just stalled them out for the whole round due to the patience. NAVI just takes complete advantage of
Yeah, so they cut through but the bomb is down in Donut, and that is the round going against Virtus Pro. NAVI look completely ready today to face against this slow style of VP. We've seen the early sign of it in the pistol round. They didn't give any mistakes. They lock them out of the sides, and it's looking so comfortable.
ევასება და აი 15 წამზე ან შემოვლენ ან არა რა. შეიძლება 5-1 არ შემოვიდნენ.
Like you leave that B double doors with 22 seconds and you got to wrap all the way around to go to the A bomb site where you haven't actually engaged anyone throughout the entire round from NAVI. That's a crazy
attempt. იცი რა მგონია როგორი გუნდია, იცი? აი 12-0-დან რო დააკამბე, ხო მგონია რომ არანაირი ემოცია არ ექნება ტიპებს რა.
Deep utility again. Let's see if it happens twice. And remember, it touches on how much of a lean towards the B bomb site VP have had today to start this map, and yesterday against Fnatic, they haven't wanted the challenge for middle. This time, Flit's
better for Flit to actually fight, try and take control of this, but there's another.
Now we make a male to moiko ar guatqops. Aleko kills ვერ აიღებს.
Sweeps the legs from underneath Flit. There has to be a reaction now for VP.
ერთი ლაიქი ძმება 300-მდე დავაი.
Davწუროთ. All the way back outside elbow towards T spawn.
Oh, Bit's going to go down.
Oh, but is he going to overextend the shadow? James knows. He knows there's a player inside of the temple, and he's just waiting, allowing his teammates to go in. James has locked away that temple push from Bit. Ima comes through middle, trying to get beyond that Molotov. Only a single kill though from Ima.
Man don't ორივეს მოკლავდა.
3v3 established with just under a minute left, and James' patience has to come off the angle. Knows that he has to help by tossing utility into the bomb site. He's waiting patiently for Bit.
He's just kept him pinned down this whole time. Oh, and then he misses the chance, misses the opportunity.
And Bit still gets out of Temple. Mirrors inside of the donut, and Wonderful does not check it.
James got
pulled away from Temple yet again, and he stood in the same position, but no shots will land. It's only Mir left. A 1v2. And the defuse is not through yet for NAVI. No one's even tapped it. They don't have utility to cancel Mir out of this round, so they go to fight him. Mir gets behind cover, and time is now ticking for NAVI to get this defuse. And Mir knows he can just toy with his prey. JL gets the kill, and he's going to run back for that defuse. Mir tried to run the clock low, but not low enough. JL still gets it through for NAVI.
I don't know why Mir pulled the knife out. I think he thought that bomb timer was way deeper than it actually was, but he still needed to actually fight. You still need to challenge in that position. That ring around the rosy can only last so long. The real issue, Mir's going to get a little bit of a side glance in the clutch, but Jay missing those shots. For like 40 seconds in that round. Missed the opportunity when it finally came, and missed 2 more shots after the fact, and that's what ends the round for VP. That's what gives NAVI the avenue back into the retake.
And you just thought for how long that James was holding that he was guaranteed at least one. The fact that nothing went his way is surprising.
And James an Opera who's solid in those situations. He's known for hitting just like the easy ones because he's patient and waiting, but here comes the mid-exec.
Well, pushing out through elbow, some utility up, bit burning away.
Ცოტა პროჭი გამოგეწაბით, მაგრამ ალეკ კაი შეჩემა რა 4 კილი ქონა შუაზე უფასოტო.
Too easily, especially after losing players in multiple sides. So Emma pushes back into mid, but JL's cave fight goes the wrong way. And that has created so much space for Flit to just keep pushing into the B bomb site. Unless this fight gets a double, which it won't. About to lose this round.
Norbert ამოუკლა გლოკით კაცი, იმას მოუკლას ერთი კაცი.
Planted on the B side, Wonderful attempts to save.
And as soon as that shot rang out middle from Wonderful, you could see all those yellow dots starting to converge towards the B bomb or the A bomb site. Nice shot from Wonderful. I think he heard a little bit of a footstep right at the end. He's got a long time to survive, so donut. And VP, how much do they want to hunt down this AWP? They don't have any kind of a great weapons, but obviously
counter-ს მოთამაშეების ანალიტიკოსი რა. AWP-შნიკი და რაიფლერი ერთ და იგივე არის რა მაგის. Donkas და სიმპლას ადარებდა ერთმანეთს.
This time punishes him. AWP for up for grabs. Jame will grab that and thank him very much. So VP's early battles in middle allow them to get another round, and it's Flit creating space.
And notice the change of pace. The early start to this was talking about how well NAVI was able to stall them out. This was just like, all right, guys, get out middle. Let's neutralize these Molotovs. Let's throw flashes. Let's throw our own Molotovs as well in response. Flush them out of their corners and really challenge for this early, which they never had to do against Fnatic because Fnatic couldn't handle
it.
We can switch into that other gear. And that's kind of been the evolution of this team, where they're known as that kind of slow, boring, grinding play style around the map. Well, they've been incorporating over the past year, ever since they won the Rio Major, a little bit more aggression into their gameplay, and we're seeing it here.
Mac 10 for Norbert, rips apart Alexi B. Second shot is easy for Jame. Upon that long peek from JL. We spoke about the heartbreak that VP suffered on the path to Paris last year. Wonderful felt that same sting with the Spirit side of things. Didn't get to go to Paris for that last major. His first major appearance was in Rio, the major that VP picked up. He's looking for his second appearance at a major today. And going 3-0 through the RMR is perfect. We heard about it on the desk. Mania, I think it was Pimp that brought it up. He was saying, you have home, you have weeks to prepare for the World Championship. That could go a long, long way.
To go
down into the last chance qualifier. Don't want to have to battle your way through. Today is the best opportunity to get through cleanly.
Good shot from Jame. Yeah, it's I mean, obviously, you want to go through as quick as possible 3-0, no doubt about that. But certainly, look at all the struggles we've seen in various RMRs over the years. Not even want to mess with who's left still in the phase is still out there. One tough loss against them, and all of a sudden you have a chance. You're playing with the pressure of elimination on your back.
Yeah, you can very quickly go from 2-0 best of ones to having to get into groggy battles against great squads. You don't want to let that happen.
Hey, Gary, simpla parallel სამყაროდან სადაც counters არ თამაშობდა რა simpla. ეგეთი ტიპი არის.
Through again.
ალეკო, სად არის ალეკო? მოდი თაკ. ნახე რა კაი ტრეიდები. აი ეგრე. ნახე უცებ როგორ გადავიდა, უცებ შეიცვალეს ტემპი. უცებ ნერს თამაშობდნენ რაღაცა 20 წამზე, 10 წამზე შედიოდნენ და უცებ ბახტა ეხლა 45-ზე იმე შუაზე არიან სახესადრობდნენ.
The bomb is tucked behind the B double doors behind the smoke. Norbert's going to have to pick that one up, and NAVI now have complete control of the B lane. So if the goal is to meet up with Norbert and have him come through those double doors as you come up ledge, this could get dicey. Now, Navi's taking a little bit of a risk because Alexi's going to be left on an island. He's pushed out of cave, watching those double doors. No any teammates watching for anyone approaching a bomb position. So it's all him on this side of the map as the other two. But this is exactly the kind of things that VP likes to punish. If anyone peeks red room, Jame is waiting.
Good kill from Fame. Important trade comes through from Wonderful. With 43 seconds left, when is the call to go for Virtus Pro? And they're sending that bomb solo in towards the A bomb side currently. Wonderful is starting to creep back over If he gets his op in position to aim in, this could be devastating, but he misses the shot. Norbert flies to the sky and gets that ball planted on default. Now James posts up for that CT peak, and he might have that opportunity. Such an important flash comes over. That's from Alexi from middle. Big engagement. He can't handle the fight. Awkward angle for Norbert. Awkward peak, and I think now wonderful. The idea is saving this weapon because Navi got no money in the bank. VP have ground them down and will break them yet again. It's a great adaptation from Virtus Pro. They tried to come in with that classic play style you pointed out earlier, Jason. Now they've got a little change in pace. They can control the speed of their round.
They've
also now introduced the idea that they're willing to play that fast and aggressive, so Navi can't just like start out rounds with the idea of we're playing against something slow. They can't just stack those at the B double doors. Now you're going to have to spend an extra nade, an extra flashbang to make sure that fast strategies are going to beat you. So now it comes into a mind game of what kind of style are they going to bring out in this round. Is it going to be fast? Is it going to be slow? And that's something Alexi B is going to have to work through.
Yeah, even trading on these mid-fights isn't going to be good enough for Navi. The T's all the time in the world to work with. Mid-control. Despite Wonderful getting some kills in towards the end of the round, it doesn't really have a whole lot of impact. But he does have the AWP saved over, and that could make a difference in a round like this. But the rest of your teammates are on pistols, and you've got the most expensive gun.
He's alone as well. He's got one player with him. A B set piece coming in. Oh, he's gonna burn.
Oh, he's burning, forced into the fight, and Fame eradicates him from the site. Nothing wonderful can do. Well, the most important weapon in hand. Alex if he could deny the bomb plant with a didn't get that opportunity. And Flick clears out that smoke inside of the site. The grenade breaks it apart. Doesn't see anybody. Here's the retreat. They know that
Yeah, but you can't hunt at this point. There's still three pistols on the ground. You can go forward, but that's a huge risk to take, and VP doesn't want to hand over any more weaponry. So content with the fact that's a really good find from Alexi B to save the op. And VP's just going to be happy with the victory, happy to tie things up at 5.
Important grab, important snatch away. Now Wonderful will have his primary weapon in hand for the next round. We are all tied up. As you were saying, Jason, and that's kind of crazy to think about. But the great thing about the Virtus Pro T side is they can adapt. They have multiple different ways they can approach the team. Trick pony. And James has found the answer to get them competitive on this first half of Ancient. And I'm glad we got a best of 3 here today, because obviously we have best of 1s all throughout yesterday. We're into the winner and losers matchups today for progression and elimination. We've seen heartbreak already with NIP going out of the tournament. This is a quick B plate deployed for Virtus Pro, and we're talking about the speed. Wonderful having to trade back, and Alexi B swings out of cave, tries to make that MP9 get a kill, and it doesn't work out. Wonderful stay disciplined behind these smokes, allowing his teammates to make the next move. And the bomb is down, so Navi will have to play retake. They got 2 smokes, in fact 3 smokes, 1 flash, but only 2 players left alive. So VP are now in the more advantageous situation inside of the site. Bit with an important swing, just as that smoke plumed, he hits the headshot on James, and both of these remaining Virtus Pro players have taken damage. And now it is only 1 player remaining, and it's Norbert, but the element of surprise is on his side. They don't know where he is. Wonderful now detects it, but Norbert reads the clutch, perfectly pulls those 2 players in towards him. Virtus Pro now take a small lead.
Oh man, that is a grindy battle. Alexi B makes a hero play, but 1 extra flashbang catches him just when he's about to have a double kill lined up. That is a very grindy round. But this fast-paced aggression from VP, this style is looking cool. Navi's having a real hard time handling it. This time just 1 kill and you're into the bomb site, and then from there it's Navi scrambling to get a grasp of the round.
There's 5 rounds in a row now for Virtus Pro.
Yeah, they've looked so good ever since they've been able to switch into this faster style, and it's working. It's working so well. Bit with a kill, Ema burns down Norbert.
Important early kills going Navi's way, but fantastic kill to come back for Mio. This keeps the round within touching distance for Virtus Pro. Last round of the first half, Navi trying to tie things up. This streak that VP have put together. 6-5 in the lead. And Mir finds himself inside of the red smoke.
This is interesting. The desk was having a conversation about Mir's place in this team, and it feels like at the moment he's in a very critical role in this round and how it plays out. Cutting off rotations, choosing. He's got plenty of freedom to make an aggressive decision if he wants to, but he has to deliver when you're in this position.
VP were trying to play time, and perfect utility has kept them behind. So they can't commit to this A play. And in fact, Virtus.pro realized just under a minute left, they have plenty of time to readjust and go for a different plan of attack.
Yeah, but I really do think if they want to win, this round is going to be really hard for them to win if it's just Jame and Fame making aggressive plays. I almost feel like Mir needs to pounce a little bit at some point. Because once again, he's in a good position to stop rotations. Jame plays a very dangerous game there.
But he's actually made it work, so...
Hey, shit, and
Force is wonderful to burn utility and drop further back.
Yeah, but I don't necessarily like this now because now the red room play is so obvious that they've spotted Jame hopping back and forth. They know mid control is there. Now they know exactly where this is going to come from, and VP doesn't have a whole lot of time to make this work.
But NAVI have pushed B. Now they realize they have to go to the B bomb site. So JL's coming back to the cave to try and get there in time. Needs to be planted, and Jame is cutting off those rotations. But do not forget about Alexi, man, they didn't pick the bomb up. I thought they absolutely would have. The patience a little too much. And it is tied up at that.
A good half from VP altogether, and showing you two different styles. So if you thought they were going to be slow and boring, this map might have changed your mind. This T side, very cool from VP, but a couple of rounds that get stalled out due to smart play from NAVI. And I think NAVI altogether handled it very well in the mid rounds, being patient, always being buddied up as they move around the map to make sure they can trade any lurks.
I am confused about what happened towards the end of that round because he still had time to get the bomb down. There's 9 seconds, I think, when JL got that kill through cave and it was traded. So I don't know if there was a molly on the bomb or maybe they were just panicking about cave.
I think he might have been trying to consider a safe spot for it. That Molotov they threw in towards cave kind of spread a little awkwardly.
Makes sense. Makes more sense. Well, pistol coming right up, and this game we wanted it to deliver, and it certainly is. NAVI versus VP in a qualification best of 3 at the RMRs for the first CS2 major. It was periods of streaks for both teams in the first half. Let's see if it's a little more back and forth in the second. Get to see what Alexi B's calls are here.
I mean, looking at the mini-map right out of spawn, you'd say NAVI has the leg up. It's going to have to be a retake at the A bomb site. The question is, how long do they take to prime this attack and actually hit and move into it? Because for the moment, VP has 4 at the B bomb site. That's going to change as time goes on. Wonderful.
Donut, that's James coming back over now to the site. Default. In fact, he realizes they're going to have to play retake. So goes for a fight, doesn't win it, and then drops in behind that CT smoke. So NAVI at a minimum have the bomb plant.
Have the bomb plant, and they've got plenty of time to set up however they'd like. Smoke is still up towards CT spawn, so they're going to double up in Donut. One's going to play big box, it looks like, one in A main, and then Alexi B sticking around the bomb at the site.
You've got to say, NAVI are completely favored in this post plant, but Virtus.pro have extra seconds to play with thanks to having a kit. They deploy that smoke out bit at the box. No kills yet for VP is taken out. Quick shot from VP, and they're into the site. This retake is on, and that defuse is being stuck. They're not lining it up. VP pull it through, and a fantastic retake. One single player dies in that initial engagement. Couple of exit kills towards the end, but it's VP with the first round of the second half.
Beautiful shooting as they start that retake. That smoke cutting off access from Donut, though, is massive. That's 2 players from NAVI neutralized with nothing to do but spam through the smoke and pray. The rest of those crossfires is absolutely perfect, and that's the set of retake utility for a pistol round that you kids will want to learn at home. You know, if you're ancient players.
Yeah, also learn that aim as well.
Yeah, sure.
Some of those quick headshots.
That would help.
That definitely helps. First timeout for VP used here. Because obviously, no NAVI got the bomb plant, and that's a big factor when you're on the T side, because you can get a good force buy despite losing the pistol. So VP have to consider that, and they've decided to go with more rifles than SMGs. So you got 3 rifles in
some overtime shower.
Actually, if you want to count the FAMAS. 2 M4s, 2 FAMAS, and the classic UMP purchase. Always see one of those in a VP game these days.
Did you ask Jame yesterday?
Didn't see him.
Didn't see him.
Didn't see him. I'm starting to wonder if James is just a figment of my imagination.
Just some imaginary figure you see once in a while.
I walk over, I only see 4 players at the VP desk.
He's your conscience.
God, that's
much menace with those.
Yeah, exactly. Should I spend this money? It's actually a pretty good idea.
Yeah.
Any financial decision you make in your life, what would James do? It's a good question to ask. Smoke goes down in towards elbow. Mid-control established.
Navi
realize they don't have the deep utility belt to go to and compete against.
Burn
out that early utility from the CTs and finish the round with your bucket of utility. Just taking their time, Navi. Favorable fight if Norbert tries to duel against Wonderful at this kind of range. JL creeps closer to Flit inside of Jaguar.
It's a very quiet
listening to the ambience. Before the storm.
Just now making their move. Flit not even going to drop the... No, it does drop it a little bit later. Mir spots 3 now in middle. Well worth the damage and going to back away from that engagement. Alexa brought down very, very low. Flit comes over to join up with Mir.
And he decides to sit back, actually allow them to push a little deeper. If they want a B split, they've got to come into James. They've got to go into Flit. It's only 1 from James from the cubby, so Flit is now drawn between. He calls his teammates to try and help, but Alexa nails the headshot. And now it's Flit again, undetected, not the cleanest. Overwhelmed by Alexa on the flank. And we know he's so good. We've seen it yesterday, but not.
Alex, ხილი შეჩემანო რა არის მობას გაფიცები ხაი 4 კაცი როგორ ვერ უნდა მოკლატო აი 4 კაცი როგორ ვერ უნდა მოკლას ეხლა მობას გაფიცე დალეკო დალეკო ეხლა ეკოვა მე მაკათი დაითრი ალექს ალექს მაკათი დაითრი შენ მობას პიცავარ დღეს უქშის გაუმართლა მაგრამ მაკათი დაკეთებდა კილებს
In fact, VP is not even going to force buy to counter it. They're going to concede this one. Couple P250s on that unarmored USPs, so Navi should have a round.
გადიქით გააჯუ. გაუშვით კაცო. Entry fragger-ი გახდა დღეს ალექსი. ალექს შედი.
Anubis up next, Navi's selection.
And I imagine it would be a talking point for the desk. It was certainly a talking point during the veto. Matthew especially little talking about how Virtus Pro brings out Ancient out of nowhere. It could come back to haunt them. Very passive. I don't really have a good indication of where the hits come from. It would have to be a miracle regardless. So Navi will take an 8th round as VP just huddling up in towards Red Room, maybe going to try and flank and go for some exit kills, try and get some guns. What's going to be interesting is Virtus Pro
რა 8 კილი მოაგდო? ეხლა გადი ქეივში შედი ქეივში. შუაზე ყველა შენ თავს. არა, მამუკას ბიჭი არ არის. მამუკა ამის ბიჭი.
They're a team that like to be a little conservative, so they'll probably go for
ალექს გაეკიდე შეჩემა კილებს. გადი იქით ბიჭი. გაუშვა ალეკო. აუ არც ერთი არ არის ალეკო აქ.
No need to overextend if you're bit. Let's chill out inside of the pool. Give any exit kills on over.
ორას გავრაშავდი ალექს შენ ადგილზე, რომ ვიცოდი 11 კილზე რო უდევთ ჩემ თავზე.
Alexi B looking to get through to the major. His first ever debut at a major was Katowice 2019 with Ents.
That's the one where Ents really broke into.
Made it to the final.
Yeah, all the way to the final. That was one of the great underdog runs that we've seen at the majors. And he's kind of been, I think the shame about Alexi V is ever since then, he's just sort of been a journeyman. Like he's on a team for a while and then he's
picking up close to the wardrobe, man. He's got G2 jackets in there.
Yeah, OG, he's got it all. NIP. But I mean, the sad thing about it is he catches a lot of flack, but it's like how many of the Vitality he was in as well? How many of those were like rosters that felt like they were put together and capable of being competitive? Certainly not the OG roster, certainly not the NIP roster.
აბაია ეს თო კიდე იკო ამიდი ალექს რა. ორი კილი მოაგდე და ეხა ერთ კილს მოაგდე ფრამენაირად.
Think about after Paris when this got put together and making it a dangerous squad.
Question was, what would it be like without Simple? How would Navi fare? And it feels like the pressure was almost
Nela,
alleviated
Alex, Nela.
to a certain extent.
Kay bici, kay neydi? O kali,
There's 2 rifles on the field to play for VP.
Alex, kay bici, Alex. Ege, çeçemo.
Can only get 1 kill.
Ara, 4
Then
kills
Norbert
muagdebs,
picks it
gizhiga,
back
gizhiga.
up.
Muagdebs 4 kills ueჭვენ.
And they still have the Galil save
Pro
from the
player,
previous
yeah.
round.
Under 1 minute, Fame is holding utility at Donut. That will now be deployed. Senses it's a good timing to dish out that smoke. Oh, that grenade did not go through the smoke. In fact, it landed on.
Ara, პირველი ეგრატო შეუშვით.
50 manages one. There was even a chance there for Fame.
11 kili გვინდა Alexas.
And Bit is now coming out of A main with the rest of the NAVI pounces. They want to try and get into the site. 30 seconds remaining in this round. Norbert pushes CT, catches a good time in a good position to remove Bit from this fight. And NAVI are not getting into the site. Imma's in the clutch. James alone inside of Temple. And Imma certainly has the better weapon here. James is searching for a rifle. He's only got his knife out at the moment. He's going all the way back around towards CT spawn. There might be a better weapon on the ground, but Imma's solely considering the Temple. And Imma swings at the last second to check back towards CT, and it's an important recovery from Imma.
James did everything he could. That smoke is actually really dangerous. That makes Imma consider
вообще
different personalities.
So
James throwing
Match when 11 მეტი გაწყობს. თუ იმენა 11 გინდა.
Hard fought battle. We just were singing Alexi B's praises as an in-game leader. Well, he just makes a really good decision. That smoke doesn't get blown open, not broken enough by the grenade, but he knows they just have to get in as quick as possible. So he leads the way through the smoke to his death, allowing for the trade and allowing for the eventual take of that bomb site. And a timeout is called immediately by NAVI as they want to talk things over. Now a 2-round lead.
We mentioned it, we were talking a little bit about VP's style changes at times throughout the T side, and I think it's really nice to have that ability because you want to see when you've got the likes of Fame, you've got Mir, and then most importantly Flick currently in CS2, it feels like when you've got 3 riflers that are that sharp, you want to see the option of seeing them get aggressive. And we know that they can have a big CT performance too, in particular Fame yesterday. The rifles are finally out for Virtus Pro, so let's see if that comes to light.
A recovery in the first half is the only reason VP is still able to even fight for this. Nade blown open, utility out. They want to challenge. They don't want to let Mir sit comfortably on the ledge. There's a perfect trade.
Yeah, second kill out for Imma in middle. Overextension from Fame sticks around trying to fight, and Imma gets the swing on time. But now he's damaged up. He's 2 health, Imma. And his teammates are coming over towards this B bomb site. It is going to be an attack of NAVI into B. Norbert doesn't have the greatest weapon for the job. He's got the weakest.
And now they know his position.
Gun available on his team, and that grenade lands onto Wonderful. Important that Flit is now detected towards Cave. NAVI can be aware of that, and Flit is sprinting back. Important kill going up against Bit. It's James that lands that one on the rotation with the AWP. And the bomb is now on the ground. NAVI need to try and recover it to put it down. And those fights are now creating opportunities with the smokes for Norbert to get a kill on that MP9. And JL is thrust into a 1v3, getting spammed down through the smoke. Norbert peppers him up. And Virtus Pro, when they return to the rifles, when they get a full buy on the CT side, they pick up a round again.
Yeah, they certainly do, and that's well-managed utility at B ramp. But Jamin over in the cave, I think Imma might have played a little bit too early with only 2 HP trying to come in towards cave. Needed a little bit more to take James' attention.
Άμα თუ სმინით რავის და გაიგებ რატო წააგეს ეს რაუნდი. მეც მაგას ვფიქრობდი. იმას ცოტა გვიან უნდა ეთამაშა კეივის კაცს. ძალიან მალე მოკვდა და შესაბამისად უკვე დაეხმარა მე კეივის კაცის საიტის კაცს. ეგ იყო იმენა პრობლემა.
The boost up, however, nets an opening kill. That's Fame to fall over the top of the smoke. Much more subdued today, Fame, than he was yesterday.
ლეკო. კალაშა, კალეკოს, კალაშა. კალაშაც ვერ გამოიყენა.
Destruction of the NAVI
attack.
Don't have all the money available yet again.
არ მჯერა რომ ტიპი 2 კილს ვერ გააკეთებს.
Yeah, this game you never believe for a moment that the second half will fall out of
ჯერა თქვენ ახლა რომ 2 კილს
always find a way to stay alive.
2 კილს ვერ იზავს.
Come back into things.
They're a very difficult team to put away.
ნახე.
Tenacious on the Virtus Pro side. What if NAVI got on the attack? What does Alexi be? Not for this T side. Not a lot of utility. to use up early on if you're NAVI.
Throwing that lovely new lurk smoke at the B bomb site as well. As a defender, it creates a lot of space for them to attack into you with safety.
No commitment yet for NAVI. They are applying pressure, obviously, with that lurk smoke, but they've got to be worried about losing the mid control because they didn't challenge for it. And Virtus Pro have shown a willingness to fight for mid and get players in that. And that's exactly what has happened. Fame has pushed down mid with Mir, who has now climbed up heaven.
There's no more smokes, though, so they got to back away.
And you can't maintain control here.
And that's why you see NAVI being so passive in this B lane. They're just like, okay, let's wait for that mid smoke to fade to where our mid player can actually get involved.
Alexi.
There, no danger that anyone's going to peek out at any moment. Ima's just about to turn the corner to do that.
Alexi Bizinashvili, and Bizinashvili.
And now NAVI
has control. Is რა ქვია? მობას გაფიცებ 350 ლაიქს ავიდეთ.
45 seconds.
I think this is going to fall into a
22 ლაიქი გვაკლია და ის რა ქვია. Instagram-ი არის აპინული ძმებო. ვისაც სურვილი გექნებათ გათამაშებაში მონაწილეობის სკინების. ალეკო ხო? არა, კიდე პირველი.
Making sure that it's a quick reply. Flit this time. First rotator. First point of call for Virtus Pro. And Mira still at that big box. It's just bitten JL trying to pull this round back. They've done very well so far. JL burning in the fire. Eventually eradicated. And now it's a 1v1. And Flit knows that Bit's right in front of him. Such limited time. You've got to go for the plant. And now it's running out. He's come off it. He needs the kill. Flit gets around the corner.
Bravo, Ratamasha.
It's chaos, but it's VP up in the lead.
Flit just outplays everyone. He was the first player to arrive at that B bomb site. That's such a
bomb site.
He pulls Bit off the plant and just toys with him. A little bit of sound cues to make it sound like he's coming through the smoke. But this is all Flit. He just got here.
Donut,
holding down the fort and then outplays Bit as the last player. NAVI, their first gun round was spectacular. Remember, like that really aggressive thrust in towards Red Room, pulled, sucked all the attention in that direction, exploited it by hitting the B bomb site. They haven't really been able to crack and put that much pressure on Virtus Pro's defense again. Virtus Pro is able to move around the map and get a lot of reads and kind of see what's developing before it happens so they can have the defense in the right place. Other than that, it was an eco win for NAVI after the first gun round victory.
Ide pirveli sheddis to nu shebt pirveli.
It's a deep donut smoke, so won't cancel out Fame. He can still stand here. He can still
fight.
Get you an ace.
Shows his might with a 4K and all 5 for Fame.
Haori killi ver gaakethamdeni
And 11-9 now the scoreline reads.
Mir took a bullet to the face so that Fame could get on.
Overtime, davai, overtime da უეჭველი დადებს ძმებო.
Yeah, that's
10 overtime-ში უეჭველი დადებს. ერთი ამდენი რაუნდი რა 16-მდე რო იყოს დადებდა უეჭველი. Treba სანამ ტაიმაუტი არის სარეკლამო ჭრა გვაქვს. კიდევ ერთხელ გეტყვით რომ 16 ლაიქი გვეკლია 650-მდე, არხი გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გვაქვს გამოწერილი 10 კაცი გვეკლია 650-მდე, 5650-მდე. და Instagram-ი არის აპრინული, სკინების გათამაშება იქნება ყოველ კვირა.
Let this one slip. You've got to battle all the way through 3 maps if you want a chance of qualifying for the major today.
Yeah, and it looks like they might be letting it kind of slip out of their grasp a little bit. It's been a very hard-fought battle, but 4 in a row now for Virtus Pro, and this defense hasn't felt like it's had too many issues in those 4 victories. It's been well handled. So the final time out from NAVI to talk over the game plan of these last few rounds.
That's great, but overtime
just on the Tech 9. For weapons, maybe down for him, but if not, it's 4 AKs, 1 Tech 9 to play with, and it will be exactly that. So NAVI don't even have full rifles out here. It takes the hit for utility. Plenty of utility being used out for Virtus Pro and Elbow, as you would expect. Looking to stop NAVI from getting early footing out mid. Flit held back inside of Cave, not allowed to push out because of that utility. Oh, grenade blasts open that smoke. It's the one from Ima. Trade is instant from Fame again.
That's what's huge for Virtus Pro throughout this entire half is anytime NAVI want to get aggressive in the middle, it's always a trade. They never actually secure anything. As soon as someone gets the defense is there to trade it right back.
ამაკების ბიზნესი вообще გაწყვიტა რომ შვილი გაეგზავნა რა ქვია ამ იმაში რა NAVI იმაში აკადემიაში მათიდან მოიხოდა გიჟივით არ
here James can jump spot, try and take some of that attention towards Red Room. That is if NAVI even go middle at this point.
And now they've adjusted the defense into a much more comfortable situation where Flit rotated around to Donut so he can join up with Fame. He could play passively and watch the A-bomb site. That's going to be an easy frag as Alexi's throwing utility. Didn't expect the mid-round aggression. And Virtus Pro really starting to put this together. JL could be in trouble.
Oh, he's definitely going to be in trouble. Look at Flit. He's pushed into elbow. And JL's making no secret about his run. Gets the gun out. Can't ready himself in time. So it is a 2v4. They find themselves in the A bomb site.
მგონი გაიმაზა ბოლო რაუნდში თუ არ მოკლა ორი კაცი. ამას უჰოლდავენ იასმინ. რა თუნდა მაგას ბაზარი როგი ჰოლდავენ. არც გაბედო გაპიკო.
James is coming late. Out through CT. Norbert, goes down, but instant trade from James. Now just Wonderful left. A 1v3 for the Wonder Kid. Taps out towards Donut, jumping into the side chain, spotted at default. Wonderful, the pressure's completely on and he cannot handle it. He cracks behind the big box. We talked about this being the last chance for NAVI to compete on Ancient. Well, it looks like that has gone out the window. Virtus Pro up to map point.
გარაშეთ რამე просто იქ ბოლო შემოვიდეს, გადაყრა. ეხლა ალეკო მომისმინე ძმაკაცი. გადაყრა გააკეთე შენ და ბოლო ადი. ლოუები დარჩებიან მოკლავ.
It's now 5 in a row. 5 in a row for VP's defense and NAVI unable to crack it whatsoever. All these proactive plays in the mid-round when it goes quiet are coming on the side of VP. Flit's rotation to Donut so that they can push mid and get aggressive. Nets them 2 kills on Alexi B and JL. Completely stifles anything the offense wants to do.
Strat ჩახედა ბიტამიკ. მოსაგებია.
Smoke goes in towards
დავай. Gishi Alex.
Spawn to try and signal more pressure than is really happening. As NAVI instead focus on this B bomb side attack and they run right into Norbert and Flit.
Let's round the
They hung out the clothesline. They dry out a couple of these NAVI players and this T side completely dries up for NAVI. Nothing left on Ancient. VP are about to head to 13 rounds and take the first map of this series. They'll be 1 map away from qualifying themselves for the Copenhagen Major. One shot rings out. It's not the kill that'll bring down Imma, but now they know exactly where he is.
Yeah, impossible situation for Imma.
Blocked
up by utility just to make matters worse. Being flanked as well. It's just a matter of time, and you're dead on. In qualification for the Major, Virtus Pro is 1 map closer. They take their own pick of Ancient emphatically. 13-9 behind a strong CT side.
Yeah, Virtus Pro looking fantastic moving forward. Let's see if they can do it in 2. It'll be the first return to...
აუ, 25-24, დავაი. შეუჩერებელია, ხო?
Was it good?
Was flash, my friend. He's looking mid.
Looking mid, from mid. Mid.
Bro, are you... Green, what are you doing in temple, bro? Bro, are you fucking serious?
იჩდება ბიჭო.
Oh my god, blue.
Oh my god. Oh my god, blue, და blue თვითონ არის. ფერები აერია.
Green, please get the fuck out.
I think it's B and...
Bro. You keep fucking up. Keep fucking up, man. This time you keep fucking up.
Fucking blue, ბიჭო, blue თვითონ არის. ფერები აერია ძმას. ზერონას ხელით ბებოზებ.
Get the fuck out. Get the fuck out.
Go time out.
Magars maçoven.
Mana kodumun çocuğu senin ananı götürden sikeyim ya.
Revsi zahas bicho. Orato როგორ არ აგინებს ახლა რას უზავდით სიმაგას? რო დაუწყებდი ოროს პუჩუჯუ კანონოიდეს.
I think it's B and...
Bro, it's not me.
Bro, if you don't give you info, it's nothing, man.
Are you fucking stupid? I am A side and he's killing me camera.
Okay, chill.
Okay, chill. You give this game, you fucking...
Oh my god, I don't want to play this. Go fuck yourself.
ის არ შემოდის.
Yellow is going quick, nice.
რამდენი რაუნდი რო ვითამ?
Fuck you, man. Fuck you.
აუ რა ტოქსიკია ტიპით.
Water clear.
Mid.
It's A.
Camera, yeah, green.
Mid. NA.
Pillar, side. Of course, purple takes the bot. Of course.
He's fucking dumb.
Of course, man.
Oh my god.
Save it, man. Save it.
აუ, იმენა, სავარცხელიც ესროლეთ, ჩემი.
Green. Why you play like this? You can finish it easily, but you are trolling too much, bro.
I trolling. Shut the fuck
You
up.
are trolling.
I'm trolling.
Say go.
ისე კაცია. შეუჩერებელია. შეუჩერებელია ის თურქიტო.
Çok güzel, man. Çok güzel.
I said him go fast, and he playing like I did, like it. Look at me, I'm a chicken. He said, why are you trolling?
Arts, goed zo, chatsuch. Nice, kaibici.
Nice with the bomb, man.
Nice.
Look at, where is the bomb?
Yo, we met one bomb.
Fucking shiptar.
Where is
Take
bomb?
the bomb. Take the bot again. I'll fucking rape you. Hear me? Take the bot again.
რა კამანდაა ბიჭო ამელოში რა ხდება? იმან გაგაუპატიურე ბოტს თუ აიღებ. ამათ უნდა უყურო ხოლმე ბიჭო რა ცხოველები არიან. აუ იმან თურქულა დაუშვა იმან. აუ გასაგები 10 ლეველზე რატო ვერ ამოდიხარ ძმებო? იმან გაგაუპატიურე ბოტს თუ აიღებო ჩემი. ეგეთი რაღაც პირველად გავიგებ I'll rape you.
Green, can you
Nice. This one is very yaman. Purpela მაგარი ტროლია ბიჭო. ვაი მე purpela რა ტროლია ღმერთს ფიცავა. რა ცხოველები არიან ბიჭო სობოტი აღარ ეყოლება ჩემოვიდა ის. You want my dick?
Challenge.
JLO, let's win.
ანუ შოტი რა შეხედოთ რა 13-მდეა რო იცოდეთ.
You want my dick? იპმა რა კითხა you want my dick ბიჭო რაიმეებს აძრობენ.
They can pick us. Pato, иди назад. Нема никой на беда уđe s tobom.
Давай.
Side. Behind.
Come be.
Go.
ხა დაარეიჯებს ლურჯი მაგრამ.
One heaven, one headshot. Green, are you?
Purple, come on, man. Oh my god.
Green, what are you doing?
Easy.
Get a fucking kill.
რა უნდა ბიჭო? მიდი ვასკა შენია.
Please stop poke.
We enter site. We enter site purple. Get a fucking kill, man. Use utility. Goddamn. Shifter brain.
Green round that green is gone. Oh.
Only good for fucking goats, man.
Drop me one, blue.
Ah, sure. Don't drop.
Suck my dick. Suck my dick, okay? Suck it. Suck it.
Drop.
Suck it.
We need.
I drop.
Fuck you.
ინე ამოწულეთ მე მაგალითად მე ტირა შეაგინო
სანუ ყველაფერი აგინეს სუჩი ერთმანეთს აუ რა კონტენტი გაკეთდებოდა ამნაირი იმეებით ჩემი ცუდათო იმენე რა დაობა ბიჭო ეს არის ინტერნეიშნალ კონტენტი ანუ განა მარტო ის არის რა ქვია ოუ შიტ ნაის
one more
Enough. They might rotate. Let's go back.
აი ეს როგორ არ მოხდა ბიჭო რატო არ მოხდა დაიწვის შეჩემა დაი
A3
Back behind push. The fuck
is fucking free fucking
არც უყურებენ არც უკან ვიყურები არაფერს არ უყურებენ
მორჩა ჩემი
ძაცუდები იყვნენ აი მე ზიზღი
ვაიმე რა ხალხია ჩემ
ეს ტიპი აი ეს როლაპრაკო რაღაცნაირი სტრანი
ვაიმე რა კაცები არიან თურქები ბიჭო რეებს ამბობდრე ვაფშე ეგეთი გინებები არ გამიგია არასდროს თო მე რო გინება გამიკვირდება ხალხნო მე სტრიმი დაალაიქეთ ერთი ლაიქი გვაკლია 350-მდე და არხიც გამოიწერეთ ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი გეტყვით ხა რამდენი კაცი გვინდა 10 კაცი გვაკლია ეს რატომ მაკლებს ეს YouTube ბიჭო ამ კაცებს თო ხალხს რატომ მაკლებს შეჩათლახო და ის არის რა ქვია Instagram-ი არის აპინულის მეგო Instagram-ზე იქნება გათამაშებების სკინების და დამოფოლოვეთ ავიდეთ ერთი რამდენზე ავალთ აბა ნახოთ ეს ბოლომდე მან 1000 უნდა გავწუროთ გამომოჭის ალექს ბულგარელი იყო ერთი აშკარად მე მგონი ის იყო რა ქვია ალბანელი არ ვიცი ძმაო ეგეთი კამადა თუ თამაშობს
our journey to the major and we'll see tomorrow what can happen
ეგეთი კამადა თუ თამაშობს რა ვიცი ვერ ახვალ ათლებდა შანსი არა
so you guys look like we're going to see the best VP again we were very confident in this team and what it can put in performance but that loss to Cloud9
UK
for us what went so wrong
first game against Rooster was okay but the second two I don't know what happened with us like we didn't play like we play usually we didn't communicate like we doing usually so it was like maybe 2 bad days for us and it happened on important tournament like Hyperx but it's fine I think we fixed the stuff and I hope to see new Virtus Pro on RMR
the new and improved Virtus Pro right that's what you want to see but what did that team talk look like you said you fixed stuff what did you guys say to each other because I'd never seen you lose, especially like in the way you did. Normally it's close, normally you can fight, but there was sometimes you were bowing out.
I can't say that what we are talking about, but I can promise that this won't happen again. Like we, as you said, we are always fighting for until we lose or until we win, but last time we didn't fight, we just were every time buying, losing our economy and losing our like mentality and probably this was the reason why we lost like third map against Cloud9
and that mentality has to be strong especially in games like this now you're moving into best of ones as well right but we know for you guys this is where you have success we always see so are you still confident even in CS2 with less rounds of this working
yeah of course this MR 12 and best of one is it will be more random you don't have to do mistakes because it costs you like 2 or 3 rounds if you lose economy. So I think we're still confident and we don't care about is it best of 1 or best of 3. We just want to go to the major no matter how, like 3-0, 3-1, 3-2, no, it doesn't matter for us.
Opening game is going to be against Saw. This on paper should be quite a comfortable game for you though, but do you think they can be a challenge, they can be a threat?
I mean, every time for Virtus Pro, they're playing against Saw, like it's 3rd time on RMR, and we played against them in closed qualifier, so I think they could prepare much better than they did in closed qualifier, and they could surprise us. Even it's like best of 1, everything can happen. Like if we lose 2 pistols, it will be like almost 2 rounds, like it's 4-0 already.
And with how stress, pressure, everything that comes with RMRs going into the majors, you touched on like the mentality of the team. Have you added any more support stuff to help? Because obviously we know you've got Daston, the senior team manager as well, but is there anyone else helping?
No, UK drills Box smoke
Okay. To not lose it like it was against Cloud9, and like we are experienced players. We played a lot of like RMR tournaments, and I think we don't have pressure. It's everything in our hands.
Everything in your hands, so you just need to do what you do best. Yes. Okay, I like it. So confident mentality for it. Let's hope you get the job done. Thank you very much.
Bicho, ამას ძალიან გაუვარდა რა, მამამის როგორც თქვი წეღან ხაშურში ქონდა ჰამაკების ბიზნესი და ეგ იმას ქნა რა, გაყიდა საკაიფოდ.
Welcome back to the
PGL
RMR 2024. And currently VP 1 map away from the Copenhagen Major, Jason.
Hell yeah, they are. 1 map away. It's a nice solid win on Ancient. Now we get to move to Anubis. We get to try another one of the new maps. We'll see what they've got. They played that CT side super well. And as you could just hear in the interview, they're kind of in that position mind frame wise where they're just, you know, we've been here before. We know what we're doing. Like Bangs asked him if is like, do you have any extra help on the side? Like any sports psychologist? He's like, yeah, me. I'm the guy. I'm helping with the mental. And it's like,
Norbert, the sports psychologist, player. Yeah, it's fantastic, I guess.
But he's right. They have so much experience. They know what this is going to be like. They know what the emotions are going to be like. They know what the pressure feels like to the point where they're probably numb to it at this point. They've played on big stages. They've won a major in front of a huge crowd.
They've also bombed out of an RMR, so they kind of know like, both sides of it.
They got both ends of the spectrum.
Exactly. So last RMR, obviously, they didn't make it into the major, so they know what it's like to bomb out here. And that's why they're saying in this pre-event interview that was conducted just before their opening game that they don't care how they get through to the major, they just want to get through. But now they've got a chance to go through 3-0. Now, NAVI brought a decent fight to Ancient, but this is NAVI's map pick. This is a time to pull up those stocks and get back into battle once more and try and force this into a 3rd decisive map to try and get their way through 3-0 in the RMRs.
Right, at least force it onto Inferno, which would be cool because we don't really see a whole lot of Inferno. I mean, and having it as a decider map would be a lot of fun between these two teams. Let's see what Navi's got on the map. Obviously, a reason to come here would be very... Excuse me, them being very comfortable on it. But this map also kind of presents like, I feel like the VP on this map, I feel like can be like a really tricky team. It gives a lot of opportunities to leave workers in different points that can kind of multiple access of rotations. Obviously plenty of ways through middle, through canals to kind of maneuver between the bomb sites. I think there's a lot of things about this map that makes me feel like it can be a strong one for VP.
It's the most T-sided map in the pool that we've got, and VP's T-side is very difficult to predict, very difficult to go up against.
That being said, NAVI handled it very well.
Right?
When VP was playing that slower style, like patiently waiting out utility, NAVI was well prepared for that. When VP kicked it up a notch and added a little bit of octane into their play and a little bit of pace and speed, that's when NAVI's defense started like really taking a beating and not able to handle it. So interesting to see what kind of tactics they'll be coming out with here on Anubis to try and slow VP down in a way they couldn't on Ancient.
We're going to get to find out early on because it is VP starting on the T side. NAVI will be on the defense. 4 players for NAVI start on the B bomb side for the pistol round. And
wonderful.
So leave A completely open here. And Imma's going for information early doors. He's checking close left. No one's there. But if he keeps going, he'll detect Norbert and Mir with the bomb. This could be huge for Imma. or it could be a disaster. And, well, it is a disaster. He's down to Norbert early. Navi at least have some information, but they must make a rotation of that third player back.
Yeah, they've brought him over. I don't even know if they spotted the bomb. This is the next point of danger for VP's attack. Dooley's inside of Dark. Wonderful's going to go for a peek. Wrong time. Oh, he disgusting. And he can even build on more.
It's fantastic from Wonderful. Now from pillar to B main. He has his USP primed and ready, and plenty of teammates alongside him, but why not go for all 5 here, Wonderful? Break down this Virtus Pro attack, but Big comes in to steal one away. And Wonderful closes on the first round of play here on Anubis.
Absolutely. That is so gross. What a sequence for him. Even stepping out would have felt like a worst moment to maybe step out of a little bit of cover, step out of safety, but he lines it up and knocks them all down. This is how it started. This is how it finished.
Wonderful. Bang. Now Wonderful has obviously been brought into this team to play instead of Simple. And he's done a pretty good job, man. There's like so much pressure on his shoulders. In the last 3 months, he's had a 1.17 rating. We've seen Navi's ratings kind of balloon upwards since his addition. So it's definitely been getting better. And a great pistol to kick off an important map here.
Yeah, he's been finding his own flair, his own little confidence, and his own style within this Navi team, which is nice to see. Because it'd be so easy if you like kind of are in that, if you're in that mindset, like it's us on the outside kind of saying he's been brought in for Simple because obviously he's a young talent, got potential, and Simple leaving the team, and yeah, technically it's put into his spot. But like if you try and be Simple for this team, it's not going to go well. So he's really doing a good job of kind of not putting that sort of pressure on him of being like I have to replace the best of all time. And finding his own kind of comfort and his own impact within this team.
Well, he did an interview with the Ukrainian organization and said, I'm a new player, so don't compare me to Simple.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's smart. Like, please don't put that pressure on me. Yeah. Don't compare me to him. I'll be fine.
He's got the M4A4 out this time. The Poseidon looking to drown a couple players on the corner, and Spit sends himself forward, make that money. Watch it burn. Fame and Mira taken out in mid. So 2 players left, just Glocks, and VP will draw out everything they can, of course, in this kind of round. Because they like what's on Norbert's gun. Dollar bills. It's now on the ground itself. Jame on the other side of the map would love the fact that the bomb was on his back. He might be able to slip away with one of those, but not to me this time.
I was going to say, he's got to go die. Plenty of time to do it, and obviously find some opponents eventually. 2-0 in the favor of Navi after that wonderful pistol round from Wonderful. I actually didn't even mean to do that. I just walked right into it.
Sometimes it just be like that.
Yep, sometimes it is. So VP going to get started in the gun rounds down 0-2 at the moment.
This
attacking side is going to look like with AK-47s and utility at hand.
And this is where the going will get a little tougher for Navi. So Jame positions himself with AWP through rugs for a dark peek. Now often you'll see the off peek from stairs, so he goes for a little bit of an off angle, hoping to catch a player unaware. But Navi have decided to smoke off dark because they want to take some control outside B, and it's a good flash.
Მაგდროს დამაბრუნა ამ სკილიც მებო. მაგდროს ჩამსვა ამ სკილით. აუ რატო პერთებს ავიყავდი 3-4 წელი ზედიზედ. Oof.
So not detected early on, and now Alexi B will just shoulder peek with the molly ready to drop it at the foot of the B bomb site. And it looks like they're going to have to defend B because Virtus Pro setting up with a couple players outside of Dark and a couple players outside of B main, so potentially a split.
Delaying as long as possible. Ema hears the burning on the Flit. Counter Molotov to make sure no CT.
Oh,
That's a great catch. And I think Flit, yeah, changes positions. You go first, bro.
They've had enough of getting bombarded by utility. So Fame's up next. Ima's now drained of his utility supply, so it's all about rifles, it's all about fights. And IXB is about to have one come his way. Fame dies at Dark. Norbert had to trade, and a second kill from Mir to the back of the platform. And now Ima detected, but Mir just jumps across in low HP as that bomb is taken out of his hands. Picked up again quickly by Norbert and Flits on the flank at A.
Oh, I'm almost surprised he didn't go canals to backstab towards Dark. He's put himself a long way out of the action. He's got to hustle to get back involved. Retake not yet sprung just yet, and he creeps ever closer.
Yeah, every second it takes on allows Flick to get closer and closer to stop this from happening in the retake. But JL's got an important kill, but Flick's made it to the temple, and this could be the execution required for the retake, and it absolutely is. Flick takes out JL. JM finishes off the job.
Good entrance and trading coming in through B main. That's absolutely perfect. You lose the Dark player, but you get the opening kill stepping in and able to swing and find that player in Dark as well. That kill doesn't go the way, but Norbert and Mir are doing good work combining for both peaks and holding on to the first plant as well.
So they'll just go with a full USPs, a couple of players upgrading.
Yeah, Bit's pretty busted in terms of his economy, surprisingly, down to 1450.
Yeah, it's not going to be pretty for him even when that buy comes through.
I think this is the right call as well. Don't spend everything at this moment. It's still very early on in the half.
It is very early on in the RMRs, but already we find ourselves
Არა არის შეუძლებელი არაფერი საერთოდ
today we're doing that.
ნუ გაქვთ ეგ წარმოდგენა რომ შეუძლებელია ვიღაცას ესე იგი ძალიან უნდა და გააკეთოს.
Other streamers sending
someone home, but we had 2 games today on this stream rather that we're going to be sending teams to major. G2 the first to make it. And on the other stream, yeah, it's a different story.
I'm so happy to see G2 through to the major.
Yeah, you're happy? I was happy to see that too.
I was just so concerned coming in here that we would see them like kind of like struggle and limp a little bit, and they were just like, nah, we're gonna get
Well,
Nico couldn't do it to himself. He came in a different level than we saw him in Katowice here at the RMR. So that was a beautiful sight today, seeing him put up great numbers like we're used to.
Yeah, unfortunately not the same story for the Ninjas in pajamas though. They are down and out, 0-3 out of the competition. And that's the tale of the RMRs. You get 2 sides to the story. One's a beautiful story and the other a nightmare.
Can't have one without the other.
True. Well, maybe in 2025. Maybe. It'll be the story of NIP.
All tied up at 2. This one's going to be a cakewalk to finish. NAVI getting a little bit closer to challenge for a couple kills, a couple rifles as the bomb explodes. Good flashbang around the corner. VP's aware of the possible danger. Alexi creeping closer, Bit and Wonderful behind him. JL coming from T-spawn.
Yeah, Fame holding down mouse 1. Split actually gets that double. Fame manages the other 2. So pistols don't do too much on NAVI as expected. They'll get back to a buy now. Bit will maybe suffer, but the rest of his teammates won't.
Yeah,
NAVI played the last game of yesterday against Enterprise. They had a big tech issue. They went late on into the night, but they got the job done. They handled business. Unfortunately for them,
არა, კანტო, არა, დონკა, ბანძია ძალიან ძმა. ის შობია ფეიმა. ფეიმა და ის შობია, რა ქვია? გამავიწყდა სახელი, რა ქვია იმას.
And we talk about, Norbert being the sports psychologist for VP. Well, NAVI have the luxury of a new acquisition of Ursula.
Ryzen-აუ თუ რაღაც ამათ რო ყავდით.
She's was obviously the sports psychologist over at ENCE for a long period of time. Now has made the move into NAVI.
Did good work with them and thought she'd take on a bigger challenge of a newly international roster.
Მაგას სიმპლ ავეპეთ იცილას უზავს მარა აიფზე.
As NAVI or last year we get the statistics, the most viewed team, so a lot of expectations, a lot of
pressure. Longზე, ლონგზე უყურე რას უზავს, აი overpass-ზე ლონგზე ავეპეთი რო იდგეს სიმპლა რა. კედლის უკან. დონკა აქედან კალაში თუ პიკავდეს სიმპლა მოკავს, ისეთი მაგარია სიმპლა ავეპეთი.
Top-tier organization.
Yeah, she yelled at me yesterday. I said congratulations to the NAVI guys on the way out for a nice victory, and she was like, "Nope, not yet."
I was like,
"Don't put that thought in their head."
მე იმაზე კი არა ხიზიანდები და იმაშები რა. ეს სტრიმო რაღაცა ხო ამდენი ხანი რაღაცა 2014 წელიდან კაუთერს თამაშობ.
What's needed to become a championship winner?
დარწმუნებული ვარ აქედან არავის არ გაქვს მე რამდენიც მაქვს να თამაშენ მაგდენი გამოცდილება არავის არ გაქვს. რაღაცას ვიტყვი ხოლმე და არაო კაცო ეგ ეგრე არაო.
Nightmare situation. We've seen that from FaZe.
ვინც ახი რომ მეთქი დონკა არის საუკეთესო რაიფლერი ვინც კი მინახავს არა უკაც სიმპლა ჯობიაო
and it must push through B again. He's doing this pretty much every round and this time he looks like he's
counter წარმოვიდგენთ 5 ტიპი არის და პროსტა თამაშობენ ან 5 ტიპს თავისი როლი აქვს მებო ერთი არის ლარკი ერთი არის in game leader ერთი არის support და ორი არის entry fragger
stream in from that flank and it's perfect.
ან პირიქით. იმაში რა ქვია. ერთი ავები ყავთ, ერთი ეტრიფრაგერი. ყველა თავის როლი აქვს. ესე კი არა, ხუთი კაც შევიკრიბეთ ძმა და რაღაცა ის რა ქვია, მაპზე შევედით და
for VP to get back into this one.
No, this is buckle in, boys. This is going to be about a 40-second save. Flit might accidentally overstep his mark, but James is already chilling way back in rugs.
Yeah, Flit's just applying some pressure. Has created a corridor of cover.
I think again, it's like maybe maybe at the end there gather some utility close to a dead body, but more than anything, he's hoping to maybe just grab one
კაცო,
kill.
ნიკოზე კაი რაიფლერიც არის დონკა. რასაც უყურე, მე ეგეთი რამე არ მინახავს მა 2014 წლიდან. ნიკოსგანაც მინახავს ბევრი მაგარი რაღაცები, მაგრამ ეგრე ეგეთი დომინაცია.
And also by doing these smokes, he's actually keeping these players back if they wanted to hunt down James, so keeping them away.
That's a
pretty good job done by Flit. Looks like he's going to get away to the rugs with no issue. And unfortunately for VP, NAVI do grab that AK upgrade right at the end.
ყველაზე კომფორტულად გრძნობ ხოლმე, აი რომ მკვდარი რა ვარ და რა უყურებ რა. ჩემიანები როგორ კლაჩავენ, вообще მაგრა დასწორებს. ეგ ყველაზე კაი როლია. სპექტატორი ქვია.
Gets that bonus cash as well, takes him off the bottom of the barrel.
ისი ალბათ საპორტზე ვითამაშებდი დიდი სიამოვნებით, იმიტომ რომ საპორტები რჩებიან ხოლმე კლაჩებზე და
Good investments.
Clutch ღმერთი ვინც არის?
Ხო იცით? More of Alexi B's communication and some of the content pieces around Pizza from over the years and hearing his in-game leading style. Very, very vocal.
All right, flash peek coming in. Got to be careful though, Flit.
Oh,
taken down to 33, an extra nade on top. Oh, but the ult missed its chance. That could have been beautiful for NAVI. That could have been a 2-0 exchange. Instead, it's 1-for-1.
Great that Bit was able to get one out of that. Nothing for NAVI.
And here's the response, right? Here's the rebuttal. Virtus.pro say, okay, you put some resources. You had at least 3 players executing that push out A main, so we're going to take space in middle. You don't have enough bodies to put in middle to stop Mir from gaining this control. Although he doesn't want to keep it, decides to back off.
მაც ყურება მაცადეთ თამაში, კითხვა აღარ დამიშოთ, დაგბრინდავ დამანებით თავ.
Gained at the end of the day. I thought Mir would be an aggressive lurk.
უყურეთ, ჩვენი თამაში მიდის თო.
But over towards the B bomb site we go.
არ მევასება, მე უპასუხოთ რო ხტოვებ ხოლმე. ეხა დავტოვებ.
Mir was just enough. It's keeping 2 players in middle, which leaves Alexi all on his own.
Oh, he's got a call for his teammates to come and help him now because VP are not respecting that smoke that was just deployed towards B main. They force Alexi B behind the cover.
კაი მოლოტოვი, მაგრამ რატო ჯაქრა?
He'll try and delay, but that bomb plant cannot be stopped. It will come through on default. And now it has to be a retake for NAVI. JL's on the flank around B main. James is currently watching that, but will he be looking at the right place at the right time? And his teammates getting kills inside the site certainly helps them as they look towards that flank. JL gets a headshot, draws James to look back, but it's a missed shot from the sniper. JL gets that second kill, and now it's all about the rifles inside of the site. Famous at dark, Mir dancing around the rifles. He's doing as much as he can with the find the kills right towards the end, and this retake is perfect towards the end of this. JL with some massive impact.
Yeah, huge.
Couldn't
find the timing for when JL
has
to take a very difficult fight. But still, Mir inside the bomb site, 1 player in dark as well. You feel like VP still has a really strong chance. Nicely done on the retake, and they overcame the odds in that round to get a defuse and to get a round victory.
Timeout for Virtus.pro. That's a frustrating round to lose. They definitely felt like they had that. It didn't play out like a clean retake either. It was just straight into fight, straight into chaos, and VP unable to handle it.
There was a job here.
Stockpiled Molotov as well. He threw one towards jail as the smoke execution came.
As
well. So he's got some utility stockpiled. When they leave him, they make sure the anchor has all the resources he needs to get creative during the chaos.
He's not left to his own devices completely, and you can see how quick those rotations in from NAVI were. I think James is going to be very frustrated that he didn't land that shot on JL, because imagine he does, right? It's a completely different position. Then you have an AWP out B-main.
Imagine if Wonderful hits that shot.
No, შვიდი კაცი გვაკლია 650-მდე. არ ხდი ვისაც არის გამოწერილი, გამოიწერეთ ბარემ. 400 ლაიქისკენაც დავიძრებით.
Nah, he's happy with himself, JL. He knows what he just did. So he'll take that. AK-47 for Flit. Everybody else on pistols. Not to where VP want to be, but it's the reality they face.
I can make a lot work with this AK-47. At the moment, it's passive towards rugs.
Yeah, if you have the AK in one player's hands, you would want it to be in the grasp of Flit. Flash goes down to dark, blows open. The smoke allows Imma to fight, and I thought Flit dodged that engagement, but he goes back the last second, and Imma just sees enough.
I think Imma spotted it as he ran into that cubby, but yeah, that was a real panic situation where he didn't expect that smoke to get broken open the way it was. Good fight from Imma.
He's not stopping, he stays committed to this dark angle. James, blown open yet again. It's the same move, same result. VP lose 2 players in that engagement, and whoever grabs that AK-47 seems to lose their life immediately.
It's the AK-47 you don't want to pick up. Yeah, and there was a lot of, I mean, the game plan.
Alexi
Tech9 in towards dark with that AK-47. That's obviously been taken away, just ripped out of their hands. So falls into, I don't even know. We're gonna go back and get that AK-47. He got 25 seconds with which to do something.
Yeah, not a lot of time at all.
And B-main is
Instagram-ი არის აპინული კომენტარებში. ვისაც გინდათ სკინების გათამაშებაში მონაწილეობის მიღება ხოლმე სამომავლოდ. რა კაი ის ქონათ line-up-ს აღო. ასევე კალაში იქნება გამოიყენო რამეში.
The AK-47 of Doom is kept in the hands of Mir.
Ვის ეს შეჩი?
Gave away his position, but not a big deal at the end of the round. Nobody's close by. A little bit of spam coming through. Dangerous, but he's going to survive. With the AK-47, he can pick up armor and a little bit of utility as well. He's already got a smoke Molotov in his back pocket, so all good for Mir. Round 8. VP starting to get buried a little bit. This T side has hit a wall.
And
this is a very T-side map. The most T-side map we've got in the pool currently. If NAVI can continue racking up rounds in the defense, this could be an incredible story for them to force Inferno. Mir's moved through mid with that AK save in the previous round.
And this isn't like fast or aggressive. I mean, it's fast, not like fast pace, but it's a very early time in the round for this to happen. Alexi might get caught off guard. Little bit of a jiggle, didn't see anything. Now should hear the footsteps of Mir.
Yeah, but the problem is the push A main has been spotted out, and they've also spotted the T player up in rug. So Mir is the player that has to be the playmaker in this round. And Wonderful's about to check him. AWP just doesn't get to the angle in time.
That's crazy. I mean, Alexi knows. Alexi's come all the way back to CT spawn to make sure they can double clear this. Somehow.
Now they don't know where he is. Like, they can clear our camera now and realize he's not in middle, so surely you put the dots together to figure out somehow, and now the distraction is set up for it to come through dark.
Wow.
All of the timing pays off.
Mir makes a play and a half, and that is just, NAVI could never find him. They knew what had happened. They knew somebody slipped the net, but it took so long to find his position, and it's the least expected spot.
Oh, that is Counter-Strike.
At some point, Alexi's probably just like, maybe I'm imagining it.
Yeah, maybe Mir. Did I hear steps?
Maybe he never like.
Yeah,
it's like, surely I would have seen him by now.
Oh, that's going to be so heartbreaking when you watch this replay back and see exactly all the timings of that round worked.
Yeah, definitely. And obviously, NAVI not able to go for a round like this, being so far removed from it, but they might be able to get some really damaging kills towards the end. Doesn't look like he's just yet.
No, you have no reason to at this point. So everyone's going to survive with what weapons they have. Virtus Pro get a third on the board. Plenty of money though for NAVI.
Yes, plenty of money. Timing goes against them, and perhaps they'll have to address it early on now, realizing that was a gap that cost them.
That's just information coming from the extremities that there's an A push going on, that there's players being aggressive again. And previously we saw the same reaction with the A aggression from NAVI was Mir pushing up towards the double doors and getting control. This time he took it a step further. Actually, he took it like 5 steps further, went all the way to CT spawn.
Yeah, he was sprinting. Goes back again to middle early on, realizes there's likely an adjustment on the other side of things, so he's not forcing the issue this time. Just hoping for a lucky kill through the smokes.
Pasha biceps. Რამდენი წელს ხარ მიხარ? რა შენ მითხარ რამდენი წლის ხარ და მე მეგეთყვი სიმაღლეს.
Big kill from Flit. Now Wonderful steps up to the mark. James is now on the angle, so Wonderful, if he was to re-peek, it would cost him his life. And we know Wonderful doesn't often make mistakes like that, so he goes back, he becomes passive. And this is a great start to the round for Virtus Pro.
Jail's going to be frustrated. He had the play. He made it work, just missed the opportunity.
And then to get domed from Canal.
And then to get wrecked on the fallback through the window as well.
Good net here from Bit. Bit's under a bit of scrutiny at this point. Doesn't feel comfortable to stay committed towards A main, so drops further back into the bomb site. And this is giving Virtus Pro quite a bit of space, but Bit is going to call this. He hears the steps. He needs some help. Flashes come up.
Wow, Ramolotov, Sargo, Chem. Kay timing-ზე იყო, მაგრამ კაი ტრეიდები ჩევიდა ტერორისტები. Saw.
Single kill. So it falls to Wonderful. And there's 25 seconds left.
Kay Molotov.
Utility will allow it to come through.
მაინც მაგრა ჩევიდნენ და
damaged goods, but it looks
like mapი მოიგო, ой მან რა ქვია.
They've got away with it.
აი თეთრი ის რა ვისაც აქვს მრგვალი.
Virtus Pro just perfect. They wreck Alexi. He gets the first bullet, a ton of damage.
30 ლაიქი გვაკლია 400-მდე ძმებო. 83 ხარ ძმაო. მაგრამ გაგზავნე.
Nothing subtle about that one. That's just brute force.
I mean, if Alexi B doesn't get caught by that flashbang, that round feels like it's going to crumble for VP.
Again, though, Navi's done like a good job of getting when they have a good
time. ხუთი რაუნდი მაინც ჩემი აზრით აკმარისი არის
City. Hits are coming. They've been
კარგად ითამაშებენ უფრო City-და.
Virtus Pro in tough positions.
რა Virtus Pro-ს მაგალითად ახი გუნდია და.
This time Bit just couldn't swing wide enough. I don't think he trusted the
timing of the flashbang
coming in to actually swing on those fights.
It didn't look like the flash
as
he would have liked. So
yeah, one player was already past it. I think is what made him nervous. One player kind of beat the Molotov and hugged that left wall, so I think he was like, if I swing wide, that guy's not going to be blind, he's not going to be burning, he's going to have my number.
Still manages one, just not enough in the end. Fight 4, NAVI still have the lead.
Next year is
VP found some life on this T side, similar to that of Ancient, right, where NAVI get a big lead on the CT side and VP have to recover. But it's not enough to just recover and have a
close half.
Leave this half.
Oh, it's like I need the
Play's worked out for him so many times.
It's quite smart. Can I'm clear
smoke clears to reveal his spot, and Ima is taken out. Does Flip force the issue? Doesn't look like it, so he'll drop back behind that smoke and wait it out. Wonderful. Oh, because of the angle, missed shot. It's a wild peak that goes against NAVI. Two players, and they've got all the time in the world to play with to position themselves correctly for a split into the B bomb site.
And everyone's here. This is just going to come after that Molotov fades. They have a minute. They can be patient, as you mentioned, but with everyone here, I think there might just be another round of nades coming in. Unfortunately, I think most of the utility that they have is over in dark, so Norbert's just going to creep in towards Jail.
Yeah, he's going to lock up the Jail's at the back of the platform. So it's all on Alexi B, and he doesn't have the weapon for the job. NAVI to look between two angles.
Two is three, machine agree აღარ უნდა გადატენოდა. Two არის three.
Bits on the other side of the map.
Machine უყურეს smokes.
5-5. What a recovery again from Virtus Pro.
That's so much time at that bomb site too. Like Jail, like the mistiming of the spam and the reload, but you just never know where Virtus Pro has crept to. Bit's going to try and keep this M4 in his hand. I think he was spotted. He's definitely known now, and Fame shuts it down. Good headshot, and we're all tied up.
Yeah, it's kind of massive, too, because NAVI don't have a whole lot of cash to rely upon. We spoke about that throughout this half, that NAVI have always had money to go back to a buy. This time, it's not looking so pretty.
And it's like Ancient all over again, right?
Exactly.
Like, NAVI kept it close, had a battle, was looking good early on in the early stages, and then VP just have so many different options they can switch into. And they're just going to grind you down and find ways to win a cheeky round here there. One of them is going to be a sneaky mirror creeps into CT spawn. The next one is just going to be brute force towards the A bomb site. This time it's a slower paced constriction on the B bomb site. Like they're throwing everything at NAVI right now, and this defense can't get settled.
And eventually all those rounds pile up to break the
Oh, Alex, some bitch. Or mapshit where I got 30 killi. 10 killi akor mapshi. 1 kasi mot ali shechema.
Play for NAVI's defense here.
Yeah,
and Jane feels comfortable to go for a peek.
Flit has a Molotov nade combo to break open that smoke and actually took control of Dark. Had a pretty deep angle, but gives it back up after the fact.
Yeah, with James not getting a kill on the B bomb site, maybe that's the call to just reset for a moment. Burn the utility of NAVI. They can't have too much of it. Smoke goes down. Virtus Pro can outlast the utility of NAVI. No kills yet. But it's obvious to us looking at the minimap, we're going to see VP try and crunch upon this B bomb site. Mir's now joining the rest of the pack, ready to attack. For NAVI, this really is the best chance to win the round 2 because the majority of their players are on this B bomb site.
They've used 4 Molotovs on Dark in this round.
Yeah, just burning through them. Flip goes in. Big shot from Wonderful. Is there anything else here for NAVI on the Deagles? They'll put them ahead yet again. JL topples as soon as the pressure is put on. Now Virtus Pro coming out on top of these fights. Wonderful and Imma stuck at the back of the platform behind those smokes. Wonderful goes for a peek. Jane holds forward. Second. Oh my god, Imma double kill tonight. And suddenly it's bit left in a 1v2. Back to the platform. Jewel Berettas running the time down. If he can stay alive and get behind cover, maybe there was a dream. But there was just too much focus on him, and VP stay composed.
And none of those last 2 players were injured at all, so those dualies were always going to have a tough task. 100 HP, but Imma makes it interesting. There's a little bit of panic into the VP ranks. But Virtus Pro still comes out on top. So play continues, and they take a lead in what this is 3 or 4 rounds in a row now for VP. This offense has hit critical mass. They're just rolling through this map.
We know the VP are going to be able to adapt throughout the half. NAVI just unable to stop it. Despite those frustrating rounds.
მართლა დაობს აღარ ძმებო. ერთი გამომწერი გვაკლია ძმებო ინსტაგრამზე. გათამაშებები დაიწყება მალე ინსტაგრამზე, ვისაც სურვილი გაქვთ. გამოიწერეთ.
One round where Mir slips into CT spawn like unexpectedly and difficult.
მადლობა კიდევ ერთხელ ძალიან.
Makes a big difference to your overall half.
Yeah, the half is really struggling to recover from it. Another missed shot from Wonderful on the cross. He missed that angle twice now in this half.
Yeah, there was a setup there. 2 players once again, and could have been a great opening for NAVI, but it goes against him. Imma, in the early going of this game, he was winning these fights in Dark, but Flit has destroyed him. And this time forces him back in towards the hieroglyphics, and Flit has Dark control.
And look how important it's been to Virtus Pro in these past 2 rounds.
Flit eventually
gains it, uses a Molotov to make sure they can't position to push back into him. They really want NAVI to feel the pressure from Dark being occupied. And now that they have that, they can challenge towards A main. This one
important
kill to drop back to 4v4. Long time still for VP.
აბა ალექსა თუ მოკლავს მეორე კაც 11 კილზე ავა ვერავიდა 11 კილზე
JL at the back of the platform, nothing extra for the NAVI defense in the last round of the half falls on to Wonderful, and he's so far removed from doing anything in this round. He's worried about a mid flank. He's worried about everything at this point. His teammates have not put him in a winnable position, but he must attempt it.
ერთ მაპში და ერთ ჰალფში. იპმა 11 კილი ვერ დადო.
Put Wonderful in an impossible clutch.
Although it has been disappointing for NAVI to start so strong and cool off towards the end of the half, it's still a decent CT side. 5-round CT side of Anubis is workable. We know how strong the T side can be, and Virtus Pro will be happy to leave the half ahead. But we've often seen bigger halves on the T side, so NAVI can work with this, especially with a pistol win in the second.
Sure, yeah, this is definitely...
რო ვიცი ლანზე რა სასიამოვნო სასროლია ვაიმე. წარმოდგინაც. აი, თხოვნა იქნება რომ ერთხელ აი ვისაც ძალიან გევასებათ counter წახვიდე და ლანში ითამაშოთ 0 პინგზე DS2.
Defense can get real tough to break and lock down.
აი, რა სიამოვნება.
So let's see what NAVI's got. Let's see what Alexi has in
the game plan. გაუშთ.
Played behind him to support during
აი, წარმოიდგინე აერში რო იყო და არაფერს არ ეხებოდა იმენა ეს.
Yeah, he is there. We just can't.
He's there. Yeah, maybe I just didn't see him on the camera.
We just can't see him.
Okay.
He's sitting down. He's chilling.
He's hanging out.
The seats blocking him out. The Flit's fight in Dark really turned the tides of the half. You know, that's you pointed out last round, Jason. The Dark play opened up so many options for Virtus Pro.
And I think like what's really cool about Virtus Pro, because like their spacing when they attack bomb sites is so good. Yeah. It's so strong to allow them to trade everything, and just it's like it feels like the spacing is like a little bit further than most teams you see. Because it's like right when you consider a different angle of attack is when they pop out for the trade.
It's beautiful.
It absolutely is beautiful. And this round might be the same. Virtus Pro start with 3 players positioned quite aggressively towards A. Mirror's on
Sama
the first to
serce
gather information. And the worrying part for NAVI is they've got 3 players poised to go into A main.
This
could be an absolute massacre. As they round this corner, the USP is ready to strike. The flash was so important, but Fam gets back to it in time for a headshot. Flight is now second in defense, and Mirrors drop back. They apply pressure to Norbert. He'll drop into Temple. Bomb yet to commit forward for NAVI.
They can't split the A bomb site with A main control in Virtus Pro's hands, and that's the bomb. So, it's elsewhere that NAVI go. They run into Norbert, getting whittled down as they move around the map, and JL's just hustling, looking behind him. So scared of a peek, but they'll find a way into the B bomb site. They'll at least get a plant, but it's a disadvantaged post-plant situation. Virtus Pro on 3, plays against 2 for NAVI.
2 through CT, and Flit has now started that flank through the canal.
He's just
waiting until his teammates get closer from CT spawn. Comfortable running the time down, but you can't let it run too low because of that very fact you mentioned, lack of kit. JL swings, important trade. It's all on Flit, who makes no secret about where he's coming from. Up through dark, applies the pressure by sticking, or rather tapping that defuse. And Flit is not finding Alexi B, who is just running around the obelisk. This pistol goes Navi's way, and Alexi B does it.
Yeah, well done for Alexi. Huge clutch. He had time on his side as well. Essentially
იმას რომ დააკვირდე. ორ მაპში ამდენი ქილი აქვს. მეც ქილები ვნახო. გვანახეთ. ხო, ორ მაპში აქ რამ 12 ქილი აიღო ორ მაპში, მაგრამ რა მნიშვნელოვანი რაუნდი მოიგვაზი ხარ?
Very easy to call something out of spawn and be stuck on that idea, but when the chaos ensues and they see plenty of members, they stay in positions where they can drop out. And that bomb stays composed. This trade's so important from Alexi. He was the MVP of this round. Some sick shots from the in-game leader.
And good to get aggressive as well. Like when that retake is coming in that slow and you know there's multiple different points of attack they can come from. Like if you just sit in your spots and wait, Virtus Pro, that's exactly what they want. They're going to have multiple choke points to challenge you into. So getting aggressive on the pistol, essentially taking a 2v2 before the third player can get involved is absolutely perfect. And now Navi get to sit back and wait.
The pistol round win will allow Navi to tie up the scoreline once again to 7-7. And you mentioned just mere moments ago the fact that in MR12 the start of halves can determine so much. Third map of the series. Ancient went the way of Virtus Pro. And the battle on Anubis is just over halfway done.
It's just really beginning, it feels.
Yeah, it does. Emma.
It's
going to be an awkward fight. He's taking damage, and he's overrun, he's overwhelmed. Amir now has a better weapon to play with.
Thankfully, there's no defenders at this A bomb site. It's a full execute from Navi. Ooh, Alexi just looks away as well, so he's going to get pushed from behind also. He's tracking Mir, he's tracking the footsteps. Good headshot. One more is going to come, and that's a recovered Galil that dispatches Alexi. I still don't know if it's enough to make this retake doable. But they do have a player on the A main flank as well.
Yeah, they can make it expensive.
Especially
the kill from Norbert, who now has a better weapon on the ground. It's a 2v4 suddenly. Wonderful and pull this off together, and now it's just bit. Mac 10 at range with the flank from Flit. Disaster strikes for Navi. It should have been tied up 7-7, but Navi lose against the pistols.
Just got whittled down. First it was Emo watching the B push, losing that fight. Alexi gets flanked picked apart, and Virtus Pro just in sneaky positions. So little investment as well, no armor. Norbert was hiding in the heaven smoke that whole time, biding his time. Flit with a late flank again. Ooh, that is soul crushing.
Those are the rounds that can break you.
Აი, მე ძმებო, სტრიმი დალაიქით. 20 კაცი გვაკლია, 400-ზე არ დაგეძარო და არხის გამოიწერეთ, ვისაც არ გაქვთ დამწერილი 650-ზე ავიდეთ. გეტყვით ახლა რამდენი კაცი გვაკლია. თან ინსტაგრამიც აპინული არის და ბარემ 4 კაცი გვაკლია 650-მდე ძმებო, ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი. მიართეთ რა, კაცურად თუ შეძლებთ.
Yeah, they want it back.
They
probably realize James already got the op in the field of play. He's already got the
He's got eyes on it. He's waiting for that. It's a chaotic opening inside of mid, and James is under pressure now with his ult. Has to rely on the rifles, needs to show the zone, and eventually will get back to Imma. James withstands the early pressure, but look at this. through all
ეს
that
სადაა
early chaos,
შეპარული
through all
თავი?
that early mid attention. Bits got through to the B bomb site, and James is not ready for this.
არა, ეხა იმათმა შემოუბრუნეს ეკო რაუნდი, ოპა. ესეთ რაუნდს მოიგებდი?
Brilliant move from Bit while all that attention is going down in mid, but he's not known for his opping, not known for it. And Flitz bounce him standing, wonderful pops up.
რა შემოუბრუნეს უცებ?
Yeah, we said that was the goal. You know, they let themselves
გაჭირვებულებს დავეხმარები კი.
they trip over the peel and they come right back into it with a purchase of their own. It didn't look pretty, but they find the opening move and finds the gap.
Yo, that op actually feels like it kind of betrays Virtus Pro in this round, going up against Tech 9s, going up against Mac 10s, weapons that can be highly aggressive and very fast in their fight selection. James just, that was so unwieldy in that engagement. Mira, I think it was Mira in middle, was looking for the boost after James missed a shot, surprised by the Mac 10, and then James like, oh god, he's like 10 steps closer than I ever expected.
Yeah, and he tried to get back into the site.
And it's so much resources from VP to protect middle and to protect that AWP.
Well done from Bit. Sensing the gap. Taking a risk. And making it pay off.
Great recovery from NAVI.
Can't let it slip now. We'll see what Virtus Pro decide to do. Whether or not they go for the full eco or buy back again themselves. And of course, there's an option to buy the AWP. We'll get the rifles out around it and a couple of pistols. This fight might not be over just yet. You know, we could still lose this follow-up, and then we're into just a battle of bruised buys.
Well, and this is classic VP as well, and this is why all the teams kind of mentioned that they're so difficult to play against, is because you never know what they're going to come out with. They're completely comfortable having 4 pistols and Jame on an AWP, and when you think you've actually broken the economy, you all of a sudden have to contest with an op that you didn't expect. It's just high stress Counter-Strike at all times when you play against Virtus Pro.
Oh, it could be a rude awakening for JL if he thinks he's going up against a rifle around that corner. Oh, if he walks into Jame, this could be such a brutal opening to suffer. But maybe Wonderful is the player to fight him. And the smoke will come down and buy a few more seconds thanks to Jame.
ბაზარი არა, კი, კაც. საკუთარ გემს გიყიდით, ძმა.
James gonna relocate. He's gonna rotate all the way back to the A bomb site instead. Just changing that AWP up early.
Let's see if he utilizes this window of that smoke that was just thrown down at the B bomb site.
If they go B, I think Virtus Pro just saved now.
Absolutely. But yeah, so Jame ran over to A when that smoke is thrown down. He actually started shifting back, but now he's come back one more time. So they feel like they've got a good read. For everything they've risked in this buy this round, it's all at the A bomb site.
If Mir can almost try and lure them into camera.
ვაიმე, სად შედიხარ, ქვეუბედურებო. სად შედიხარ, ქვეუბედურებო. ვაიმე. ბომბი არ დაადებინოთ, ნო. ბომბი.
And he is now not in a position to win this round. He has to stay alive.
ხუთი კაცი დახვდა სამ.
They're coming around the corner and JL just about dodges that.
Wow!
Last second, a merciless kill from $2,000 in the bank at least for JL. It's not as devastating as it would have been to the other players, but that is the frustration of playing against Virtus Pro. Just when you think you snatch it back, just when you think you've broken them, they got the AWP back, they make the right read, and you run into a stack.
ყოველთვის შედიოდნენ აი ესე ბოლო წამებზე ძმაო რა ეს რუსული უკრაინული სტრატეგიები მე არ მუშაობს ამ კაუნტერში და მაგიტო ვერ იგებ მე
maybe it's just a gamble, maybe it's just a straight up gamble that's paying off.
ყოველთვის კაი მოთამაშეები ყავდათ რუსებს და
უკრაინულებს და რატო ვერ იგებ realize when they began that execution they're only like less than 20 seconds left, like NAVI, yes they are. So I got to get used to that.
NAVI in your brain from yesterday.
NAVI just like I feel like they didn't do really. It was almost like they expected to get a free kill here or there. It's like that was the plan, to have someone like push and get aggressive with pistols or have an easy fight when you turn a corner. VP defense was a disaster.
Yeah, it's getting frustrating now for NAVI, but for Virtus Pro, they're starting to get to the end of the tunnel. The major in Copenhagen awaits if they can close out Anubis. Former major champions in Rio did not even have an opportunity to defend their crown. They went out in the RMRs in Paris, and now they're back for the Copenhagen run in CS2. And it might be a 3-0 victory for them in all of their maps.
deep angle from James. Two players going to be coming through camera real quick on contact. There's the first, nails it.
Not a problem for James. He'll change up his positions towards the bricks. He's going to start stacking these kills up piece by piece. Second attempt does not connect. His teammates have made the rotation over. NAVI stay committed to the A-bomb site, trying to use their final pieces of utility to a last second-ditch effort.
Waime!
Bit come back once again, but James, in back-to-back rounds, closes with an AWP wall bang.
GG, guys!
Again. An AWP wall bang again.
Yep.
Why not? VP looking good. And here's that defense that we saw in Ancient that looks so solid. NAVI invested into that round. They forced up a bit, so this one hurts. And without a bomb plan as well, you kind of just have to swallow your pride and sit this one out and save up for the next round.
And then that will be kind of the last attack that they have, the last option to get into this game again. Because if they concede the next buy round, VP will surely be on 12, ready to close. NAVI take their time. Try and calm the nerves a little bit at this point. Has probably been rattled all over the place over the last few rounds. It's been chaotic and frustrating. Sometimes these rounds can just be a moment to breathe. Good team effort across the board from Virtus.pro today. There's no one player standing tall above the rest. Bomb plant attempts being set up for NAVI. Gonna be the B bomb site they attack. Norbert has utility to make it difficult, and given the setup, you would imagine Flit shuts this down. Distraction pulled away, Flit peeks out for the platform. He's attempted to be overrun here. JL actually does get that kill, but the rotation from Mir is so damn fast, and they clean it up. No bomb plant for NAVI. 11 rounds for Virtus.pro. And here's the last ditch effort, the last stand.
Yeah, they absolutely have to have this round. They need to win it. They've been showing notes, and it looks like tiny font.
Yeah, it's like okay, it's gonna give you a headache reading that.
Yeah, poor bit.
He's like underlining the key pieces of information. It's gonna be in English too, so it's gonna take even longer for him. It's like, God damn it.
Here we go, round 19. AK-47's out for NAVI, plenty of nades in utility, only JL really hurting in that department. Molotov to hold it off gets extinguished.
Oh, JL.
That's Collier.
Take a risk here. Oh, he does. He gets into dark, Flit is dropped back, he'll toss utility in. Probably heard those tippy-tappy steps of JL pushing forward.
Oh, that timing grenade.
That grenade. It is brutal, but Flit has fallen, and the rotation
starting
to come through, but it's a passive setup designed to retake rather than fight.
Flashbang over as well. Looks like they might want to peek and fight. They have smokes to drop so they can cross over. They toss the bomb. Re-smoke towards Temple, and the retake's coming in quick.
Mir goes for a pre-fire. No player in that position, but he spotted JL get behind the pillar. He's just hoping that JL overextends. He goes for a fight. He's giving him a couple of chances here, but now JL crosses and changes position. I think Virtus.pro haven't got those kills, and now with that should absolutely call the save.
Just kind of bouncing around that trying to find JL, but it never came to fruition, and he hustled off. Just one kill at the end on a James, but the AWP is recovered. So NAVI, they win a extremely necessary round. Keep up the fight. They're gonna be 3 rounds back now. Still stuck on 2 rounds away from the Copenhagen Major. From JL, forcing Flit back, and he's dumping utility to try and slow down the attack he feels is coming, and just can't hold him at bay long enough.
And you know you can't just sit behind that smoke, especially if you're trying to split it with your teammates.
Russi არის, აბა რა არის, კაი. სომეხი არის, რუსეთში გაზრდილი და ქართველი ხო არ იქნება.
We said needed to win that last round. They've now done that. So a timeout taken.
შენ გჯერა რომ ტიპი რომელსაც ის აქვს, რა ქვია, სახელდაგვარი ქართული და რუსეთშია დაბადებული ქართველია ეგ? ქართველობა ის სახელდაგვარი კი არ არის. ქართველობა არის მენტალიტეტი, სული, ვაჟკაცობა, ყვირებიანობა, ბიჭო. რო გაიგებ ქართველის წარმატებას წანში უნდა გაჟრიალებდეს მაშინ ხარ ქართველი აი სახელი და გვარის დედა არ ვატირე
Who knew playing video games a career?
რამდენს აქვს სახელი და გვარი ვისაც არ უნდა ქონდეს შემარცხენებს საქართველოს
Good thing.
Yeah. What's the last book you read, Jason?
The last book I read. Don't worry about it, Dinko. I'll tell you another time.
Not suitable for the broadcast, perhaps.
Well, it's one of those things you just don't want to get into.
Yeah, fair enough.
It was a nice book on history and politics.
Yeah.
But we don't need to go down that road.
Yeah, we'll stop that. 11-8 now. NAVI immediately smoked dark. Flip will look to try and address that with a smoke of his own. Eventually. And there we go. Deeper this time. That's going to hold JL back. He knows he's going up against Flit on the other side of things.
This time it's denied access though. There's like you're not
sure
there's so much utility that you get a little bit nervous to come through.
Not if you haven't detected with that awful B of James.
You ever notice how games like everyone gets a little jumpier with utility? Games or like we don't win or lose this game. Like this 5v5 execute.
Right down to the final seconds. It looked like James was about to have a duel against Alexi B in mid, but utility, as you were pointing out, has changed the face of that fight. Damn, it is really only utility, but eventually that will drain completely. And we're now at the 35-second mark as NAVI getting players for the A split.
Look what they have left, though. Oh, nice shot from James. Clips him through the wall. But there's two flashes and a Molotov. Alexi had There's two defenders on an island at A.
Next contact cannot be wonderful. A man at this point. And James is ready to drop that bomb. He's got such a good position to try and stop this from happening, and they run through main. 10 seconds left. Fame's still at the back of the cake. They have to get rid of him, and they have to start
playing help him
in time, and the bomb will be planted, but no winning this clutch. No way. It is Virtus Pro up to 12 rounds, and they're now on series point. A round that will bring them to Copenhagen.
And that's a disgusting
defense. So well
NAVI can't find anything. As they're encroaching to a point where they can pull the trigger on an execute. James just gets one kill, plays it safe, draws down more time. One kill as they're streaming in and just hides and delays for time even more. And NAVI just have no answers now. Good shot from James, good kill, Bits clearing every other angle. And NAVI can't find any of the critical kills to put this round into any point of success.
That's thanks to Fame not overextending, not giving those A-main players even a chance to take him out, because if they do, they can get that plant down earlier, they can focus completely on James and crunch him in a sort of sandwich. And that isn't allowed to happen. But VP call a timeout. They want to win this series now. They want to go 3-0 in the RMRs and get straight through to the major without dropping a map.
4 rounds in a row NAVI needs to force overtime. Inferno.
და მეორე გუნდი ხდება Virtus Pro CS2-ის ისტორიაში. ვინც გავა მეიჯორზე. CS2,
Ops still in the hands of James. No ADVP for Wonderful on the NAVI side of things. They've stuck with just
მაგას ვეძახი. რანაირად თქო გოგა? რაიაც კაი წააგო და ნიკომ 500 კლაჩი მოუგო და წააგებდნენ მაგრამ იქ
Bit searches for the opening outside A. And they'll default across the map here, NAVI. Settle into round 21. Tempted boost for Imma. Does not find any success. They've used this move in mid quite a few times. So Imma clears out, Alexi B moves through the mid smoke.
Yeah, but they've been shut down a couple of times and they've tried to use it to go to the A bomb site.
Amir could do that again.
მოდი აბა მაჩვენ ასტრალისის წინააღმდეგ დადეხომეთ ხო რა? აუ.
Camera smoked off. The A bomb site has been a problem, so why not try and split B instead?
ვაიმე, ხლა მოიხოდა ალექსიჩი.
Punches for NAVI, knocking out multiple players from Virtus Pro, and Foot is overrun.
ჯერ არაფერი არ დასრულებულა.
And they avoid defeat. for at least another round.
Yeah, good luck, Flip. he heard one coming Temple, one coming from CT, and obviously B main was under a lot of pressure too. He was never going to be able to save that round for his team. Good split this time from NAVI. Again, that mid presence, clean kill on Mir. Timing not with him as he bobs his head up and down, and then it's all over. So 12-9, Navi still in this fight. And the hard part is, I guarantee you they want to hunt down these weapons. I guarantee they would love to take this AWP out of James' hands.
And they're going to send one player over there.
You're not going to get it with just one guy. And I don't even think Bit's
going to... მე სამი ლაიქი გვაკლია 400-მდე. არ დაგეზაროთ და არხიც გამოიწერეთ ბარემ. ვისაც არ გაქვთ გამოწერილი 550-ზე ავიდეთ. 4 კაცი გვაკლია სულ რაღაც.
Still going to go up against a lot of money.
Yeah.
And the AWP is still in the hands of James.
They have to expect that every single round down the stretch, even if they win them all, they're all going to be.
და Instagram-ი არის აპრინული, ვისაც გინდათ Instagram-ზე დამაფოლოვეთ, სამომავლოდ გათამაშებები იქნება სკინების.
12-11 point, they're going to be force bind regardless. So you're doing this the hard way if you're Navi.
Problem is, James has kind of become predictable about his positioning with the AWP, right? We've only really seen it in the early portions, in middle, and then mostly towards A.
Yeah, we haven't seen him been...
მადლობა 400 ლაიქისთვის, მადლობა. მადლობა ვინც არხი გამოიწერა, მადლობა ძმებო.
Trying to find that B bomb site if he was to park himself there, unless he wanted to get aggressive, right?
I think the
only difference maybe would be to peek dark, but that's getting fast smoked each and every round. He's getting that information from his teammate. No one's peeking B main when he's been at that bomb site. So really, I think he probably feels like he doesn't have a whole lot of options of where to find success, and he wants that AWP to be in a position of impact.
Yeah, and the way that they've been taking middle on Navi's side, right, is like drawing attention to the boost, Alexi B coming through the smoke. It's tough to go there with an AWP, as James found out earlier on. So chances still for Virtus Pro to close, but Navi bringing the fight to the bitter end.
Yeah, they've actually had to dig and scrape into the economy quite a bit. James on $50, Norbert on $0.
Wow,
so this would be interesting. If Navi win this round, their next round, Virtus Pro, despite what I said earlier, they might be forced to make an economic decision and just save up for the last so they can have a good buy.
Oh, wow.
Takes Ema out of the fight, and he hasn't even seen anybody.
Play-და როგორ გადმოხედა რამდენი დარჩა HP-ო.
Frustrating. That's very frustrating. And now he's hoping that this molly doesn't spread, uses the smoke early, because it would have been instant death if not. JL's been good when he applies pressure through dark. He's doing that once more. And Alexi B, the sole player for Navi, applying pressure in middle, trying to force these Virtus Pro players back. But the rotation of 3 players towards B is at the ready here for Virtus Pro.
James senses the execute coming in, wants to be in position. Oh, and look at VP, this is great. Oh no, not so much. Norbert gets caught out by JL. He's been a beast in dark when he's got this position. And now, look at the nades for VP.
Now look at the A bomb site defense, there's no one there.
Oh, they got nothing.
If Navi go towards the A site, they have an open bomb site, but if they go back into the B side, with the rest of Virtus Pro, there's still a chance to close this one with James shot through dark. And the bomb is down, and just like that, from 0 to 0, Navi fall down to just 2 players. And VP have the advantage to close on this one, to go to the major, and for James it'll be his heading to the major with Virtus Pro.
Bravo James რა.
The former major champions will return.
Კაია, G2 და Virtus Pro სტიკერები გვაქვს უკვე.
On the path to Paris, but they charge into Copenhagen 3-0 out of the RMR.
And this is a good looking VP team. This is fantastic. Good CT side, strong T side adaptations, and we got the desk to break it all down. What's up, Paula?
Thank you so much, Jason. I completely agree. Virtus Pro looking very good. That last round was pure chaos. In fact, I say that entire second half was chaos, but it's Virtus Pro that managed to control it better, and they.
Ցավ. რა ხდება ხოლმე ნუ ისე თამაშებება? როგორ დაჭდა? Virtus Pro G2 გავიდა, NAVI BetBoom-ი. აუ, ესენი დაჭამენ ერთმანეთს. Easy Eternal Fire. Interesting იქნება. 2-1-ია კოის ბიჭო. ინებს ვერ იყიდი მან შეგიძლია მარტო ითამაშო. ახლა შეიტანა და ითამაშა. რა გავხსნით, ახლა მოდი გავხსნით რა. აჰა, ორი ცალი ეს გავხსნით. აი ამისთვისაა კარგი ძმა შეიტან, წააგებ და გამოხო. კარგი ძმებო, უღრმესი მადლობა, ვინც იყავით სტრიმზე. მადლობა 406 ლაიქისთვის. კიდევ ერთხელ შეგახსენებთ, რომ არხი გამოიწეროთ. ავიდეთ 5650-ზე. ხვალ ნავის თამაშიც უნდა გავსტრიმოთ და ფეიზისაც რა. საინტერესო იქნება მაინც Eternal Fire ფეიზი. ნავი ბეთბუმის კაი თამაში წავა ჩემი აზრით რა. დავედი, დავისვენებ. მივაფსავ და თქვენიც რა. გამიშვიდობის ძმებო. მადლობა ვინც იყავით და Instagram-ი არის აპინული, არ დაგავიწყდეთ, ვისაც სკინებთან გათამაშებაში მონაწილეობის მიღება მოგინდებათ, მე გამოიწერეთ. დავაი, უღრმესი მადლობა ძმებო, ღმერთი